Hey everybody, welcome back to Set the Pipe. It is us, just us. No interview right now. We haven't done this in a while, so excited to get back. And I am with CK, I am with Bear and DDT, Dave DeTinley on the East Coast. Recently, we have a huge upset. Boys, Long Beach State goes down, the number one team in the country, to the UCI Anteaters. 3 straight, and then back-to-back nights played them again. Long Beach State is the victor in the second match, 3 sets as well in the sweep over UCI Anteaters. And I know you guys saw that. Would love some feedback from you guys. And then Dave, I know we've kept you away for a couple of weeks to get to some quick updates on D3, because I know I think there's only one undefeated team left, in that section. So,
yep.
What do you say, boys? Welcome back.
Well, good to be back.
Good to see everybody.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. I'll tell you, I'm surprised they got beat. I'm even more surprised that they got beat 3 straight. I did not think that team, after seeing them the few times I've seen them and what they've done so far this year, and with just the leadership, that they would allow themselves to get swept like that. But I also think it's probably a good thing for them in the long run to lose like that, to be humbled like that, to realize that you're just not as good as maybe like someone like myself advertised that you were going to go undefeated. But hey, I told you earlier, I saw UCI play, and I thought they were damn good.
Yeah,
and they
we thought USC was good, and you went to that UCI SC match. That was a great match. So to have UCI come out, it's not like I didn't think like UCI played out of their minds. I actually just thought Long Beach State was super flat, and UCI took advantage of it, and they beat them. I mean, I think they were just a better team. Now the second night, that third set was really fun to watch. Nikolov aced him to for match point, but for the most part, that was Long Beach State back again to where they were. So,
and UCI is huge, though. I looked at their roster, and they have 6 or 7 players that are like 6'7" to 6'10". It is ridiculous how tall they are.
Yeah,
they're and they all can play.
Speaking of D1, we'll shift right to D3. USC won again after having Nygaard on here. They've won 9 straight now. They just beat Grand Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
And then my Matadors lost to Santa Barbara the other night in 5. And the reason why they lost to Santa Barbara is 5, because Cal Lou took Santa Barbara to 5 like a couple days prior to that.
Literally a couple days before.
So Santa Barbara probably wasn't too happy. They were ready to get rolling. Cal Lou probably put a scare in them, and they came and beat my Matadors at Northridge in 5, which was a good win for the Gauchos, but obviously tough for my Matadors to lose that one. But there's been some real good things going on in D1 men's volleyball. There's some great things going on in women's beach too. Make sure you tune it into your ESPNs to see what's happening. It's getting closer to the mid times during the season, and it's been fun to watch it. Sooner or later we'll get a couple beach coaches on here like we talked about in the past. So to go back to Cal Lou and D3, Dave, would love to hear what's going on. There's a lot of volleyball going on, and fill us in.
So let me start at kind of the 10,000 foot level, just really quick. Across D3 team sports, last year the NCAA decided to end put out there the NCAA Power Index, and what it's designed to do, I'll apply it to volleyball, essentially put a mathematical formula behind kind of choosing the the at-large bids. And so that went into effect just 3 weeks ago, and with the first couple power indexes. It essentially is this. Here's the format for this year's competition, NCAA tournament. It's going to be 19 teams total. Kind of an interesting number, but that's what they got. 14 conference automatic bids, and 5 at-larges. And so here's the interesting fact about the at-larges. 2 of the top 10 teams, Cal Lou is an independent, but so is Springfield, so Coach Sullivan's team as well. And Coach Sullivan just had a massive win when they defeated, just a couple days ago, they defeated Southern Virginia, who was previously number 2, and Springfield was number 3, just to put it in perspective. But Southern Virginia was undefeated as well. And so huge win there. But the 2 independents, those are 2 big boys in the independents that should get, obviously will get an at-large bid out of one of those 5 at-large bids. The other thing is that we are really at the end of the season. I just went through and was kind of looking at the top 10 from last week's rankings. They have an average of about 2 matches left, and that's about it before we head into those conference tournaments. And again, you got to win the conference tournaments, almost all of them. have to win it to get in. And so kind of going back old school, I don't know if you remember the NCAA once upon a time for basketball, you had to be your conference tournament champion before it expanded beyond that. So that's kind of big going in there. And then I would say things like Southern Virginia losing is huge. But if you remember early on, I talked about them and I talked about their strength of schedule. They had up until just a few weeks ago, or like a week ago, they had only faced one ranked opponent and they beat them. And they hadn't had another ranked opponent until 2.5 weeks ago when they played the 5th ranked team and they rolled them 3-0 at there, and that's Juniata in Pennsylvania. A very, very, very good team. So they go into this week and this weekend with some big ones, and they got through another ranked opponent and then ran into Springfield at Springfield before finally succumbing 3-1. So,
do you know the playoff format? You kind of touched on it with you have to win your conference, but how many conferences are there, and what is the playoff schedule like?
so there's 14 conferences.
Okay.
5 at large. Why can't I say that? Anyways,
you got it. At large bids.
Is what
you
you
want to say bidges. It's just coffee. We don't need no stinking bidges. So there's 5 that will get in for the 19. Generally speaking, for instance, last year they regionalized. So they had like a number 1 seed out of 4 regions, and then the rest of the teams would play into that. And eventually, I believe the number 1 seed out of that region would get a kind of a bye, and then they would get the team right after that. So I did hear a coaches podcast. Bear, I sent it to you. I sent you one of them with 4 of the D coaches, and one of them sits on the NCAA board for this and was help putting together the NPI for them. But some of it this year with the expanded, what's going to happen is there are weaker conferences compared to what like NYU is in and what Carthage is in, for instance, and the CCIW, which is the Illinois-Wisconsin one, is very hard, very, very difficult. But there are the opportunities now for some of these weaker conferences to at least get one match before they run into a big boy. And he said that's what they were really trying to accomplish by having kind of that 19 number. So
do you think it'll expand more since they're becoming more college teams in the D3 level? Do you think they'll go maybe to a round of 32 or something like that, or even, maybe even 16 to do that? Or
so here's what I've been looking for, kind of researching throughout, kind of joining you guys, actually, since I've been joining you guys, is what does the expansion look like so this is 25, but for 2026 and beyond? Just trying to find news clippings, where other conferences are starting up, things like that. And from the D3 perspective, there'll probably be a few more teams that are kind of starting up, if you will, Coley. But where I'm seeing it is conference realignment. Keep in mind, each conference is expecting to have at least 6 teams that get recognized at their school level before they'll recognize them, or they'll make men's volleyball, for instance, this. So that actually just happened in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. This is their first season. Several teams have already who participate in the ODAC have already had teams for a lengthy amount of time, but they finally hit the 6 barrier. They're up to 7. They're going to go to 9 next year as well. So I would hope they can go broader than that. Listening to the guy who was on, and that, by the way, that guy's name is Coach Robert Wingert. He's the Misericordia coach. He sat on the board to help put together like I said, the NPI thing. He kind of hinted that even the kind of the host of that podcast they were on asked him why 19, and he hinted that's what we were told. So I was like, that's interesting. I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that one. So I'll shut up there for a sec.
Yeah, I mean, I said 16. I was thinking 32 or 64.
For sure.
64 is probably too much, but I mean, I think 32 with so many teams. Like you said, there's over 300 teams, and if you have a conference that's so tough that has 6 to 8 legit teams in, and you have another conference that's just starting, and there's one medium team that wins, like they deserve to go. They won their conference, but a couple of those other teams probably deserve to go in as you grow, and the strength of schedules and just the overall amount of matches against better teams gives them a chance to maybe be in at large bid, right? So maybe they move it to 32 and go half, right? Half the teams win their conference, half the teams get in at large bid, and just make it more robust and more exciting and more opportunities for kids to compete in a championship.
Yeah, right now the projected teams that would miss based on NPI, at least at the beginning of this week. And by the way, I'm going to call out, just give much props to the guys at Frog Jump Volleyball. They do an amazing amazing data analysis on all the teams, the NPI ratings. There's a few other different power indexes that they use to go through and rank them, but they're showing teams like North Central right now is out. Now, that might not mean anything to you, but North Central just beat Carthage. They just beat UCSC, Santa Cruz, as well. They've got, I believe this is the guy, 6'7", 6'8" setter who played at Lewis for a while before transferring there. I mean, they're on a roll. They're really on a roll, and that would be a very, very tough team to come up against, who's not, right now, at least by last Monday's ratings, wouldn't make it in. The
When
others
do those power ratings come out, Dave?
So they're weekly, and they align with, I believe they align with the ABCA's coaches poll as well. So they've been going on for 3 weeks. So we're waiting, what's it, Sunday? So tomorrow, Tuesday, they should come out for the third or fourth time.
Yeah, just to let everybody know. So the D3 championships are the weekend, the weekend of April 25th, 26th, and 27th. That is the weekend after Easter, and that is going to be in Salem, Virginia. So if anybody's out there close by or wants to see some really good volleyball, make sure you get out there and support that D3 volleyball. It's growing like crazy, and the play's only getting better.
Be at Roanoke
College. There you go.
And, and I kind of jumped in and cut you off, Bear, because I'd love to hear your take, and yours too, Dave, because you probably watched it as well, as on what Sully started with Long Beach losing. What's your guys' take on that?
Actually, you know what? Excuse me. I didn't really get to watch any of the volleyball this weekend, and I had a match Friday night and
How'd you
found
do?
out that against Palomar, and it was a battle. We did lose in 3, but 25-23 third. It could have gone either way. And then some of my guys were watching the game on their phones on the bus ride on the way back, and they were keeping me updated. They were kind of heckling me a little bit because Long Beach wasn't playing too well. And then last night, I actually had a free night last night, and I went to get tickets, and the place was sold out. And I didn't want to bother any of the Long Beach staff right before the game to see if I could get a ticket. And unfortunately, I don't have ESPN Plus, which I think I need to get now.
It's worth the pennies.
It is.
It really is.
It's $12.99.
Whatever.
And so I should have
go get the Disney bundle.
I know there's a bundle, like you get more
Hulu,
than just that.
I think
Hulu,
I have
Disney,
the
and
Hulu
ESPN
bundle already with the Disney thing, and I worked for a while to try to get it, and whatever, it didn't happen. So I watched.
Any of our subscribers, hit subscribe, and also just go ahead and put in the comment section to tell Tim how to hook up his Disney Plus bundle so he can get ESPN Plus and watch all the games. I mean, it's ESPN Plus is great. So Dave, I don't want to, before I jump onto something else, I'd love to hear your take on it.
So I was in Chicago this weekend, and I was texting solely throughout, like, WTF, essentially, like, is this real? Am I seeing this correctly? And then solely it's literally was like, they're flat, and that was about it. And so my son and I are in our hotel room kind of following it, like, they couldn't get out of their own way. They'd get a little bit close and then, miss a serve or whatever. And then the one we watched last night was obviously the rematch, and that third set was unbelievable. I thought for sure it was going 4 at a certain point.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, oh God, they don't want this. Just finish it.
Yep, exactly right. And I forgot to mention both matches were sold out. Sold out Long Beach State, sold out the Brand Center at UCI. So I got to tell you, man, men's volleyball is rolling. Love to hear it. Love to see the crowds. I mean, it's been awesome for men's volleyball this season.
It's going to be an unbelievable tournament.
Amen.
Oh, yeah.
When this goes on this year, because SC, UCLA, UCI, obviously Hawaii. Long Beach, Hawaii, and there's always a few others. BYU, maybe Northridge comes in and gets, but there's those top teams are going to battle, and it's going to be really fun to watch. And it's just the level of volleyball just keeps getting higher and higher all over this country, from juniors to obviously Division III all the way up to Division I. It's crazy.
I should probably know this, but who's hosting this year? Where are the finals, the Final Four, and all that? A stumper.
I was going to say it's in Ohio, but I could be wrong.
Columbus?
At Columbus, Ohio. It is.
There you go.
Yep. Covelli Center.
Yeah.
Now, so what kind of arena do they have there? Is it
big?
Huge?
Yeah.
I mean,
if
it's where the baspetball team plays, it's got to be enormous.
Great.
Yeah, and I'm assuming, especially being in Ohio, depending who's there from the Midwest, if, an Ohio State or a Penn State or a Lewis or someone like that could make it, it would be just, obviously easier for people to get to. But I got to think it's still going to be super exciting and very crowded. And a lot of people want to watch this game of volleyball. It's just growing immensely. It's so fun. Like, I'm having Travis on here the other day talking about, junior college volleyball and also talking about juniors, and we had Diana on here talking about juniors and just watching this thing go. And and just the game right now is so fun to be a part of, and I'm glad to be a part of it through this because it's just fun to watch it and the growth and the level. It's incredible.
Yeah, the attendance for this whole school year for women's, right, and men's, massive. I mean, you have, Cook in Nebraska putting in what 80,000 plus in a football stadium, and then you have the sold out, and then the tournament for the women's was amazing amazing attendance. And then, I mean, when's the last time you guys heard back-to-back nights sold out in a men's volleyball match? And they're not like high school gyms.
Somewhere in international,
4,000, 5,000.
Somewhere outside the country you would see that, but not here. And I'm gonna say this to the NCAA because I've said a few things to them on this, and I'll continue to. Is if you didn't listen to Alan's podcast, please go back and listen, because this is the time where you can invest in volleyball. You can invest in men's volleyball. You can invest in women's beach volleyball. You can invest in women's volleyball. It is a sport that is one of the top 1 or 2, depends who you talk to, sports in the world, played and watched, except here. It's such an exciting game, and we need more. We need to see it grow. We need more help from the NCAA, especially to get that men's volleyball. I mean, we talked about last time, Dave. Do you imagine if there was a Big Ten men's volleyball league? Like, how awesome would that be? Illinois, Purdue, Michigan,
Indiana,
all playing like Ohio State and Penn State. Like, it would be awesome. And I've got to think the crowds and the people, the fans at those fan bases of those schools are so incredible. They would fall in love with it. They'd fall in love with it.
Think about Nebraska, and I've said this before on the podcast. They are so educated on the sport of volleyball, and they appreciate the rallies, and even if the other team, scores well, they're clapping. I mean, can you imagine men's volleyball just transferring into Nebraska, right? And it would in the Delaney Center. I mean, I think they would have just as much support as the women's do. I do. Yeah, so Big Ten would be sick. Yeah. Sick. Dave, what else you got, buddy?
Did you guys start to get into what is holding it back from getting into one more big school? Did you start to talk about that?
I don't think we talked about what the holdback is. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to money. Yeah. It comes down to money, and it comes down to effort, and like what Alan said was, we got guys, that have played in the men's game, like Hugh, for an example, who was at Minnesota for a while. I mean, that's a lot to ask Hugh to do, with his wife and his family and stuff, to just all of a sudden go back into volleyball and start men's. But, we have people like that who played men's volleyball and who know the impact of it. And I just think you just got to put the time in and go find the money, right? And like, could Michigan fund men's volleyball? I got to think they could.
Drop of a hat, don't you think?
Yeah. But
the rounding error.
It used to be a rounding error. Nowadays, with what's going on, it's not as much because a lot of that money's going to the players and trying to figure all that out. But the school, the Power 5 conferences with the revenue they get, and like I don't know what it was, SEC or one of them sent like 12 teams to the dance this year.
14.
Yeah, you get paid every round you're in. Further for the conference, they get money from that, the payouts from the money. Like Cal State Northridge, who had a really good year this year, they didn't make it, past their Big West tournament. Like, there's one team in the Big West going, and it was UC. It was UC San Diego had a great year this year, and they played great, but they lost in the first round. So go back to that money. That money's one round all to the Big West
for all the schools,
right? The SEC just had Florida, Tennessee was playing today. They're in the Elite Eight. So that's not just money from the first round and
added up per
second
rounds,
round and the Sweet 16. You get a ton of money when you go to the Final Four and the finals. And it doesn't just go to the team. It goes to the conferences, and they're all paid out, and like that's extra money. And so that money is hard for the smaller schools, right? So but the bigger ones, like we
talked about. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know why it hasn't been a push. And again, it goes back to what Alan was saying. They just don't seem to either care or really realize that it's not a golden goose by any means. So you're not going to go make millions of dollars, but the potential of it and the opportunity for players and young student athletes to get a chance to participate in it is immense. And the level of volleyball is played all over the world at such a young age, as we see with Nikolov, and it needs to happen. So hopefully right now with the growth, we start to see that. We
talked about Title IX a little bit. We talked about the amount of players on football alone. There's nothing comparable on the women's side. There's
Right.
no sport on the women's side has a roster of 109 kids. Right.
You know,
So
I'll say again, I've said it before, and I've said this since I was a kid, is I don't think football should count. And
I
I
agree.
understand the
Right.
argument
100%.
from the women's side, and I really do. I'm all about equality. I have a wife that played college sports.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends and daughters, everyone deserves an equal chance, 100%. But there's no sport equivalent to football. So women's softball, by the way, you guys know because we used to watch it every time in Paul Mitchell. I love women's softball, by the way. Women's softball, I love it. I can't get enough of it. It's always on my TV. When I was at Northridge, we were top 5, 10 in the country, our women's team. They played back-to-back national championships. We used to go to every game. It's just, I love the game of softball. But you have softball, baseball. You have volleyball, right? You have swimming, water polo, basketball. Football, nothing. And some schools have gymnastics, some don't, all that stuff. You can kind of weasel, but like you're talking 85, it used to be more, but let's just say it's 85 scholarships. Now you're trying to equal that out. Listen, play football then. Just leave it open. What they hopefully will do soon, you still won't have 85 kids, is I really hope women's flag football grows like I expect it to, and it will become a women's college sport, which then maybe you get another 15, it offloads it a little bit, right? It at least gives you a little bit more. It's not equal to football, but you're still getting more runs in that. So if that happens,
is it big over there?
it's
you guys?
giant.
Flag football is
It's going to be an Olympic sport in the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028.
growing girls sport right now, at least in high school. I don't know about college.
Dave,
but
do
in
you
high
see
school,
that on your end?
Yeah. So our county just got a little bump from the NFL last year and had somewhere between 20 and 30 teams, high schools that had it. The county then had to refund it this year, and that's what they did. They didn't fund boys volleyball, but they've refunded girls flag football.
And see, again, I'm about equality and growth. I think it's amazing. First of all, I love flag football, and I think it's a phenomenal sport. Especially, I've went to a bunch of girls' high school football games here. A couple friends play. It's just awesome. My kids played flag football. I love it. I think it's great. It's going to be an Olympic sport in 2028 here in Los Angeles. The high schools here in California, obviously, our weather's pretty appropriate for playing outside almost all the time, but the women's flag football in the fall, girls flag football in the fall is taken over. Like I want to say all high schools, but tons and tons of high schools have them. It's a sanctioned sport. They had championships last year.
Is it like a Thursday night instead of a Friday night?
No. They'll do like 2 days. Like they'll play like on a Tuesday or Thursday, or it's, because it's, they can play 2 games. They go on the roads. And 2 years ago, it was a sport that they recognized. And then last year, this past fall, this season we're in right now, they recognized it and sanctioned it. And they actually had CIF, which is California, Interscholastic Federation that governs the sports here in California. They had championships. So you had like a CIF champion, and it's only growing more and more and more and more. There's more youth leagues coming out. They're trying to promote it throughout the the world, of course, because again, like I said, an Olympic sport. So it's going to be exciting to watch that grow. And, if we can grow that and we can continue to get more scholarships there, I think that does it. But again, go back to what you were saying, like it's tough for football. They should just take that out.
So you think adding women's flag football will help the men's volleyball?
No, I'm not saying it'll help. No, I'm not saying it'll help the men's volleyball. I'm saying it'll again, my point was the scholarships, 85 to nothing. So now you're adding another sport. I think it's 6, they play 6. So maybe they double that and give you 12 scholarships. Maybe if they were to put that in. Women's beach volleyball only started with like 4 or 5. I think they're starting to grow to more now as well, as that was the fastest growing sport in NCAA history.
Is that what you're saying, CK? It is. Okay.
It is. I believe I don't think it's 7.
I think you're right, though.
I'm pretty sure it's 6. Yeah, I think it's 6. It might be 7 on 7, but I think it's 6. Either way, I love it. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, interesting. No, it's not. I mean, you don't hear about it around here. That doesn't mean it's not going on. So it's not like
it will soon. It'll be. I mean, again, it's gonna just grow. And when you see it debuted in the Olympics, and I'm telling you, if you haven't seen it, it is an exciting, fun game. And the athletes that are playing women's flag football are legit. And so people are going to be really excited to watch. It's fast. It's fun. It's semi-physical. It's skill.
Women's wrestling, girls wrestling is blowing up. Midwest, blowing up for sure.
I work with at Edison High School. He's the flag football coach over at Huntington Beach High School. and it's a pretty successful program, and he's hyped on it, and he gets a lot of his girls from other sports like soccer players, and they know how to run and everything, and actually volleyball players too. They're very athletic, so that's where he's recruiting his girls.
Wow. Well, boys, this is kind of a quick one for us, but like I said, we wanted to get Dave on here, get the D3 perspective, and definitely talk about the UCI Long Beach State matches. And we're kind of mid-season. We're mid-season right now, so exciting matches still to come. But I thought we needed to get on here. We haven't done it in a little bit, and we've got some interviews that we've banked already, and we've had Travis. We just had put up Travis a couple days ago, and then
Really
we've got a couple more, about 3 or 4 that we've already booked. We're really excited for those. So everybody out there, make sure you subscribe below and continue to watch Set the Pipe, because we're trying to bring you the top people with that has a great story, but then has stories within their story, and we're excited to keep going. And we can do it without you, but we really love your support, because it just helps us put up quality work for you guys.
It's all about the story.
It is.
Right, Bear? Isn't that what we just
Always
said?
been about the story, Coley.
It's always about the story,
Always
baby.
been about the story.
Always about the story.
Not just back, we're better.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I do have a couple points to leave you with. Good for the soul. STP for the soul, if you want to hear them.
Sure, bring it out, Dave.
All right. So a couple of things. One is 2026, we will see 2 new D1 programs start.
Ooh.
So first one, and I'll check the second, I apologize. It might be D3, but the first one is Manhattan College out of New York.
Jasper.
Yep. They just hired Coach Shorgan. He has, for the last 3 years, coached the D3 program at Hunter College. The other one, and I'd seen this a couple times, and I kept thinking, Sully, it's near you, Wheaton College.
Wheaton's around me.
It is,
north.
except it's Wheaton College in Massachusetts.
Not by me.
Right. So the cool thing here is that one program ended up, unfortunately, having to shut down due to COVID, and that was Johnson and Wales after 12 seasons. And their coach just has stayed within the game and just got hired to start the Wheaton College program. So
That's
I will
awesome.
check that. And
Where's
then I just
Johnson
wanted
and Wales?
Johnson Wales is out of Massachusetts somewhere as well.
Hey, did you guys hear about? I think it's St. Francis. They're not doing Division 1. They're dropping out of Division 1. They're going to D3, I think.
Total athletics, right? All the athletics. Or Coley, did you mention that?
Yeah, I don't know. Didn't see that.
I just saw that like not that long ago. They posted, it was a big like press release kind of thing. Dropping out of Division 1 for men's volleyball. So
Okay.
Wait, is St. Francis in Northern California?
No.
Then I'm thinking of another, because we talked about a school that's dropping all their sports programs up there.
That's
right. That was Sonoma, right?
Sonoma, I'm sorry.
Sonoma State. Yep.
SFU Athletics to move to D3.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Yep, going to D3. It's cost money to stay in Division 1.
A lot.
You got to pay the price.
Money.
Yeah,
you do.
Got to pay the price.
Sorry,
so it'll be interesting. Like I said, we've been saying it for the last next 3 or 4 years is going to be really interesting across the whole board of college, from junior college all the way to Division 1. It's going to be very interesting how this all plays out, and we'll be around to talk about it.
Absolutely, can't wait. Looking forward to it. Love you guys. Always great to talk to you guys on the pod.
Very good. Cool, Dave. Thanks for joining us, buddy. And everybody, remember, subscribe and set the pipe.
Set the pipe, baby. Set the pipe. So you were having a drink or 9.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Got it.
All right, set the stage.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, why don't you come out and go in our hot air balloon in the morning? And at the time, I'm like, that's a great idea. I'd love to do that, because I've always wanted to go in a hot air balloon. So early the next morning at dawn, right, we're in this parking lot.
It's probably
dark.
Go
ahead, Dave, and I can jump in whenever. But
yeah, so we get there.
It's a way different experience than I thought it was going to be.
Tim's like, we'll meet you. What time? I'm like, the sunrise. So this was in August, I think. So it would have been like 6 o'clock. So they show up, which I was somewhat surprised with.
It was about a half hour from where we were staying.
Which is 3 a.m. Pacific Standard, by the way.
Well,
and I think I went to bed around 3 a.m. that night. But
I'm sure you did, Bear.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully, and of course, we got CK, we've got Bear, and today we have a club director, not an usual guest of ours, right? He's not an Olympian. He wasn't an All-American. Wasn't a 3-time first team All-American.
Thank you. Appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. Or a national champion on the other side, Bear, right? But he does run a successful club. Bear has known him for some time, and he's got a great and unique story that I think everybody is really going to enjoy this. So, everybody, Renaissance Volleyball Club, welcome. Dave Neely. Welcome, brother.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
Excited
for joining.
excited to
Thanks for
talk to you
joining us for
guys.
sure.
Glad to see
Yeah.
Bear
See you,
has that
Dave.
pirate hat on down there. Maybe you can get us
Gotta
some
rep
wins
the
this year.
Pirates today.
There you
Got
go.
somebody on from Pittsburgh, my buddy from Pittsburgh.
That's right.
That's it.
Been to a few Pirates games out there.
So let me go over Dave's experience real quick. So he played volleyball basically from middle school on, and went to college actually to run cross country and track. 2 of my girls actually D1 track athletes, so we can talk about that a little bit. Coached all levels, both guys and girls, middle school through varsity, and then dabbled a little bit in Division I volleyball at UConn. Coaches about 45 teams in his facility there at Renaissance in Pittsburgh. And, his philosophy has always been just attention to the process while making adjustments accordingly to create a more desired product. Some things that most volleyball people that I know around the country doesn't own a hot air balloon. Dave Neely does.
That's right.
Pretty impressive. The players that he's produced and the colleges that they've gone to is vast, but we're talking Penn State, Pitt, Duke, North Carolina, Florida State, Juniata, Ohio State, Ball State, and I can go on probably for another 5 minutes, but it's been thoroughly impressive. So today we have Dave Neely on the show, and I'm actually really excited about it because it's going to be totally different than what we've done before, and I think the conversation is going to be very, very good. So again, Dave, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Solly. Glad to be here. Caught some of your other interviews, other shows. Great stuff. There's a lot of things on there that made me think. Get some ideas for our club, for other things we're doing. So glad to listen to what you guys are doing. It's nice to have something in the volleyball world to stay tuned to.
So Dave, we've gone back. Sorry, we go back about, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 years now.
Yeah,
I think
about that.
we met in Pittsburgh for one of your, it's Phil O'Keefe's, one of our mutual friends, volleyball camps at Fox Chapel. Phil and I, we played professionally over in Europe together, in France, and then was working one of his camps, and that's kind of how Dave and I became friends. Can you go into a little bit of that? How you got started with volleyball? And
Definitely. So yeah, we met at Phil's camp and then just got to know you a ton since. But as far as volleyball goes, there's a little pocket of men's volleyball, always has been in Western PA. So my older cousin started to play, I want to say in middle school. I saw it, Olympics and whatnot, and thought, that'd be a cool sport to try. I've played just about everything you can mention. So 7th grade came around and they had tryouts, tried out.
For high school or club?
For middle school. So
there's middle school. Okay.
Yeah. So I was playing back. That would have been 98, 99, somewhere in there. So I never played club volleyball myself. There was a guys club volleyball, but honestly, I had no idea how to find it. I didn't know about it until I was well out of high school. I was at a school that we had a boys team. We were all right, but it wasn't like it was everybody's second sport was volleyball pretty much. But got the bug. It was before there was the libero rule, back in old school scoring, all that. So unfortunately, wasn't around when there was a libero, so I was more of a D-spec. So we'd score points for 3 rotations, and then we'd get our butts whooped for 3 rotations.
That's what happens when Coley was, right? That's why we had to keep him in to set the pipe back there. We got to get him scoring somehow, right?
That's it. There you go. So, so got the bug there. I was cross country. Well, the cross country came in later in high school. One of my best friends, Sam Bear, became a sub 4-minute miler. His dad was also a sub 4-minute miler. So they were the second father-son duo in America and the third in the world to break 4 minutes a mile. That's who got me into running. So, junior year, I started cross country. We took, I want to say, 4th or 5th in the state, Pennsylvania. We only had 5 runners. Sam's dad was our coach, so we had no cushion. All of us had to execute, and we were a solid squad. So long story short, I ran in college mainly at a Division II school, Northwood University, which I was there for automotive marketing, which
Huh.
is the only school in the world for automotive marketing.
I was going to ask. You don't hear that.
Right. So that's where I went, got into the car business right out of college, and decided to volunteer assist the boys team at my high school while I was working at Tom Henry Chevrolet. So did that, caught the bug coaching, and that's where I met Phil, who Bear and I have. That's how we was through Phil O'Keefe. So he hired me to coach the middle school team at Fox Chapel, and then I was with him for quite a while with Fox Chapel squad. We got to the state final a couple of times. Had a family, the big group with the Tublins. One of them went to Stanford. One of them went to Ohio State. Josh, who went to Ohio State, won 2 national championships at Ohio State. Dan played in national championship at Stanford. And then they had another younger brother, Andrew, who was also very good and took us to the state championship. That was all at Fox Chapel. From there, I got into the club game where we had Pittsburgh Volleyball Club. Coached there for a few years, and then started to get into the girls' game. It was at Fox Chapel when I was like burnout from the car business. I told my grandma, who lived with me at the time, I'm like, I'm quitting. I'm just going to do volleyball. And she looked at me, she said, "You're never going to make any goddamn money at that volleyball."
Good old grandma.
So, right. So I did quit the car business, real career, and I started just doing odd jobs on the side. Like I was working with special needs individuals out in the community. I was helping out at our family's funeral home. We were flying hot air balloons. So just a whole slew of things to get by while I was trying to get my footing in volleyball. There were a couple seasons where I coached high school girls, high school guys, club girls, and club guys. And I remember the one year it was like every weekend from January 1st until, I want to say, mid-May, I had a tournament, whether it was, and I would alternate them as like boys one week, girls the next week. Once you got into school season for guys, we'd have tournaments or matches every weekend around the girls tournaments I was going to. So I definitely was grinding it out, and most of the time not making anything out of volleyball, just, pretty much paying to be there. But I learned the game. I've coached with a ton of great coaches. And I found a way to make a career out of it. So my grandma, not with us anymore, but I told her sister, who actually just passed, but her sister was like 101. And I saw her last year, and I said, "Hey, tell Gladys when you see her that the volleyball thing worked out."
Grandma
That's
Gladys.
awesome. Dave, listening to your story so far, and I can't wait to hear more, is what makes it so great is, you didn't play in college like we did and just fall like a different way. You fell in love with the sport differently, right? Like you were running track, you got into it, you started to coach, you were an assistant coach, you coached high school, you coached middle school, and you fell in love with the game. And what's cool about this show, and appreciate the comments early on about, us doing what we're doing, is we're trying to get stories like yours out, because volleyball isn't just Karch Karai and Misty and Carrie, right? Like, even though they are volleyball, right? But like, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I was at a junior tournament today watching 13s and 14-year-olds, and there's so much going on, and there's ways to make money. We had a lady on here the other day, a woman who was fantastic about what she does in helping recruiting, and she also coaches club, and she was an amazing player. But
Absolutely.
Hearing your story and telling everyone what's going on out there, to, again, the culture of volleyball, the stories of volleyball, to fall in love with volleyball. I mean, if anyone knows Bear, then volleyball. So, then that's, stories that go along with Bear too. So sorry, Bear.
That's all good.
So yeah, Dave, so now all of a sudden you decide, you get to tell your grandmother's sister and that you made it. You made a business out of it. Tell us about that transition. So you're coaching, you're grinding, you want to do this, you fall in love with it, but at the end of the day, we all know, just like we have jobs, like you have to pay the bills, right? The mortgage comes, the gas needs to be filled up in the car, and you just can't go volunteer or make, $500 for a team. So how did you transition from the love of it to be able to still love it, but create a business and a lifestyle for you?
Sure. So one of the things was I just was doing it all the time. So anytime I could do it, I was coaching, volunteering, running a clinic, doing lessons, grinding it out with the other jobs I had on the side. And I did like the normal track, I guess, that I saw would be to make a living off of it was coaching high level volleyball Division 1, and whatnot. So I tried that. I went to UConn as a volunteer assistant when Chris Grunwald got hired. Grunny played for Mason back in the day, was a pretty good outside down there. But I got connected with him, went up and grinded it out as a volunteer at UConn for a season. Enjoyed seeing that end of it, seeing the recruiting side on that end, and kind of the business side of having to book. We were in the AAC, so we had the most travel out of any conference in the country because we were all over the place. We played SMU, South Florida, Central Florida, Tulane. The closest one was Temple, which was still like, that was the only bus ride you could take, but we were all over the place, Cincinnati. So I got to see a lot of the country at that point, just from spending that 1 year there. Got to learn under Chris and work with a great group of people. So once I did that, I came back and decided I wasn't sure that I wanted to do the whole grind it out, move all over the country, move around every year. Instead, I went back to the club. I knew we needed to run the club way more efficiently. It was sort of just, there was a website that was basically a Facebook page at the time. So I taught myself how to build a website. I took over the billing. I took over planning the tryouts signups, and the whole like coding the signups so that if they're trying out for a team, they don't have to read the age chart to figure out where they fit in. Rather, you type the date of birth, all that.
Making it efficient business model.
Exactly.
This is all Renaissance, correct, Dave? Or is this?
This is at Renaissance. Yes.
Renaissance,
So at this point, I came back from UConn, went to Renaissance, and I was coaching girls at Renaissance prior to me going there. So I came back. Really, anything that I had done was pretty basic prior to this. So I dove all the way in and just hammered out, hiring practices, uniforms, all that. So got into the thick of it, started to deal with, any of the parent issues, all that stuff. So kind of just jumped in with both feet. Took over the club in 2018. And from then we've just grown and grown. The game here is growing just like it is everywhere else. But
it's great to hear. It's great to hear.
Yeah, for sure. And I have some numbers just to show the growth. In 2016, there were 201 kids that signed up for tryouts. The same number in 2017, it dipped to 192 and 18. Then 19, it started to climb. We went to 291 in the following year, 466, 2021, 480, 22, 560, 23, 934. And then this year we were at 930. So
wow,
well, double twice.
Right. And it's funny because go ahead. Sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, how do you have a club like that, and how do you make it grow, and how do you keep it running like that?
So a lot of work and a lot of trust in your staff. So a lot of it, and a lot of club directors will tell you, if you haven't run a club fully, you're never going to be able to understand all the ins and outs, because there's so many bends and corners and things that you don't have any clue you're going to deal with that you deal with. And so a lot of it was knowing that I could do all of it if I needed to. So if there was anything that needed to be done, I could jump in and do it. But trust to have good people on staff that you could give those roles to. So as I was able to do most of it for the first handful of years, and then I had a few sidekicks come in here and there. Finally, 2 years ago, there was another club director in the area who was a competitor that had run her own club, had run a competitors club prior. I finally got her to come over, and she's like the queen of operations. She kills it. So having her now and the volume that we have multiple locations. It's impossible for one of us to do. So luckily I have her. Last year I hired Tracy Plungus, who was West Virginia's associate head coach for the previous 5 years. Hired her as our training director in the gym. That way we had multiple people that could run the gym, and I kind of was able to direct all the avenues at that point without getting over stimulated one area and letting another area slack. So
Was she with Reed at West
yeah,
Virginia? Reed
yep,
Sunahara?
yep.
Okay. You know, he's at Hilo now.
Yes, he is. And
Yeah, he just took
I
the
just
Hilo
chatted
job.
with him via LinkedIn the other day.
No, no kidding.
So yeah, it is. I have a question for you. This is, as a parent, you see this blow up in a business, right? Like
Right.
you go to a tournament like today. When I went to one match, again, I chose to go to one match, not the 3 that were being played, but it was $20 a ticket for my wife and I, and then it was $20 to park it. If you paid it with really the only thing where you can park, you know how it is. So that's $60 to go watch one 14-year-old volleyball game. I'm okay paying it. I've seen the growth for years, but in your business model, because it is a business and it should be a business.
Mm-hmm.
What do you tell the parents in your club about that factor of it? Like, are they I'm paying you this money to get my kid a scholarship? Are they paying you for the overall experience? And I'm curious from because I'm going to ask other club directors when we have them on here, because I know a few and I think it's important. How do you handle that? As you're one of the bigger clubs in Pennsylvania, if not the biggest. You said you have 490 girls right now playing for you.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there. That's a big club. A lot of teams, a lot of aspirations. I'm sure it's not all 17s. You go down probably to the 12s and whatever it is. But the goal for most kids paying all this kind of money is to try to get to that next level. So I asked you a bunch of questions. How do you handle it? And what's your guys' philosophy out there at Renaissance Volleyball Club?
For sure. So that's part of what I was going to go into. So I'm glad you asked it. So yes, club is expensive, but so are the tournaments that you have to pay for 6 months before you have practice. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're now having to enter tournaments without having any idea how many teams we have at each age. And those tournaments, a lot of them have refund dates that are before your tryouts for the younger kids, especially. So and they will not budge on them. So what we say is the one of the misconceptions is a lot of people think these clubs have these massive profit margins. Most clubs are running at like a 5% or lower profit margin. And one of the ways I was able to grow this that I didn't touch on during COVID, one of our facilities had somebody go in, like their GM went in and took the PPE money. Like he signed up for it and stole like $100,000. And so the gym wasn't able to run because they weren't able to have athletes in there, right? Because they were shut down for a couple months and they needed cash. So before that, we were just renting. Every season we'd work up an agreement. We're going to be in here this day, this day, this day. I went in and said, here, we'll pay you so much up front, this much every month, and we have full control of all 3 courts. So it's a bigger complex. There's 3 volleyball courts that are next to each other, hardwood, plenty of room. So I said, and that's where we had been for it's probably 20 years now. So they loved it because they were able to get some cash. They didn't have to deal with cleaning the courts anymore or booking the courts anymore. So we started booking the courts around our time, which gives us the extra funds to be able to go ahead and have money to put teams in these tournaments before we have a commitment or a down payment or your deposit. And that is what fueled the club to be able to grow. Like I was saying, most of these clubs are running at a 5% or less profit margin. And there's a ton of clubs in Pittsburgh that are pretty small that just rent court time, and it's hard to come by the court time. A lot of times now they're going into schools, they get pushed
It's
out
everywhere.
by a basketball team, right? So that was our biggest thing, is that we got that long-term lease, and then last 2 years ago, I got another long-term lease north of the city. It's a bigger 1-court facility, so it allows us to have a north campus and a central campus in the city. And then we have a couple other places that we rent from. But those 2 places can provide us with income outside of travel volleyball. So pickleball, adult leagues, and whatnot, that allow us to have the ability to pay for better equipment, to pay for the teams, to pay for these expensive tournaments, especially at the national level, that you're paying for in July when your tryouts at the end of July. if that makes sense.
Yeah, which is another thing I don't like that they changed years ago, is like making the tryouts before high school, right after club's over, and you don't even, for this is for girls we're talking, and then girls don't even start till November, right after their high school season, and like they already tried out in July, and anything could change. One of your best friends, anything could happen. Like, I don't know, I just think it's crazy. I do like the structure though of USA volleyball and the way volleyball does it compared to hoops. I mean, hoops is a disaster. At least, you qualify, and there's junior Olympics, and you go up a division, you go down a division, depends how you do each weekend. At least it's structured in that regards, but I think it's a little overboard. I know why they did it, but I still think it's a little crazy to do it that early. But
yeah, what I found out when I was running our club was the girls when they're in high school and they got postseason, they're trying to go to state, they're talking about what clubs are doing. They're recruiting other kids. So their focus wasn't on their high school. So I'm actually in the opposite camp on that. I love the fact that we got to have tryouts in July so they can focus on their high school, because I know how important high school was. And I just saw it getting really dirty between clubs, between players, between parents during high school season of what club they were going to go to. So where I was at was pretty toxic that way. So when the USAB is like, "Oh, you can have tryouts in July," that solved a ton of problems for me. I'm like, have a good time in high school. We'll see you when it's all over. So that's
both of those views. I'm glad you said it, because we're in an area where we're right next to OVR. So we're in the Keystone region, but we're right next to the Ohio Valley region. If we can technically choose which region we want, because we have a club director that lives the operations, Laura Ziwi, she lives in a neighboring county to Ohio. So theoretically we're in the gray zone, so we can choose which side we want to go on. And they were both completely different as far as their tryouts. Their tryouts were like, even right now, this summer, the tryout for OVR are 2 weeks earlier than KRVA. So you can be pulling the same kid in the club that has the earlier tryout, theoretically has the first chance to convince that kid to go there.
right.
So I think this summer is better because we had the issue in the fall where the kids were playing their state championship after tryouts. So the tryout weekend was the weekend before. So we would have kids that were getting ready to play in the state final that would just come and watch tryouts, and that was their tryout, and you had to make the offers that week in order to get the kids.
Yeah, but let me ask you an honest question, and I love this talk because it's not just we got to talk. So I'm going to keep arguing because I love to argue.
Yeah, let's go.
Two things. One is, as a society, we have put too much of an onus on non-high school sports. The high school sports used to be so unique and so exciting for communities, for small towns. High school sports was a big deal. With what you both just said, you made high school seem like who gives a shit. Let's worry about our club team. Let's practice in July so we don't have to talk about it through high school. High school should be something that these kids live for the rest of their lives. And club soccer did it 20 years ago, and they've ruined it ever since. Kids don't even play high school soccer anymore. They play club. And so I'm going to just go back to my argument.
Yeah.
So the other thing is if I'm playing, I live in Aliso, so there's a school, Aliso Niguel, and San Clemente's close. Like, if I kind of know someone at San Clemente and we're playing 2 or 3 times a year and we become friends or whatever, and I know we can help each other on that club team, and this is my last year, I'm 18s, I want to play, like, I can't talk to her to go play on our team anymore because you've already tried out in July. And I might not even have known the girl, or someone transferred in because their dad got a new job and all of a sudden they can't play on your team. I don't know. I just think high school should be, when club is over in July, club should be over in July.
Well,
when you're done.
That's the point, though. That's the point, to have tryouts then.
No. When you're done playing, tryouts are the beginning of something. Tryouts aren't at the end. When you were done at Long Beach and you lost in the last game or whatever, did you guys try out a week later for next season? Did Ray Rattel bring you guys in for next season? No, he didn't.
Yeah, but
you were done. No, the season,
like you said.
The season was over.
No,
so when the season is
over,
over,
like Dave said, until you're director and have to deal with every little nuance, right?
The other
that
thing
we're
was
talking about
in the fall for
us,
us,
enjoy their high schools.
Season's over.
If they would have put the fall tryout, if it would have matched the school season to where when the school season was over, you had tryouts, that would have been completely different for us. But those kids that were at state, in the state finals, they weren't allowed to try out. So if you were
Yeah, but Dave,
still,
if you're watching girls, if you're watching 6, let's say 8 because 2 liberos are playing. Let's make it 10 because 2 girls are coming in a 6-2. You're telling me running a club that you're watching the best team in the state from the championship play, you know who those girls are? You wouldn't know if you wanted the girl on the left
you
or
do,
not?
but there's also teams. I'll take, for example, Tim knows of this school because I think a lot of kids have came out. North Allegheny, which is one of the bigger high schools
Yeah.
in Pennsylvania. That's right next to me. So you get that school has 10 seniors. All 10 of those girls aren't playing, big roles on that team. So yeah, a lot of them are, but then these other kids get lost in the shuffle when it was in the fall to some extent. Now, the one thing that we do at our club that not everybody else does, we also have that early tryout because you have to in July, but we offer a second tryout,
Yeah, so
and
did
it's
we.
and it's
Mhm.
more so for a lot of times it's for the 15s age group because those kids weren't aware of when club tryouts were or didn't. And so that helps. I don't know that there's a perfect solution, and I wish there was, because the one thing from a director standpoint, it's great because I don't have to run 2 full weeks of tryouts in a row to where you're like because it was always you had 12 whatever 10s to 14s was the last week of October, and then 2 weeks down or a week down, and then 15s to 18s was the next weekend. So you're making offers, talking to parents, waiting for kids to commit basically for a month straight. I was at Tim's
Yeah.
house at the end of that. Tim, I think I stayed with you at one of those points towards the end of that, and I was on the phone the entire
Mhm.
time I was out there. And so I like it that it was split up for that, for the directors and the coaches, so that they get some downtime between, so they're able to give a good evaluation for both tryouts, if that makes sense.
I won't concede, but I'll let it go. I'll
Perfect.
say that. I mean, listen, things change, and I understand why they did it, and you're making great points. And like at the end of the day, I don't have a daughter playing, so I don't have to worry about it. But I just think, when the season's over, they should just let it go and let them get ready for high school. And then when
I
high
think
school's over,
where
you get
we
ready for
were,
club.
yeah, where we were at, the hard part was too, was when we did when they did the fall, all right, after their season, a lot of clubs were basically saying, you're going to try it for us. If you leave this gym and don't commit and go to another tryout, you're not going to get an offer. That's not good to me. So what I did, because I'm a good guy, right? If there was 18s tryouts on Monday, I would have 18s tryouts on a Tuesday. Because I'm like, sorry, I'm going to give these other kids a chance because I know I can train. I know I can train and build these kids up and make them better. That was my philosophy. I was just kind of the good Samaritan, but it was brutal in
The
terms of what the
nice thing
clubs would do
about
to these kids.
Yeah, the nice thing about the Keystone region, um, is Ohio Valley's different. Keystone gives us a lot of issues. I like Ohio Valley as a whole better. The one thing that during our tryouts, you can't offer until Wednesday. So the tryouts open on a Friday. You can't offer until 7 o'clock on Wednesday. So
Nice.
now that sounds great until
Yeah, well, I'm starting to
seven
think about it like,
until
mm,
7 o'clock on Wednesday comes, and you get 7,000 calls. Why doesn't my daughter have an offer?
offer.
It's like
Right.
7:01. I'm sending 900 emails out. Like,
Yeah.
hang tight for a minute. But that's neither here nor there.
Such a
But
big business. Such a big
it's
business.
It
It's
is. Yeah.
crazy. It's
it's
crazy that it's so technical like that. Like waiting for an offer from a club that you tried out for. And again, like goes back to what, we were saying, good for you that you did it. It's really big business. It's a great sport. It's a great, culture of volleyball, but it's part of it. Club
Yep.
volleyball is part of it. And
Now,
wanting to be for a good club, it matters. It matters to have good coaches. It matters to have good administrators. It pays to be at a club, which I do want to touch upon sometime in a moment here, of how you get kids recruited, because that's one of the biggest things to anyone. If I was going to pay $10,000 or whatever, 5, 12, 15, 20 for my kid to play sports, and that was one of the possibilities, I'd like to understand what the possibility would be.
sure. So I
yeah.
want to touch on, you asked how we explain that when parents ask us about the cost. So the cost that we incur, that we have to work into all these tuitions. You got gym time, tournament registration, coaches clearances and registrations, which are usually up to $160 a coach, travel expenses, hotels, and plane or gas, uniforms, nets, antennas, balls, which I think there was a year where nobody bought more volleyballs than our club whenever we expanded. We bought something like 1,500 volleyballs or something at once. Strength training, insurance with general liability and workers' comp, all that, taxes, and then you got the normal expenses, you know, your website costs, all that. So when you lay that out to a parent and then you say, okay, that same parent 3 months from now is going to, you know, may call me and say, well, my coach doesn't know anything. Well, that's the other thing. We need to get good coaches. The only way you're going to get good coaches is if you pay them well. So you need to pay them to make it worth your time, worth their time. The other thing you heard worked my way up, put thousands and thousands of hours in. I have coaches come to me and say, I'd really like to just do this full time and not have to work this career that I hate and then come here. I'd rather come here fresh. And there is an avenue for that. You know what I mean? If you find the right club, if the clubs are doing it right, there should be an avenue that those coaches are getting taken care of. We have the highest. We hold the most coaches of any club around here because we pay them well. We make sure they're taken care of when they're at tournaments. If I'm at a tournament, I'll take all the coaches out for dinner or drinks, whatever. But you got to give. I like to give the coaches a pathway to get to a point where they can make this a career if they want. Now,
Nice.
they're going to come to me and ask me, well, what do I have to do? And I'm going to tell them, how many hours have you put in the gym? How many clinics have you picked up and come and covered for us? How many coaches have you covered who are sick? How many lessons are you doing? And well, I don't know where to get the lessons. Okay, ask me. I'll give you some lessons, and then you got to start building it off of there. A lot of coaches, once they hear that, aren't as eager, but there needs to be a route for the coaches that do want to put that work in and do want to get to a point where their craft is strong, they have the knowledge, they have the ability to train, and their work ethic shows it. That's our biggest thing with the cost. What I say to parents is our biggest asset is our coaches and our staff, and we want to make sure they're taken care of. We want to make sure they worth them leaving at home, leaving their husband, their wife, and their kids at home for a couple hours, 2, 3 times a week to come coach after they had worked all day.
Do you give them extra opportunity to do like private lessons, or
Yeah,
is gym
absolutely.
space available for that? Do they have
Yep.
to pay,
So
or do they have to rent the gym to do that? How does all that work
so that's the
to
other
make extra
benefit.
money?
Yeah, that's the other benefit of us with those long-term leases. So we have those courts 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So if you coach with us, you're getting like more than I want to say you're paying 30% of what you're paying, less than half of what normal, renter would be paying for that court. So yeah, you have plenty of opportunity, and we push them to do that. Not all of them take advantage, but there's plenty of people that want lessons, get in the gym and give lessons. You know what I mean? And
It's
especially in the off season when there's a ton of gym time to be had.
I have spent thousands, and I mean thousands and thousands of dollars for my children to get better with private lessons and different kinds of lessons. And for them, it both worked out. And they wanted it. They wanted to, so that's why my wife and I did it. But you're right. Listen, there's so many kids out there that are hungry, not just to get a scholarship, but are hungry to get better and are falling in love with the game like you did, Dave, like we all did. They might be a little younger now because, we didn't play the game at such a young age. But, like I said, I was at 13s and 14s today in Momentous here in Irvine, big tournament going on, some of the big clubs, and just watching the joy, the cheering. It was girls club, and it was fun to be back in it, but it's so everyone's thirsty to just keep playing and thirsty to get better and find more places to play. And I need to get better as a setter, or I need to work on my serve, or I need to work on my passing, or whatever it is. To have coaches, which again, let me also say it's music to my ears that you put that first, because that's the biggest thing I have with all the sports at every level is coaching. Now, it's one thing if you're T-ball and your dad's volunteering and he doesn't know anything about baseball, can't get mad at that. But when you're paying someone, especially in club, and I don't care if you're paying them from 8 on, if it's 8-year-old club, I don't care if it's whatever sport it is, you expect those coaches to coach and teach and know the game. And that doesn't mean they're great. They're ready to go coaching for a national championship. But if you're spending the money for that, kudos to you. No wonder your club's growing, because that's the most important thing, is about getting better. If I'm going to pay money to you, I don't care what the cost is. I want my kid to get better.
Hey, Dave,
Absolutely.
do you guys, does Renaissance do master coaching program, or is each coach get to do their own thing? Because there's, different philosophies from
Yeah, so we
different
do.
clubs, right?
I hired Tracy, like we've always been where we have a lead coach and we follow our coach. We have a coaching manual that has a million drills in it. And actually, like Tracy just rewrote one when she first got here last year. But yeah, she's at every practice. She coordinates all the coaches for that practice, has the plan, runs the practice, and the coaches follow her lead. So we do all speak the same language. So
Okay.
there's 100 ways you can say one thing, but when you're coaching a 10-year-old kid and they hear, take the ball baseline from one coach, and then the other coach, get your platform out away from your body and drop your shoulder. Like, it may be the same thing they're saying, but if they're saying it with different verbiage, the kid's going to be totally confused, especially at the
Yeah,
younger ages.
Sure.
Yeah, I've been at some clubs that they're just willy-nilly, and if it's your team, it's your team, right? But the problem is you go from 14s with one club coach that talks this language, and you go to the 15s the next year and it's totally different, but it's the same club. I always thought that was a huge challenge. We did that as well. Everybody had the same language. This is what we're going to talk about. It was just so smoother as the girls went up, and I thought the development was a lot faster.
Yeah, we run a coaches clinic at the beginning of the year that we show a lot of the core drills, you know what I mean, and how you're gonna explain it and whatnot. And it's an open forum too, where if a coach has a good idea in the middle of the season and it's like they're not picking it up this way, can we look at it? You know what I mean? Tracy, myself, the coach will come up with a way to get through to those kids and make the adjustments. So
that's great.
To make you human here, I'd love to hear a PG-13 bear story, a story of you and Bear somewhere. Like,
all right, how about when we took him up in the hot air balloon?
Oh yes, let's hear. We'd love to hear
this. But we didn't
let's go. Let's tell.
I was on the ground. My dad was flying. Bear.
Well, can we back it up just a second? Like how you even talked me into doing this? Okay, so we were out the night before. Of course,
where are you?
Maybe
are you
a drink or two.
Where were we at? Were we at Chris's house?
I don't remember exactly where we were at, but we were with Chris's wife, because you talked both of us into it.
Right.
So
you were having a drink or nine.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Got it.
All right,
and,
set the stage.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, why don't you come out and go in our hot air balloon in the morning? And at the time, I'm like, that's a great idea. I'd love to do that because I've always wanted to go in a hot air balloon. So early the next morning at dawn, right, we're in this parking lot.
It's probably
dark. Go ahead,
before.
Dave, and I can jump in whenever. But
yeah, so we get there.
It's a way different experience than I thought it was going to be.
Tim's like, we'll meet you. What time? I'm like, the sunrise. So this was in August, I think. So it would have been like 6 o'clock. So they show up, which I was somewhat surprised with.
Which is about a half hour from where we were staying.
Which is 3 a.m. Pacific Standard, by the way.
Well,
so.
And I think I went to bed around 3 a.m. that night. But
I'm sure you did, Bear.
Yep. And so we get there, we go get everything set up, and he got in. I think he started second guessing himself once the balloon stood up.
Here's the thing. Okay, so it's at this parking lot in a shopping center. First of all, I thought we'd be in a field or whatever. And anytime I thought about being in a hot air balloon, I thought you just kind of go straight up in the air, hover around a little bit, and come straight down. Nothing like that at all, right?
Wait, did we take off from Walmart?
Yeah, it was like Walmart parking lot. There's telephone wires everywhere. There's trees. There's everything, right? And so the balloon is like half full when we get there, laying on the ground. And the first time they hit the fire thing to fill it up, it just scares the heck out of me. It is so loud. It is ridiculous.
This is amazing.
Right? That's what you hear. And so the thing finally gets erect, or whatever you want to call it. And we step into this little basket, okay, and it's Dave's dad and Chris's wife, Lorraine.
Just like what you think. It's a wicker basket.
Yeah, wicker basket, yeah.
And this wicker basket, and you got about eight huge canisters of helium or whatever it is in there with you, too.
Four of them.
Okay.
No, it's 320 gallons. But either way, or 15 gallons.
I think the basket goes up to maybe a little higher than my butt, so I feel like I'm going to fall out the whole time.
I'd have been sitting, but I'd have been scared to death already.
Yeah. On your knees.
So I'm like, what did I get myself into? And my head hurts from the night before as it is.
So yeah,
so I go, okay, we're gonna go up.
You take
What's
off. This is the one when the police showed up.
Yeah, we got chased by the cops. We'll tell you about that too. But
Go ahead.
so we go up a little ways, and your dad is a little bit. How do I describe him? Maybe like Doc on Back to the Future a little bit. Maybe, I mean, kind of just he's thinking about a lot of different things. I mean, he has different businesses, whatever. And he's like, hey, just to let you know, like if you see a tree in the way or some power lines, just let me know because I don't see everything up here. And I'm like, what? What is going on here? I thought this guy was the pro, right? And so we go up, I don't know, half a mile high, and Dave's following us in the truck, and he's like, hey, I want to go over to this. I think was it Chevy or
Yeah,
was it
it
Ford?
was Tom Henry Chevrolet, which is where I said I worked.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was when you brought that up earlier. And we were going to go say hi to his friend, right? So
Yeah,
we hover over a couple miles and we start dropping down, and they're like talking, we're waving at each other, and then a cop pulls up. And the guy's like ordering us to come down, and his dad just hits the fire thing, and we float away, right? And the cop's chasing us.
I start arguing with the cop.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, right.
Because the cop, these guys, a lot of them don't know when you're in aircraft. They don't have, like, they're not our police. The FAA is. So when they're in the sky, like, we know what the FAA, nobody knows what the rules to the balloon are other than like us and the FAA. So if you're over a street, a busy highway, you have to be 1,000 feet above the ground. But if you're coming in for a landing, you can be as high, you can be 5 feet over the ground. So all you have to say is, I'm landing in that field. So anyhow, my dad said, oh, just don't talk to him. Leave. So I drive down the road, and he's following me for a while.
The police officer is.
Yeah, he's following my
Yeah.
car. Like he's gonna. Long story short, we made a right and went away, and he disappeared.
Yeah, we ditched him in the balloon, so the cop's not chasing us anymore. And the thing is, I don't know if you
Chasing bear. I just feel like this is probably the only time that's ever happened.
It's the only time I got away.
So
And
It's the only time we got away, he said.
the crazy thing about being in a hot air balloon too, it's not like you go up high, okay, and then it starts dropping. This thing starts falling fast, okay? And when they put the fire on, okay,
Yeah, there you go. Right.
it's not like pushing the accelerator on a car. Like you don't get the instant and you
Takes a
just don't
second.
go. You still fall for another 1,000 feet or whatever it is before the thing catches up, and then you kind of glide back up again, right? And there was a couple times, like his dad likes to go down and see how close he could get to the top of trees.
Well,
And,
you gotta pick the leaves off the top of trees. Then
that
you never have those leaves. You're always getting the leaves on the bottom of the tree. So why not get the leaves on
we're
the
hitting
top?
tops of trees, okay? And I'm white knuckling it the whole time. The whole time I am scared. Like, and I thought this was going to be a nice little thing. Maybe we go up, have a little glass of champagne or something like that, right? And it's the whole time. And I'm like, okay, so like, where are we landing? And he's like, I don't know. I'm like,
Yeah.
what do you mean you don't know? Well, where are we going to land? And he goes, oh, we'll find a place. Hopefully there's no dogs when we land. Because we were like over farmland, basically. And these homes had like 2-acre yards, right? So there's places. And by the time we finally came down, he's like, okay, so I want you to brace yourself when we land. Because sometimes we fall over.
Yeah. Fall over. Yeah.
So bend your knees, and be ready to tip. And I'm like, what am I doing? This is ridiculous.
You're like, I never tip. You just set the pipe. You don't tip.
right.
You set the pipe. And you
hang it.
subscribe at the
You
same
hit the thing.
time. Yes.
Right? So we landed in some lady's yard, 10 miles away from where we started, okay? And we didn't tip over. And I think your dad and you knew the lady, actually.
Yeah.
They didn't have dogs.
It was like my neighbor growing up. It was their house. Like they moved, and that was their house. With balloons, you can't control anything other than up and down. So you go wherever the wind takes you. So you land wherever you find a spot.
It was an amazing experience, but I thought it was going to be a little more calmer, a little more.
That was the one
romanticized in your head is what happened to him.
And
it
scared the living daylights out of me.
Wasn't that the morning that they also didn't they think that we crashed?
Yeah. Okay. So here's another thing. I was staying at my friend Chris Chiliano. He's my assistant coach, right? I was staying at his house, and he didn't want to go. He wanted nothing to do with this. But I went with his wife Lorraine, and on the radio, he heard on the radio that there was a balloon accident that
Allison
morning
Park or
somewhere in
out there.
Pennsylvania, and there was like casualties. And he thought for sure it was us.
No, it was. They didn't say there were casualties. They said it was a balloon crash, and it was. this happens a lot more than you'd think, but it usually doesn't make it on the news. Like anytime you land, you're landing in a place where people don't think you should be landing. So they call the cops or the ambulance and think. And so they did that, and it
Something
got
happened.
on
Yeah.
to KDKA, the TV news, the radio station, before we even knew it. And so we were driving and we heard the same thing. And my dad had to like call into to somebody and be like, there's nobody crashed. Everybody's fine. Everybody's in the car, the balloon's in the back of the trailer. But Lorraine's husband heard that on the news and thought that they were all dead.
Yeah, thought we were goners.
Well, that's a hell of a story. I mean, we asked for
That's pretty
stories to be
PG,
told.
isn't it?
It
That's a
is. It's
PG
very
story.
PG-13. I mean, I'm
Yep,
sure
it
there was
was.
things going on maybe up in the basket that we don't want to talk about. But
it was all good. We had bottled water. That's all we had up there. But
it's probably all you needed after the night before, Bear.
Yeah, I was rehydrating for sure.
Oh, for sure.
So go back to volleyball here, Dave. Quick question for you. You got
Sure.
a bunch of teams right now. Volleyball's right in the middle of it. And in juniors, people are qualifying. Some have gotten bids. There's only a few left. Where's your top teams ranked right now in the country? And how's it looking for you guys heading into the summer?
Our 16s just got a bid today. Our 8s got a bid a couple months
Congrats.
ago. Thank you. We have another couple qualifiers to go to. That's the other thing now. I know if you guys know girls volleyball, you used to like, if you didn't qualify, a lot of people would send their teams to AUs. Now there's so many teams that AUs fill up right when they open. And then, so now you're in a point where either you qualify or you have to find a way to finagle into AUs. So luckily,
Do they not have like another tournament like Festival? They used to have that when we were kids. It was like JOs and then Festival.
there's a few up and coming, but nothing crazy. There's a division, that's Patriot division in USAV that you don't have to qualify for, that you can just sign up for.
Yep.
But
So two questions to.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Keep
no,
going.
you're good. Go for it.
I was going to ask two, and this is again me being the the guy that likes to argue. One is so say you're 16. Well, you already said you're 16-1. So let's just say your 16-4s don't qualify. When's the last tournament before JOs, an extra festival, or AAU?
Sure.
When would they be done?
So our 1s and 2s teams all go till the end of April with the regular season.
Okay.
And then anything below the whites and grays are done which are regional teams, are done mid-April. So they start like second week of January as far as tournaments go. Start practice December 1, start tournaments second weekend of January, usually play 8 tournaments or so and are done mid-April. And a lot of that with us is there's a big tournament in Pittsburgh called East Coast Championships. It's on Memorial Day weekend, but there's like not a lot of anything else in May. So the weather also finally starts breaking. Like we haven't seen the sun here in 6 months. So once the sun comes out, people are like, okay, yeah, we can go do something else rather than stand in a gym. You know what I mean? So that's the sweet spot we found, is like mid-April for the regional teams especially, and then regular season for the teams going to nationals is end of April. We usually give them 2 weeks off, and then we'll go to Summerfest in Columbus before we go to either AAUs or USAV.
And then you can qualify at regionals. Do you have regionals that you can qualify at as well?
Well, that was where our 16s did today. So that was
Okay,
like
that's what I was wondering.
KRBA. Yeah. So that was one of them was today. So that was.
Now you've had some big alumni come through
Yeah,
there. I mean,
we
that's
do.
some big names you guys got on your website. Even from like we've been bringing up D3. We've got Dave DeTinley on the East Coast, and Juniata gets brought up, and
Yeah.
and what success they've had. But you had Penn State, Pitt. I mean, that I know that's Pitt's right up the road, and with Fisher there, but that's a pretty long list. So you
No,
want to
our-
talk about
our
your
list
alum a
is-
little bit?
Our list is no joke. You had Krista Harmato Dietzen, who played here, obviously was the Olympic captain, along the way. And then the Penn State runs, there were a whole slew of girls that
Yeah.
won when Penn State had they just won again, but you know what I mean? When they had their,
Yeah.
Yeah, when Russ was
had
still there.
had his 4 in a row.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have, the alumni list is on that site, and there's just a whole slew of kids. And the nice thing is, a lot of brought recruiting up, brought D3 up a little bit. Most recently, we have a kid who never was, she always wanted to play in school. She was a heck of a player, was an undersized middle when she started, then moved to the outside. Biggest competitor I've ever been around. Kennedy Christie's her name. She plays at Juniata. She's just graduating grad school there, but she's won 3 straight national championships there.
Good for her.
currently, and she
Big
was
deal.
he was the most outstanding player from the Elite Eight on this year. Just an absolute stud. And funny story about her. So I coached her teams for the most part, especially the last few years. She was the COVID year, so she graduated in 2020. So she's told me whenever she decided she's going to junior, she's like, well, I'm just going to be a libero. I'm just going to pass there. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, you're going to be an
She's gonna
attacker.
bang on the
Like,
outside.
you've got an arm and you're going to, yeah, but I'm not big enough. I'm like, okay. And so after she won each of her national championships, I'd send her a text, be like, "Yeah, I'm never going to be an outside hitter." And this year especially, she just absolutely dominated in the final. But absolute stud, and never was she knew she found Juniata she liked. There was a major there she liked. It was the right size for her. It was a great fit. She went
Good
and
fit.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the coaching staff's been there forever. It's Mark Pavlik's wife, Heather, is the head coach there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and she's been there forever. So it's right down the street from Penn State. The staff's great. We've sent them quite a few kids, and the program's just on another level.
Did Juniata setter come from Indiana? Lloyd Ball's club, Pineapple?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Olivia, I think her name was. Stud.
Yeah. And she was a stud. Yeah. For sure.
Awesome. Wow. Good connections for us guys.
What you said, Dave, and Sully kind of echoed it. Not the exact words you said. You said great. Sully said good, but you both said fit. And, we've had guests on the show from college coaches, and, obviously we've talked about our children and stuff. And I think that's another thing that I'm applaud you for doing for your club, is putting people in the right position. If they're good enough to play college, not everyone is, right? At whatever level, I don't care what it is. Some can do it, some can't. But the ones that you're coaching and you're training and you're trying to get there is like, aspirations are important, dreams are important, but playing where you belong and a chance to have such a great experience in that journey, it's over so fast. I'm watching March Madness. My kid played March Madness in the Final Four like 5 years ago. Like, it was so long ago, and it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And so like your experience is over so quick, and you will remember it, as all three of us do, because we still talk to each other from those experiences, for the rest of your life. And putting them in the right fit is important. So it's amazing she won 3 national championships, but to be such a powerhouse, and probably my guess is she's going to look back on her years to come as some of the best times of her life, not just because she won, but she had, sounds like, an amazing experience being there with friends in college. So, good job. And again, if parents are listening to Dave, who runs one of the most successful clubs out in Pennsylvania and on the East Coast, is find your daughter or son the right fit. It doesn't have to be Division I. It could be Division I, right? It could be Division III, could be JC, could be Division II, could be NAIA. Just find the right fit where your daughter or son can have a great experience.
Make sure that school has the things you want. That's the biggest thing. You get a lot of kids, I want to play D1, I want to play D1. And that's the only thing. They also don't see D1. You're not a student athlete. You're an athlete student. Let's be honest. At this point, it's a full-time job.
It's a job.
You're, especially in volleyball, you're not at the football game ever. You know what I mean? You're either on the road or you're playing. You're not able to go out on the weekends because you have matches the next day. So you're missing, if that's important to you, you're missing the whole social aspect, at least in that realm. Now, there's obviously, like you guys said, you guys have known each other forever through that. So you build your own relationships, but you need to know what that involves. You need to know how much work that takes. And if it's a good fit somewhere, but it's not Division I or as big of a school as you want, that shouldn't matter. If a good fit's a good fit, and you're going to be more successful if you're somewhere that is a good fit for you, rather than you creating the fit, trying to force yourself into somewhere that isn't the best fit, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey,
well said.
Dave, can I go something about not about volleyball and what a stud you are outside of volleyball? Can I bring that up just a little bit?
Yeah,
go for it,
man.
So one of the times he stayed at my place was he was out in Huntington Beach. I think it's Super Bowl weekend.
It was
Super Bowl Sunday.
When is it? Were the Niners in it?
I think the Niners were, and they lost.
You know what?
I'm a Niners fan.
You know what day that was? That was the day that was the night before or the day of. You went on a date with Judy.
I went on a date with Judy, my current wife, the night before. No,
Never
I think
turned
that day.
back.
Yeah. But anyways, my point is this guy's a stud, okay? He runs marathons. He runs
As an
marathons.
Ironman.
And he was out for the Huntington Beach Marathon. And then
That is Super Bowl because Mooney used to do the half marathon there.
Yeah.
That's that
Super Bowl
And
Surf
Sunday.
City.
I kind of want to go into just a little bit of how many marathons, because I know you've run the Boston Marathon. You had an accident not too long ago, I think, training for the Ironman, or
It
you were
was in
competing
the
for
race.
the Ironman.
Yeah.
But you did qualify, right? So
Right.
can you go into that just a little bit?
Sure.
I'd like to hear just a little bit
Yeah.
of that.
So I've always been a runner. I've that's just like my calm, you know what I mean? I run all the time. And like Tim said, I did marathons. I've done Pittsburgh, I've done Boston 2 or 3 times. I did Berlin, I did Huntington Beach, Erie, Columbus twice.
No
Um,
LA?
I haven't. LA's too hot for me.
Yeah.
I'm a
Thin skin.
Yeah, heat does not work well with me when I'm racing. But funny, I always did that. I knew I wanted to do an Ironman. I grew up and would see the races when I was young. I remember I was like 6 years old and
Yeah, they're
watched
so gnarly.
NBC. Yeah, and would watch the NBC. And I remember watching it with my mom and talking about how I was going to do that. Funny, 2 years ago, I think, one of my best friends, I'm in his house every day. His wife cooks for us all the time. He goes, you know what? You look pretty fat for a runner. And I was like, all right, let's go.
It's on.
So he said that. And from that point, like slimmed up. I wasn't fat, but I was heavier than I needed to be for a runner. And then decided last January I was going to do an Ironman in September. So I started training in January, hired a coach.
A full Ironman or like an Olympic or what? The whole.
I go all in, baby, full Ironman.
Wow.
Go big or go home, man.
So my buddy was a pro at the Olympic distance, which is shorter. So
Right.
I asked
My
him
wife's
about
done a
it.
couple of those.
Olympic or sprint, right? Olympic
Yeah, right.
sprint full.
Olympics a little bit longer than the sprint, and then it goes like half and whatnot. So my buddy gives me his coach's name, Scott Cheney, who's out of LA, stud. Anybody that needs a triathlon coach, Scott Cheney, shout out. So called him January. And it was funny. He kind of was like feeling me out. He's like, you want to get off the couch and do a Ironman? And I'm like, no, I've been running. He's like, okay, what are your times? So I give him some times. Okay, you'll be fine. So I hadn't swam laps in like 20 years. And I started January, bought a bike. Then I did a half, and part of the training was doing a half marathon. I did Sandusky, and I was hoping to finish under 5 hours. And I ended up finishing in 4:35, and my half marathon was like 1:26. So I was in it, like, and I was so I knew I was where I needed to be. So the race was in September. Going to the race, I get through the swim pretty quick. Then I'm on the bike. I'm on mile 80. I'm on mile 80 of the bike, and
You're almost there.
yeah, so it's 112. So I got 30.
12.
I
Yeah.
was on 82, and I have Aero bars. So like so I'm in Aero, and I'm
skinny.
eating a gel, and I have to put you can't drop the pit. You have to keep it, or they penalize you. So I go to put it in my shirt or whatever, and I hit a rut, and I was going 25 miles an hour and bounced my head off the ground. And I got up, and like one eye was looking up here, the other one was looking down here. I couldn't. And I'm trying to put the chain back on my bike. I get it on. I finished that 30 miles, and I started to run the marathon, and I didn't feel it, but I had like 2 broken ribs back in the back, and I couldn't. So I ran 2 miles, and I was just like, okay, if I cut it now, I can probably get one in by the end of the year. So I cut it, jumped back in the training mode, went to Phoenix and did Tempe in November. Ended up doing it in 10 hours and 30 minutes and qualified for the World Championship. So unfortunately,
Wow.
it's not in Kona. They alternate now between the men are in Kona 1 year and the women are in Nice, and then they flip. So I'll be in Nice, but it's
That's
bummer.
tough.
It's the
I
same
was going to
race.
say, shitty. You got to go to Nice.
dude,
What a
really?
bummer.
Well,
And then
but
the following
Kona
year,
was
you're going to go
always
back to
the-
Kona.
Kona.
Yeah.
You know
when
what I
is
mean?
that though? When are you going to Nice?
September 14th is the race. So
Will you, just based off your dreams and everything, will you still train, you think, one more year if you get through this to go so you can do
I
Kona?
tell myself I don't know, but everybody around me is like, yeah, right. You're not going to stop.
Of course you're not. I mean, we're all athletes, and I look at you because you're him, and I am just marveled at the discipline, the effort to train. You're not just training 1, you're training 3, and then the wherewithal in your spirit to compete and find a way to make it. My wife's 39. She does right before she's 40. She does a bucket list. She's like, I want to become a I was gonna say decathlon. Like she wants to try it, so she does the Olympic one. She couldn't swim, so she had to go get lessons. I mean, she could swim, but I mean, like, scared to do that. Got a bike and all that stuff, and she did them, and she did 2 of them, and I was just like watching her do it. But then listening to your story, I can just see it because I grew up like you did, watching it. And you're watching people fall over the line, and some do it, and just I know when I'm out at the gym, and I'm on my 3rd set and I'm ready to just call it a day, to think that, like you just said, you just biked 112 miles, you just swam 2.1, and then you got to run a marathon, right? You just got to get off all that and run a marathon. It's like, I couldn't even walk a marathon, let alone run it. Right. And then to think that's what you're doing after you did those other 2 things. Incredible. I'm glad you said that, Bear. Yeah. Dave, you're more than just a club director. And that's probably why, like, listening to you, we've never met. And that's, again, another cool thing for me to be on the show is your passion comes through your voice. What you're doing for your club is probably the way you attack these trainings for yourself, is you want to be the best version of yourself. And you're trying to make your business the best business, obviously, for 2 reasons. One is obviously financial. That's why people start businesses. But 2 is to create a culture and an atmosphere for young kids to just follow their dreams. So awesome.
I trained with Dave one day. He was in Huntington. And I was on my dad's bike. It's a 3-speed, right?
Did you say one day or for 1 minute?
This is for about 5 minutes.
Okay.
But we were going north on the boardwalk, or not the boardwalk, but the path at the beach in Huntington. And we were keeping up, it was fine. The wind was to our back, and I was just kind of pacing with him. And then we decided he wanted to run back towards the pier, go south, right? And then it was against the wind, and I couldn't keep up with him on my dad's bike. And I'm pedaling, and he's giving me crap, and he like basically beat me back to the pier. And I'm on a freaking bike,
and he's running.
Keep up with him, and he was running.
Did you hear Bob in the background going against the wind? Okay, so.
But he is a stud for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, Coley, that's funny. My wife did the same thing. So I was a swimmer when I was younger. So swimming wouldn't be a problem. Bike wouldn't be a problem. The running, on the other hand, dude, we're Clydesdales. Like. When I was trying to do a triathlon myself, I got up to 3 miles. I was so excited that I got to 3 miles. I'm like, wait a minute, how much more do I have to go? Like, you out of your mind? Yeah. So
she could do the bike
stud.
forever. She could do the bike forever. Mooney could. The biking's easy for her, but that's like you, like Dave. You can run forever, probably, right? Like if you were just to go out there, marathon's a lot, but not for you. You've been running all your life, but. For some it is. And like for you, Sully, you said you swam. Like I swim, but like if someone told me I had to go swim 2.1 miles with a ton of people kicking my face and punching me in the way to try to get there, I don't know if I'd be able to do it.
Lisa was like Mooney. I mean, she was flailing in a pool. I'm like, okay, you're going nowhere and you're going super fast, so it's not working for you. But she took lessons too. She did the same thing Mooney did, and the running wasn't a big deal for her, and then the bike wasn't easy, but there was a swimming that was tougher. For me, it'd be totally opposite. I mean, there's no trying to do a marathon. I mean, that's a lot of brain work, Dave. You just killed it. You just killed it, man. Good for you.
Thank you.
We might. I was thinking, I'm not sure who your sponsor is for that, but if they want to sponsor Set the Pipe, we can come over in Nice and no problem and follow you around. And
let's do it.
We can definitely do some interviews about your club.
We do a pod right there.
Right there in Nice,
Let's go. Get on his 3-speed to go next to you. And he'll just hold out the microphone while he's going on his 3-speed. I'm talking motorcycle, by the way.
Yeah.
Bear, so you can keep
electric
up with
bike. I think I could beat him with my electric bike, but
probably not.
Do you have a sponsor for your club? Anything?
So our big thing is I've found over the years, especially with like the biggest thing that you're going to deal with on an outside vendor level is uniforms, right? And if any of you have had anything to do with club volleyball, you get 7,000 calls from people who think they can do uniforms. And you can tell them, okay, here, it's June. This is how many uniforms we're going to need. You can give them all the sizes by September, and they will screw it up. A couple years ago, Lexi's son called me. Her and her dad own Ren Athletics. Her dad owns Ren Athletics, and she's does the sales for them. And talked us into letting them come into town and talk to us. Since then, they've knocked it out of the park. Their products are on another level. And it's more than that as far as our relationship with them is they're great people. We got to know Conrad super well, got to know Lexi super well. Their team came into town, a couple times, and we've gone and seen their facility down in Dallas. Great people, and they're volleyball people. So it's all volleyball, like it's volleyball uniforms only at this point. I think they're going to get into some flag football, but they know what they're doing. Everything was delivered on time, early. They can get us
The
stuff
girls
within a day or
love the
two.
uniforms.
Yeah, the uniform quality is way higher than anything we've had, and you can call them and they know what they're talking about. They know volleyball. They talk volleyball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're tight with them. We're working on some projects with them, and that's our big thing. Like people, like I have Tracy and Laura, who are great people. We have them on board who we talk to as much as anybody because we have so many people we're outfitting that's an essential part of that relationship and an essential part of how our operations have gotten to where they've gotten to and how we are able to handle the volume we are able to handle. Because we also have like short season teams that you don't see on the teams that are listed here. So we give those kids that don't want to do club or can't do club because they're in another sport a chance to do a abbreviated season and whatnot, and they outfit all those teams as well, which are short notice and quick turnaround.
It's
See,
Lex.
you
It's
see
Lexi,
right there.
It's Lexi and her dad.
Yeah, Conrad.
What's the
Ren Athletic?
Ren?
Yeah, RENATH is the logo.
It's funny because we've been talking about, and we're going to do it this spring or summer. We're gonna do basically a like parent athlete series of just somebody that's either professional athlete or have gone through recruiting way back in the day.
Yeah,
Now they
yeah.
have a kid in the Division 1.
There
To
you go.
have Lexi's a stud,
Stud.
right? And then
No,
to have
but-
those two go in business together for the most part.
She
Man,
was
I'll
so
tell
good
you
in
what,
high
Dave,
school.
if you can do us a solid and get and help us get those two on here, I
For
think
sure.
it's something that us three probably need to talk about.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
we
no, I
will
mean
get them on there for sure.
it's part of it all, and like having gear and having someone that you can trust and all of that stuff. You run a big club, and it's not like, hey, we're just getting a few unis for someone. And the other thing, the reason why I interrupted, which is nothing new for me, is something you said that I think is awesome, and this goes. Listen, you coach a club. We all did it. I have two boys that played, and they were super focused on basketball, and that's all they did. And I get it, and that's part of it. But you also said, like, you have teams that are, what'd you call them? Not full season, but half season,
Yeah,
or quarter season.
short season teams. Yeah,
Short season teams for kids that play other sports. So, like, you can still play volleyball. So, again, for all the parents out there that are like, oh, my kid can't play volleyball anymore. Yes, they can. Find a club that seems to care about your child and gives them an opportunity to continue to play the game. Not everyone has to be an Olympic gold medalist to play high school volleyball. Not every person that plays at 14 through 15 through 17 is going to play college volleyball. It's a fun game. Play it. Like it used to be just played at the rec centers or at your school and everyone played. Like if you're a college a basketball player or you're whatever the sport is and softball player and you still want to play volleyball, go play on one of his teams. Go out and play. Go out and have fun. Right. And have that short season and play with your friends and still be able to play volleyball. It's such a great game. I'm glad you do that because I say that to a lot of parents that are younger, people that ask my wife and I, because we played volleyball. Hey, what should I do? I'm like, how old's your daughter? Oh, like go to, I give them 3 or 4 different clubs and it's like, find out where their clinics are, go to one on a weekend. You don't have to go pay this money and spend 3 days a week and 2 days a week in the gym every week until you're ready for it. And you may never be ready for it, right? But give those experiences so they can still see the game and still love the game and still play it, right?
Yeah,
and be able to play it. So
we offer
awesome.
that. We offer the short season. We have Learn to Play, which we have every Friday at one of our locations and then every Sunday at another location. And then we have some volley taught stuff we do in the summers. So we're growing that programming aspect, but I played 3 sports every year in high school. And that's one thing that I think is that's what makes the best athletes is athletes that are well-rounded and have different skill sets. And we try to allow even our club team kids that have other sports, we're as flexible as we can be. Obviously, we can't let them not be there all the time, but we work with them and their schedules to try to allow that because that's where the best athletes come from. I mean, and we all know that the best athletes played more than one sport. And when it wasn't that sports season, they were playing something else. So they don't get injured as much either. You know what I mean? There's way more injuries because of the specialization now.
Well, if you do the same movement, I said this this was a while ago, a bunch of NBA guys are tearing their Achilles and I was like, what's that? Why? I'm like, everyone didn't just do the 1 step to the left, step back, shoot it. Like they didn't do that 1,000 times for 15 years in a row. They didn't do that. They were playing at the park. They were growing up. They were playing other sports. And yeah, they could do that and they worked it. But that same movement, years later is just going to finally tear down. Right. And so I agree with you. I mean, and I'm a culprit of it because I just told my son yesterday, I'm like, you're playing in your senior year. I said, you pick any sport, like you're going to play something else besides basketball. You're going to go play college basketball. You know you are. Go do something. I don't care what it is. Play volleyball in the spring, run track in the spring, do one of them. Just do it so you did it and have fun in high school. So I'm glad you promote that. I hope more coaches turn back around from how it used to be, and it'll never go back, and that's okay. It's the way the sports world we live in. But I wish it would just shade back a little bit that way, where we promote and are excited for kids playing multiple sports, not tearing them down and making them play one.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, Dave Neely, it has been over an hour. Sure has been a pleasure. Man, we'd love to know what's going on with Nice. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But Dave Neely, Renaissance Volleyball Club at Green Tree Sportsplex in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was a pleasure, brother. Thanks for coming on Set the Pipe.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Talk soon.
You were awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dave.
And good luck at Nice.
Great seeing
Yeah,
you.
Crush
thanks,
it.
for sure.
Everybody, welcome to Set the Pipe. I am Sully, and of course, we have CK and we have Bear. Today, we have a legend, Chris McGee. Geeter. I can go on and on and on about what this guy has done. He was a teammate of Coley Kyman at Northridge.
Yes, he was.
Spectacular career there at Northridge. And everybody who's ever watched the AVP has known Geeter as the announcer for a number of years. He has gone on and won 2 Grammys. Is that correct, Chris McGee?
Yeah, I've lost a lot. 1, 2.
1, 2, and now
Lost a lot.
he he is part of the Lakers show right now. So that's where
Loser.
everybody's going to know Chris McGee. But we have him on because he has stories upon stories. He is a wonderful person. Let me put that out there before he starts talking, because he's just like Coley, and we can't get them to both to shut up. So I'm letting everybody know that this guy married, kids, and still in the sport of volleyball. Love him to death. Chris Geeter McGee, welcome to Set the Pipe, brother.
Wow, boys. What an honor. I feel like, how long you guys been up and running? This is, how long?
Since January, beginning of January.
Officially
and
a couple
you're
years.
already hurting for guests, huh?
Yeah,
You're already hurting for guests.
Yes.
Well,
we had to go to the bottom of the barrel.
Coley had to talk us into it because he's like, listen, you guys got Long Beach State guys on there. We got to get Northridge guys on here. So that was
It's
kind of
funny to me. I mean, you started out with a lot of big dogs, and obviously you started losing momentum. You said, you know what, well, we can always get Geeter. So I appreciate it, because I feel like, your loyal listeners are probably going, why is there a backup setter, a career backup setter, except for Columbia when Bear and I won gold together? Why is a career backup setter on Set the Pipe within the first 3 months? But
hey, man,
that's
you
how
wore
things go.
USA. I didn't get to wear USA, so you're kind of big time in my eyes. I'm just saying.
we were all on the same teams at some time. So
Yes,
we
we
are
were.
all former teammates, even though Coley and I were obviously college teammates. But so that's kind of the beautiful thing about this friendship. That goes back over 30
A6 Paul
years.
Mitchell, baby.
It's unbelievable. Speaking about Paul Mitchell, which took us right into Columbia. Let's talk about Columbia for a second with you and Beardine down there. I mean, we talked about it once, but 8,000 people, us wearing our poker shirts, playing down
I can't
there.
believe you're jumping into Columbia right off the bat. By the way, you have TK on this thing, I thought.
No, not yet. TK's
Not
coming
yet.
on here
If
soon.
TK went before me, I'm literally taking off my fucking iPods and I'm out of here, because that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
TK was a legend. So we did go to Columbia in 1995. Actually, there was a tournament called the Pacific Ocean Games, and the USA team didn't want to send their team, so they said, "Well, who won nationals?" And it was us.
Yep.
Right.
Half our team was playing on the beach, 4-man, AVP, and doing other things. So they sent 6 guys from the East and like 6 guys from the West from Team Paul Mitchell. Of course, all of us started, and we ended up winning gold over in Columbia. But they sent us with Pat Sinclair was the only player that represented the United States team. They sent us Pat Sinclair, by the way, past nails, and they sent us with a pair of blue USA
Practice
bowling
shorts.
shorts.
Champions. They were champions.
Yeah,
The
champion
brand
shorts.
I
champions.
still
And
have them,
one
actually.
T-shirt for 4 weeks of battle in Columbia. I'd like to talk to Sprawn USA Volleyball about that immediately. Actually, I would like a written apology letter for that 31 years later.
He's
but
the guy to talk to.
I feel like
Do you think we can get back pay too? I'm like, the NCAA's paying on the old NIL money. Maybe like get a little bit of back pay while we're at it.
That'd be fantastic. I'll tell you honestly, it was the greatest trip ever for me. Like I actually started and got to play the whole time,
It was the
and
greatest
we
trip for
really
me
had
too,
no
Gator.
idea what to expect when we went over there. Like I said, we had one practice. It was kind of scrubby, and we got to that first game against Costa Rica actually, and just gave them an absolute shazamo. And it was so fun. And as the tournament continued to build, by the way, there were like 80,000 people at opening ceremonies. As the tournament started to build, more and more people came. By the end, we're playing in front of 8,000 people, 10,000 people, playing Colombia in the finals. And it was all time. The one thing about the finals that I remember, so game 2, and we're up 1-0. Remember back then you go to 15 regular scoring. And it was 15-14 them, or 16-15. And I set a one-handed ball to Paul Neapoli. I'll never forget it. And it was clean, and he buried it. And they called me for a lift, and they won the set. And it's 1-1, and we hadn't lost, we hadn't dropped a set the entire tournament.
Yep.
And we went over to our bench, and by the way, we had no coach. Coley was coaching us. And we went over to the bench, and they were absolutely death raging. The fans, the players, they were like lifting up the coach, and we just sat there and we just watched them. And Sully, with that UCLA stern look where you hate everybody, was just staring at them, and we were just like, what the fuck? What is going on here? And we're like, oh, they've never beaten US in a set. So we sucked on it, and we sat there, and we let them parade around for about 15, 20 minutes. There were I don't know why they weren't blowing the whistle. And then we went out and we crushed them in games 3 and 4. And we had a great Rager that night. Funny thing about that Rager was we all got in this van, and it was taking us to a player party with all the other countries. And it was taking us through the jungles, and we were really, I think you guys remember this, we were very sketched out. We thought for sure they were just going to pull over and kill us, and we were all going to die. We were starting to panic a little bit. And all of a sudden, like, we get through these trees, we're out in the jungle, and it opens up, and there's just this oasis. And it was a huge tent and an absolute rager. And it was like we showed up and everyone was happy, and it was awesome. It was one of the great trips of my lifetime.
Mine too. One of my favorite stories of that whole trip was, so we played in 2 locations. The actual games themselves, we played in one venue they took us to, and then they took us back to, and then they took us back to another city to do like friendlies and play matches that mattered but weren't part of the tournament. In the tournament where we were, we just thought we could, put stuff on our room for room service. And so there was a lot of beers and cocktails put on our rooms. And so we're about to check out of the room, and they're like, oh, it's $4,000 or something like that. And
no, it isn't. We don't have that.
We're like, what are you talking about? Like, we didn't know what we were going to do. Like, they weren't going to let us leave. And then all of a sudden Tim Kelly, who met some boss the night before, where him and Sully barely came out of the room after 15. That was you in the room with TK.
Yeah, we went in the room and did shots with this guy, and you guys thought they were murdering us in there.
We did. Aguardiente is what you were drinking.
Yeah, we came out with a full sponsorship.
Yeah, you did. And so all of a sudden, phone call rings, picks up the phone. The guy who they were in the room with, who became our sponsor, quick phone call. Have a good time, guys. So we just went from like wiped. Just good luck, guys.
Sully, here's the best part. Sully, when we showed up, remember, we're in our early 20s, 23, 25 years old. We're raging. We're having a great time. We're smashing teams. We're partying. We're staying out all night. And they were like, you guys aren't taking this serious. They were a little bummed on us as volleyball players. Like, you guys just think this is a joke. Yeah. We're like, well, we're smashing you and raging. And we're going to this weird burger joint it's like dog meat, eating burgers late at night. We were just having a great time. But we ended up just like walking the streets of Colombia during the day. Yeah. And we went into sweatshops, and Tim Kelly was the only guy. He spoke Spanish fluently. Yep. He ends up getting us full uniforms. We had sponsorships. We had a beer sponsor, poker beer. We had full soccer style USA flowing uniforms by the playoffs. So within 3 weeks, we went over with a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and we walked away with full soccer uniforms. And when we came back to the hotel, I will never forget, they always had a liaison, and the person could speak English, obviously, and they were like, you guys can't do that. We're like, what? Like, you can't walk around this city with nobody with you. Like, you're 6'10" Americans rolling around. And we just thought it was, guys on the guys on the corner with machine guns. No big deal. We're cool. What's up? Taking pictures. And so we just treated this tournament like we were in, Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we were actually in like Paeta, Colombia, and Bogota and Cali. I remember we were at the top of this unbelievable 5-star hotel by the end of the trip, absolutely raging and having a great time. And they actually, one of the cartel bosses turned himself in the streets.
Yeah, it was
and
unbelievable.
We weren't allowed to leave the hotel. There was a full parade carnival because he was giving himself up in front of our hotel. Hours. We just stayed up there and partied and hung out with the local
It was
folk.
unbelievable, though. We just went there like, hey, we got a free trip to Colombia. That was kind of the mindset before we went. And then all of a sudden we start smashing these teams and we're like, hey, we can win the gold down here. And to be honest, I never stayed in one night. I'm like, I don't know the next time I'm going to be in Colombia. I went out every single night and raged. The
team was too. It was like Bear on the right and a kid named Bubbles from I don't know where he's George Mason, maybe.
Yep, Jason.
CK couldn't play. Because he was coming off of surgery, so he was our coach. Tim Kelly and Neapoli in the middle.
Yep.
Sully and Sinclair on the left. And me setting.
That's a good squad.
That's great. You know what? It was the first time, guys, I realized that I was a decent setter, and I realized why though, because Sully and Sinclair just put it right on top of my head every time, and I'm like, I can set. I'm not very good moving, but man, you put it on my head, I was flowing, and it was so for me, it was like the best 3-4 weeks. As a volleyball player that I ever had.
Peter, you were great. Every time they called your name, you'd walk out and blow kisses to the crowd. The crowd absolutely loved you.
I was MVP of the tournament. I was getting radio interviews. I don't know what happened or why. They thought I was crazy because I had this goatee. I don't know why you guys let me roll with a goatee for like 3 years. I've seen some recent videos. Not real happy about it.
Like the one I just sent you. The one I just sent you the other night.
It's tough for me to see that, but it was. I don't know if it was the Valley in me. It was a tough time leaving me, but I should have been rolling around with a gold chain and IROC Z the way I was looking that day. But I'll tell you what, for some reason, the Colombian people embraced it.
They sure did.
Crazy McGee, they called me or something. Yeah, it was Bear. It was the 3 weeks of my life, was it not, Bear?
It was the best trip I think I've ever been on because we didn't have any chaperones.
I was your chaperone. Coach. I was your chaperone.
Well,
Colin's the chaperone, so you have no chaperones.
Yeah, right. And it was unbelievable. I never got to go to the Olympics or World Games or anything like that. And that was kind of the Olympics in my career.
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. And hearing the national anthem played down in another country, standing on the box with our gold medals, it was unbelievable.
Yeah. Listen, we've all won stuff, and we've all won stuff together, whether it was Paul Mitchell in Tulsa, Oklahoma, whether it was in Colombia, whether it was you guys' national championship in Long Beach, whatever it is, like, winning with your boys or a group of guys coming together, it's just truly something that you wish everyone could experience when they play sports, because it really does set your whole life in terms of how you approach things, because you go through stuff, and we've all been lucky to do it together. And I think that's what bonds us forever. I mean, you're talking about that trip is 30 years ago. You guys, when you have Tim Kelly on here, TK remembers so much about that trip, and he is so funny with it. I mean, he literally, so we were all saying bring it back then. He literally has his company to this day, 30 years later, still called Bring It Promotions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he still takes kids on tours over here.
Yeah. There was another thing about that trip too, was the Macarena had just come out or something like that, right? And I'd never heard that song, and we went down there and we were doing the Macarena all the time, and it became popular in the States probably about a month or two after we got back from Colombia. But yeah, you introduced us to the Macarena. It was
true story, Bear. This is incredible. You guys maybe we're going to ask this. Everyone always says, when I go talk to college students or high school students about broadcasting, and they ask me how I got into it, I always start by saying, your path is not going to be my path, because mine started basically on raging in Colombia and in Cabo. When I was the first time I ever went and ever touched a microphone was in Cabo San Lucas, and that's what got me the job on the AVP 3 years later. My team had lost. We were doing co-ed 6-man over Easter weekend. It was after Bear and I had this trip. So we went into the ocean. I came back and guys were like, dude, the finals, Guido, they want someone to announce the finals. Go do it. I'm like, what? I started sucking drinks down. Literally, they were playing the Macarena, and it was kind of new, but I was doing it. And for some reason, everyone thought that's the greatest thing in the world. Like, he knows how to do the Macarena. Yeah. And fast forward 3 years, 1998, the AVP is going through all those changes. Remember, it was after the Atlantic Olympics, ownership change. They were going bankrupt. The two announcers at the time, Jim Marico and Sam Lagana, both there. wives were having kids. They couldn't do all the tournaments. So they passed me a few tournaments. But the reason how I even got a chance to do that was John Stevenson, RIP, late Johnny the Steve, was running the AVP at the time. And he was asking about it. Who can like fill in and announce and do some announcing? And Matt Unger and Kevin Martin said, our boy Geeter could do it. And he's like, who's Geeter? And they were like, he's like, and Johnny Steve goes, was that the guy in Cabo 3 years ago? They said, yes. And he goes, the guy doing the Macarena and all that shit announcing? They're like, yes. He's like, hire him. Hired me. And I was the guy for the next 17 years.
It's amazing because I was actually going to, which I was going to actually ask you about, or actually have you tell everyone the story, and you just did it because I remember because I was down there playing in the finals in that tournament, and it was just so like organic. I mean, we're out partying, we're playing volleyball on the beach. It's such a great tournament. We're having a great time, and all of a sudden, Geeter's drinking, and the next thing you know, he's on the mic. Acting like he'd been doing it for decades, right? Like, I mean, not too shocking, but everyone's like, oh, and then sure enough, like you said, 3 years later, he's doing the AVP, and now he's working for the Lakers, calling games with James Worthy and Robert Horry. So not bad.
Well, it's not a bad little path, but as I tell the kids, this will not be your path. It was just so random, and really, I don't know. I just grabbed the mic, and like honestly, we were just doing a lot of fun voices back then. It was like Marv Albert and Harry Carey, it's just all the stuff that we were all doing. Jim Carrey, impersonations, and I just kind of got on the mic and started doing that kind of stuff, and it was really just announcing my friends in the finals, and that's kind of how it started. I was like, wow, this is super fun. I had never thought about being in front of the camera. I never thought about grabbing a mic. I was just literally at the time teacher and a coach, and that's all I ever wanted to do. I learned how to talk about the game by being a bench guy at the Ridge. I mean, honestly, that when you're on the sidelines, all you do is talk shit, right? And, that was my role, is to like, I'm talking shit to fans. I'm doing whatever. That was my role as a guy on the team, was keep the bench going, keep the guys going. So I just, it seemed real natural to me. I never, all of us played high school sports, and growing up, none of us were ever sitting on the bench. You get to college, and every guy was a star in high school.
Superstar, yeah.
Matty O is so great setter. I just happened to be a year behind him, so I watched him play for a long time. I think I was his backup for 25 years if you count the six man, which is a long time to back someone up. It wasn't very enjoyable, but you learn a lot about yourself in those moments. But I don't know, man. I just look back on those days we were all playing together and stuff, you guys, and that's where it all started. I mean, I never tried to be anyone else when I went for an audition or got on TV or was an announcer, because I feel like anybody can do that. I just was myself. I figured that's how I got to bet on me. I can't just go pretend to be Mr. Announcer guy.
Geeter, you gotta say that Price is Right might have kicked that whole thing off.
That's actually
come on. I mean, that was during right out of college.
That was before Cabo. That was right before funny, Cabo. But
funny, Sully brings that up, because I'll tell you guys when it was. We were all together in '94 in Tulsa.
Yep, okay. I remember you showing up.
That's where I met. That's the first time I met you.
That's when you met me. Okay, yep. We filmed. We went to The Price is Right 3 weeks before Nationals. It didn't air until 2 weeks after Nationals.
Right.
So you guys heard us talking about, we were talking to girls everywhere. Our boy won a car on The Price is Right. You guys had just met me. You had not seen it yet.
No. Yeah.
I actually always tell that story too when I'm talking to students, because I always do say the first time I was ever on TV is actually this moment. and
what a moment.
The funniest things in the world too. You do the Chevy Chase fall. You do the lawnmower going down to front contestant row.
Can I say something about Bear? I was telling Cole this the other day. This fucking guy, Bear, remembers things where I'm like, he remembers stuff that I don't, and I think that is super impressive, because I have a weird memory, and Coley will tell you I remember things about games that it's not a blessing, it's more of a curse. But Bear the other day on a podcast, you guys brought up my name, and he's like, we win the title and whatever, we're in Holyoke or we're in Tulsa, and he's up there, and he went up and sang Devo's Whip It, and I'm like, dude, he remembers that? It's the only time I ever got up. I didn't even know the words that night.
About that.
Yeah, Coley was the singer. I was just Coley's backup.
But he cared about Coley singing.
Dude, Coley was singing around the world, wherever we go, and that was his thing. We all set it up. We meet new people. Oh, it's our boy Coley, and he would get up and do it. I don't know what happened that night, but we won the title.
Crushed it. And you crushed it.
After we won it.
I had my green favorite shirt. It was a forest green. Paul Mitchell. We won the title shirt. I don't know if you guys remember that. Tommy Hoff. We were all on the same team. Jeans. And I rolled up there and I sang Whip It. And I have no idea. But for that moment, I knew every word, Bear. And you remembered that moment. And I don't know how you remember that. And I did do a Chevy Chase fall, and I did do the worm, and I did do the sprinkler, and I won a Murray Feist 3-piece lamp set and a Mercury Grand Marquis, and I still don't know how I did it. I don't know how.
Well, the best part. Go ahead, Bear.
The first night I met you was in Tulsa, and it was the players' party. Yeah. And you're like, hey, my name's Geeter, Chris McGee, but everybody calls me Geeter. I'm like, okay, Chris. And he goes, yeah. You go, don't call me Chris, call me Geeter. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
Don't call me Tim, call me Bear.
That's right. Within 20 minutes, you were up on stage with the band singing "Brown Eyed Girl."
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you still sing, or do you do that still?
No, guys, I had the worst voice. I'm telling you.
No, you kept time, you kept rhythm, you were in it.
Yeah, I know. Those were earlier days. I don't know how I did it. I think I piggybacked Coley a bunch of times too. I remember singing American Pie with him a couple times in front of all these students at the school we both taught at. And listen, I don't know the words and I can't carry tune, but in that moment, somehow, I don't know. It's like Will Ferrell when he blacks out during the debate and he wakes up and says, "That's how you debate." In old school. It just I don't know what happened, but in those moments, somehow the words come to me. Or
you were great.
I think I make half the shit up there, and it just works. I got to be honest.
I was like, who is this guy? And you were keeping timing, like I said. You were carrying a tune. You were with the band. It was unbelievable.
So
I'm like, this guy's unbelievable.
Dude, well, you guys will be shocked to hear this. Of your growing fans out there, Coley loves this because he already knows this story. I'm at my daughter's SCVA tournament the other day at Momentus in Orange County, and I'll say his name in a minute. Comes up to me, he's like, "Dude, when are you going to be on Set the Pipe, man? I listened to every single one. It's so good." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm supposed to go on this Sunday." My friend Doug Tuttle, and Doug Tuttle was a year
Doug.
behind.
I used to live with Doug.
He told me Doug was a year behind me at St. Catherine's, grades 1 through 8. And true story, in 8th grade, and this is also someone that set me on a path to where I am now, because I would have never played volleyball. I was supposed to play basketball in college. I was being recruited. I wasn't going to ever play volleyball until I met John Price. Okay. But Doug Tuttle's mom and our teacher, Teresa Godino was her name. She played college volleyball. We're at this small little school in the Valley. They started a volleyball team and they taught us how to play volleyball. Fast forward 2 years to Kresge High School. They had tryouts because we got the boys volleyball as a sport, and I knew how to play because of Doug Tuttle's mom.
Wow.
So that's how I made the team. I made varsity as a sophomore. So whenever I see Doug, I saw his dad recently, great people, and just the best, nicest people. Sister Shannon was a longtime coach. Doug played at Pierce College. So she was so great because he was like, "Dude, you got to go on Set the Pipe." Like,
that is so funny.
So super funny.
He's going on it.
The other night we're Ubering down to see Dylan Klein play at USC, and I'm with Jimmy and his family, his wife Brooke, Jimmy's legendary pops Bob, Mom Joanne, and Jimmy's talking about Set the Pipe. And he's like, "I've never listened to anything for an hour in my life." And I listened to the whole thing. And he's like, "I learned a lot about Nygaard." And so did Dylan. Yeah. And he's like, "And Geeter, they actually talk about your leadership skills in there." So it was like super cool. So I'm like, so you guys don't understand that this is a big bucket list thing for me, Set the Pipe. So thanks for having me.
I'm glad you made it. After all the things you've done, so I do want to go back to, because I kind of touched upon it on one of the pods, but I think we should go down a little bit deep on the day you won the car. Yeah. So I don't think people truly realize, like, oh, you go to a show and stuff. So I set this up before, but there's 15 of us, maybe 20 of us the night before. We stay up till 2, 3 in the morning, and we got to get up at like 5, because you have to show up at like 6:30 or 7 to get in line to just get the ticket to come back to get in line to get in.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, it's the fact.
Idea was it even to go on this thing?
Okay, so here's the deal, real quick. If I could jump in, Coley, because that was a great setup. But it was 20 guys, I think, and then we had 15 tickets. You remember, Coley? Obviously, you and I were part of it. We were a lock, and a few other guys. We did a little draft, so a couple guys got cut that night, and we actually raved that night. What a shock! And we all said what we would do if we got picked. So we went around, and we're all drinking our oldies, our Mickeys, and I said, if I get picked, I'm just doing a Chevy fall, because that's all I ever did at the time, just fake fall in front of wherever I was, weirdo. So that's a true story, right, Coley? Like we had a draft, and we had 15 guys, and we left that next morning at 5.
And we caravan in the morning from the Valley out to Hollywood, to where the studio is, and we all get there. And again, let's say it's 6 or 6:30 in the morning. There's 15 of us. We were up late last night, and we're all just trying to figure it out. And the way we are, you guys know, we start singing songs, chanting things. We have all these people in line singing USA at like 7 in the morning.
National anthem.
We did the national anthem.
Excellent.
Everyone's standing. Well, they're all standing up in line, but everyone's putting their hands up. The whole place. There's 500 people, and only like 300 get in. Right?
Yeah.
So there's like 500 people, only 300 get in. So 500 people are singing the national anthem. We're just having the best time. So we get our tickets. We're all excited. So we got to come back in an hour and a half. So we go get beers and go down to Carl's Jr. and have a little breakfast, and then had that happen, and then went back out. And so, Geet, I think you should tell the Brian Killian story. I said it, but what you did. So this is amazing.
So it's really funny because we were raised pretty early, right? And I always try to piece together why I'm the one that got picked, because we were all doing stuff. And I did go to the bathroom one time. And these two ladies asked me about the earthquake. We had the earthquake 3 or 4 months prior, January 17th in 1994, which was pretty, devastating for a lot of us. And I told these ladies the story. And I'm always wondering if were they from The Price is Right? I don't know, because she did walk out and go, who's your? They were like kind of asking about our group. But here's where it gets pretty interesting. We had a hooper named Brian Killian. And he was always this like big, really good looking dude, but just had the funniest one-liners, because he always everyone always said he was like just out to lunch, but he really wasn't. So Killian played junior college basketball at West Valley in Northern California. And they were telling the story about how the late, great Coach Franzen was screaming at him in practice. And he's like, and Killian was supposed to be at the nail. They're at the short 17 box. They're the free throw line. And he's like, Killian, stop practice. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing here? And he goes, because he was on the wrong spot. He just goes, I just came to play ball, coach. He thought he meant like, what are you doing here at West Valley College? He's like, I just came to play ball, coach. So that whole morning we are freaking crying at the Brian Killian story. So I'm in line and I'm like, you guys might not believe this about me, but whatever I'm about to do, something like on the microphone or onto it, you get nervous, you get whenever you're giving a speech or you're going up in front of people, it's a very nerve-wracking experience, right? And I was the last in line, right? Coley of R15, which is super weird. And you have all this buildup. So when you walk in, there's a guy, his name is Phil. He's in a big director chair. He's got 2 Barker Beauties with him on the side. And he's like, what's your name? Why do you want to be on the show? Or he asks you one question. Coley was so unbelievable. Coley told a story in 1 minute and 30 seconds, 50 miles an hour, about his leg being broken, quarterback, crying, all this stuff. It was hilarious. All these guys are so funny giving these answers. And he not a peep. And I get up there and I had no idea what to do. And he goes, what's your name? And I go, my name is Christopher Joseph McGee, and I just came to play ball, Phil. And he goes, okay. And I didn't get another question. I got nothing else. We go in, and Coley will back this. We're all in we're in there. It is a really small. You think it's so big. It's actually pretty small.
Yeah.
So Roddy comes out, and Coley's on my right, and Keith Gibbs on my left. And this guy, Roddy comes out, the voice, and he's giving you all the rules. Hey, Bob's fragile. Don't tackle him. Don't touch him. It's Bob. Blah, blah, blah. He's like, listen, it's going to be really loud in here. We're going to start in 2 minutes. The Barker Beauties are going to have a card. You might not hear your name, so your name's on the card. Make sure you're looking if you don't hear me. And he's like, let's get it going. And everyone's going nuts, and we're all going crazy. And all of a sudden, one of the Barker Beauties drops a card. And all I saw was an E and an R. And all of a sudden, something hit me, Christopher. And I got nervous and I sat down and I'm pissing my pants basically. And I look at Coley and Keith Gibbs. I'm like, I think they're going to call me. And they're like, yeah, whatever. And we're just raging. And sure as shit, the first name called, Christopher McGee, come on down. And I swear, I look, Coley's going crazy. I go out and I'm like, Chevy fall. And I fell, and you look at that poor old guy on the aisle. He goes to pick me up.
He goes to pick you up.
And I'm in the lawnmower, and the rest is I blacked out. I have no idea what happened, but I won a Murray Feist 3-piece lamp set for $8.51, Bob, and then a Mercury Grand Marquis for $19,860 in the game one away. Facts.
And you're breakdancing. You're hugging Bob.
Yeah, that's a walk off right there, Chris. Awesome.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it top 10 in
Yeah, so here's, if you guys want to hear the follow-up, because I know we don't have a ton of time, but the best parts of all this were just the stuff that went into it, right? Like Peter Michelli and Darren Jones, our boys, hoops and football, they watched the show every day.
Oh.
They knew their shit. I had no idea. So when I'm up there, and this is, God, you guys, I was like clueless up there. The first thing that we're actually bidding on a gown, and I thought it was something behind the gown. So I'm like clueless, and it would come to my turn, and I'm looking around, and Bob's getting a little like, come on, Christopher, like, you got, and I was just like, I'd look around, and then I'd say something, and then I just remembered this. In the movie Blues Brothers, Dan Aykroyd called that guy Bob. Hey, Bob, let me go talk to Bob. So I just called him Bob the whole time, and everyone just thought it was so funny. So he's like,
hilarious.
Christopher, how many people do you have here? 15, Bob. Got the football team, and I'm just calling Bob. So it was just a complete fucking clown up there, right? And then, sure as shit, man, I'm losing every time. But then come the Murray Feist 3-piece lamp sets, and we're going down the aisle, and it's getting late in the day, man. I hadn't won anything, and the gal goes 850, and I just said 851, Bob, and I won. And I just walked up there and I thought I won everything. I just was like looking around, and I would do the slow shake with Bob and bring him in tight, and he didn't care that I touched him. It was weird. He was fine with it. And all of a sudden he's like, Christopher, he's like talking to me. He's like, how many guys you got from Northridge here? And I'm like talking to, and he goes, can you all get in this? And that thing opens up, and sure enough, it's the Mercury Grand Marquis. It's got to be staged. How did they know to do it? I don't know how I wasn't going for whatever the plants. I was going for the Mercury Grand Marquis, and it was a game called One Away, and they put a bid up there. They put 5 numbers. I have to go up 1 or down 1. This is how clueless I am. I went with a 3 first, like it was going to be a $38,000 car.
Probably is today, but
today.
But back
because
then,
because I'm not hearing any buzzers, I think every number I put up there is correct. So Coley will remember this. When I get to the last number and I say 0, I start jumping up and down.
You thought you won.
And I'm starting to run. I think I
He thought he won it.
And they're laughing at me.
Yeah,
like, when you make a mistake in elementary school, like the whole student body, they're laughing at me. And I don't know why. And I'm like mid-pike, ready to just go down and do a complete windmill spin that the Beardine likes. And I
love it.
I look over, and Bob's like, where are you going? So I just gathered myself. I walk right up to Bob, and I give him that tight, bring it in one more time. And I go, I'm just heading for the card, Bob. And he goes, well, don't head for there yet. Sure enough, Pete Michelli, Darren, they're changing me from a 3 to a 1.
I have no idea.
Dude, this is the best part.
You
Coley
get to
on
change
video.
it at the end, right?
Coley, Mr.
Change the
All-American.
I got nothing.
Coley, Mr. 3-time All-American. Coley, Mr. Clutch. Mr. Everything. My best friend in the world. Best man at his wedding. Godfather of my youngest child. I'm looking for him for the last number, and he's like, look on his face. He looked like the most unathletic. Here's the guy who was a 2-sport star in college. How many guys play literally quarterback and middle blocker like in the world? And this guy panicked. But not McKelly, not Pete Michelli and Kevin Carmichael in the front. And these guys are doing this. And they're like, 2nd 8 to a 6. And I'm like, 2nd 8 to a 6. I mean, no bigger idiot on the planet. Bob's getting a little frustrated with me because I'm like so all over the place. Sure enough, man. Did he get this? Did he go, show me a 1? Boom, 9, 8, 6, 0. And I start going crazy. Everyone's going nuts. And I come back to Bob, and he's dying. And I look at him. I grab his hand. I go, I'm going down. And I went and did a full windmill. And by the way, Bear, real nice kick. Off the high shoulder blade. Sully, you would have loved it. Kick the feet. Perfect. And I get up. I'm wearing jorts. What a clown. I'm wearing jorts and a sweatshirt around my waist. That's another problem.
I remember that.
Total Valley.
The Valley was tough on us, Keith. Back
The
in those
Valley
times.
was tough, man. The Valley was so tough. And I go, and I'm like, oh, dude. And I went into the mashed potato. No, I went, okay, mashed potato, sprinkler. And as I'm going back on the sprinkler into the handshake, and Bob is keeled over, grabs my hand, and I just look at him and I go, Showcase Showdown. Showcase Showdown. We go to break. They're dying. They love it. And I end up losing. Frank from Florida spun $1. So I didn't get the Showcase Showdown. By the way, our guys helped Frank from Florida come within $1,000 of both, and the guy won both Showcase Showdowns.
Yeah,
It was amazing.
Great.
But during the breaks, guys, people were coming up to me that worked there, and they were like, "Who are you? Like, what do you do? Are you an?" I was like, "I play volleyball at Northridge, and I'm a waiter at Marie Callender's." No.
Right.
What?
Used to bring home pies, by the way. They were good pies.
So
Good pies.
the reason why this story kind of lived was then I go to nationals, I meet all of you, everyone tells their friends about it, and it just becomes this like thing, right?
This is
and then
pre-internet,
that summer,
so it's no
Yeah,
social
dude,
media, right?
No,
But
Sully,
it
you're
grew.
right. And then that summer, all of a sudden, the next summer, Brent Berry, and I still laugh about this. Brent Berry is the rookie of the year in the NBA, and he's at the 6 man, and I know who he is. And he's like, hey man, he's like, weren't you the guy in The Price is Right? I thought I was being like punked before there was a thing called punk. I'm like, dude, yeah, what? He's like, dude, I watched it every day at Oregon State, man. I watched that show every day. You were amazing. So little things like that started happening in my life. I'd be waiting tables and people were like, I saw you on The Price is Right. I was coaching 4 years later at Campbell Hall, and I come back from Thanksgiving break and the kids are like, Coach, I saw you on The Price is Right. They re-aired it. Okay. Then the two things happened that kind of were like wow moments. They did the 25th anniversary of Bob Barker, and I was one of the clips they showed.
Awesome.
And then fast forward 2 more years, I'm announcing the AVP. The year is 2000. I'm in New Orleans, and they have answering machines back then. I call home, and it was the night of the Emmys, and I had all these messages on my machine. And people like, dude, you're on the Emmys. You're on the Emmys. So they gave Bob Barker a Lifetime Achievement Award. They showed 3 clips from his life. They showed it was a montage of his life.
Sure.
3 clips from The Price is Right. The lady running down.
Oh, right.
Flying up and down. One other dude and me.
Wow. I didn't know that.
And so it just kept, and then every job I would get, it would be a thing. Like even at this new job with the Lakers, at Fox, they did it. When I was on the AVP and Karch found out about it, he was like obsessed with it. And he found a way to like put it on the big screen at events, and he would get up and talk about it and lead to it. So like it just followed me honestly for 30 years.
To set the pipe. It's followed you to set the pipe.
It's followed me to set the pipe.
And it's still going.
I mean, think about it though. Like at the end of the day, though, it should follow you like that. And again, we can't even do it justice. I mean, obviously, you've seen the video of him making the.
It will be on this pod, though. I'm going to put it on this pod.
Yeah, and selling the car to his girlfriend at the time's father,
Jen Fisher. We still laugh about it.
Yeah, all the time, which is amazing. But
friends.
like. Yeah. The day itself is like that's the hard thing. It's like, and then after we won the car, so he wins the car. The adrenaline kind of comes down. Like we've already partied. We've had our Carl's Jr.
Giuseppe. Her name was Giuseppe, right next to me.
So all of a sudden, the next thing you know, we drive back to the valley and we throw a big one, a big party
with the girls that were there that we met. At The Price is Right. They brought their crew out to the valley. We all partied and it was super fun. But guys,
Mooney brought Irene. It was a good time.
Yeah, we thought I was like rich because I won. So like we went back to the valley and we all lived in this condo complex, all the athletes. And I drive in and word had already spread because we called on a payphone. And I'm like outside the sunroof, I'm the grand poobah of the parade, and like we're throwing a party and I'm buying cakes. We thought I was loaded. I did end up selling that car for $16,000. And I paid 4,000 taxes, and I walked away with $12,000 that summer, and that was like my little nest egg to start 22 years old, man.
Didn't you buy your truck with that?
That was a terrible decision too. A green truck with a little stripe on it. With another,
it was a bad decision.
Idiotic move. It was a bad decision. I know nobody ever fucking would guide me. I'd be sitting on millions right now. And then I went to Cabo and Rage. I thought I had all this money. Gave it to Matteo for gambling. I just did some dumb things with it, but man, was it fun. We had fun though.
Yeah, we did.
That's a great story.
We did have fun.
So, go ahead. Go ahead,
Sully. I was going to say, I wanted to tell one more story or 2 more stories. I know we could be on here forever. I think we're going to have
part 1. Let the people know there's going to be a part 2.
Are you coming back?
5.
You're coming back.
I'll come back next week. I'm saying then we're going to, since we're going to do an hour, we can do another one if people like it. You give the people what they want. If they don't like it, I'll never come on again. It's totally up to you. I don't want to bother your fans.
Yeah, I think it's going to.
Dylan Klein on here personally.
Dylan. I talked to Dylan yesterday. He said he'd love to come on.
Yeah, when the season ends, let's get him on. Man, is it fun watching him play.
Yeah, he can really get up.
Really athletic.
State, Cooper Robinson, all these amazing kids. Man, I know we get into that later, but men's volleyball is so fun, guys. It is so fun, man.
I want to talk. We definitely want to talk to you about volleyball, about your daughter who was committed to USC. Want to talk about juniors, all this stuff. But I want you to tell them. Try to come up with maybe your favorite moment, one of your favorite moments at Northridge. Obviously, I've already said it, and we can rehash All-Star Weekend.
Did you take All-Star Weekend away? Did you take that one already away? You did, didn't you?
I did.
That podcast.
But if you remember, All-Star Weekend is when we smashed these guys down 3 straight. That's what started
it. Do we have to go there?
What people might not realize was they were the defending champs, and they were also 17-0 to start.
Yeah, we were crushing it.
And you were crushing it.
We were.
The video was unbelievable because the video is actually legit. Like the volley is still pretty good. The serving, I don't know what the hell we were thinking. how are we supposed to win games serving like that? Just lollipops. But
well, I mean, we couldn't
the
because we couldn't hit the net.
floaties.
Our net was,
That's
right.
you hit the net, it's
there's
dead
that.
ball.
Thank you, Sully. Thank
Yeah.
you. So we beat you guys 3 straight. That did kick off All-Star Weekend for sure. Colia, we had so many amazing stories. All-Star Weekend has always stuck out because we still have a text chain with like 14, 15 of us. They all went to the Price is Right. They were all on different sports teams, and they were all part of that
Awesome.
All-Star Weekend. But I don't know, a lot of them are around like some of our best moments, right? And I hate to say it, guys, but it has to do with beating you. I mean, the greatest win, I think, in Northridge Matador history was when we were down 0-2 in the semifinals of regionals late at night in Irvine and down 14-12 in the third and came back and won, and then won in 5. The day before that game, because after the first and second or first round, you had a day to practice. We had no balls.
Nothing.
We had no nets, nothing.
Yep, nothing.
We go to the big gym. This is how scrubby everything was. We go to the gym at the Matadome gym, and there's no fucking poles, nets, or balls. They're locked away, Bear, and there's
Before
no
the semifinals of the West Regional of the NCAA Men's Volleyball
number
Championship.
1 in the country versus number 3 or 4. It's on. Let's do this. Actually, our head coach is gone. He was scouting, watching whatever. He was doing something. And Campbell had everything. We're just going to serve and pass. We weren't going to have a full practice. There's nothing. So we proceeded to just somehow, we had one ball, actually. Remember, Coley found one way up top. We played soccer. We had a soccer game. We somehow like climbed into, people were on top of baskets. Some guy climbed up and made it to the top of the ceiling and walked the catwalk.
Super safe.
We went, super safe. That was our practice. And we showed up the next day and won. And it's always been one of my most favorite memories. To me, that was like the all-time match. And I used to tell that story, not because, you guys were our friends, like probably our best friends when it comes to like teams. And you guys were so good. And you guys had always set the bar. You'd won a title. And to be honest with you, like, we were down to, I've used that match so much in my own coaching career because of a couple things. I'll never forget John Price. Like, everyone talks about adjustments and all these things, but John, after game 2, looked us all in the eye and said, "Hey, they're simply kicking our ass."
I remember you guys telling us that.
Yeah. And like, we were down 14-12. And by the way, if they would have called Matteo on a little bit of a gaff, that game's over. They let it go. We end up winning. Matteo stuffing Schroeds, the face lord, for the win when we switch block to send Peixoto out to Hilly. And they set behind to Schroeds, Figgy, and Matteo stuffed him for the win. And what I remember about that night was us dogpiling, and Stanford was in our dogpile because they knew they were playing us the next day and they were well rested, and they ended up beating us in 3. But I just remember, like, I've often told kids, like, when I put my top 5 wins of my life, when I break them all down, that is up there in my top 1, 2, or 3. And I never stepped foot on the court. I didn't step foot on the court in that game, but it was still, that's the point of being on a team. Right. You are still a part of it. You still play a role. So that match has always meant so much to me. Obviously, losing the finals in '93 is something I'm never ever going to forget. But getting to that moment, May 8th, I don't still think about it or anything. But
me neither. No, Coley doesn't either. Yeah, May 8th. Yeah. We've heard that a couple times.
I'd love to have that ring, but we don't. But I'll say this: one of the great memories at Northridge was my freshman year, and I've yet to like kind of connect with everybody. I mean, obviously, Coley's my homie. Kenny Lynch, Gary Resnick, Greg Weaver, freshmen were kind of hanging out tight. Coley immediately went in and had an impact from day one. All the guys knew him, and so he was way more dialed in than me. Matteo and I hated each other, which is really funny. We tell that story all the time.
It's true.
And we were going to play. John Price was a legend. He had great ideas. We're going to play the hoops team in softball on homecoming day, and we're going to invite people, and we're going to have a game. And the losing team is then going to throw a disco party and dress up for that team at one of their home games, and then throw a disco party that night. John Price made that bet. We had a 2-run lead going into the last inning. Okay. And Matteo and I are kind of bonding by this time because I can play another sport. I played baseball my whole life, so I'm actually decent. He kind of liked it. We were kind of bonding. Neil Kaufman, Coffey's probably going to hear this. Huge error at first. Terrible error. Cost us that game, in my opinion.
Cost us the game. Thanks, Coffey. I'm still bitter to this day.
Bear, I can't let it go, Bear. You can't let that shit go. It's
Throw under the bus.
Yeah, it was 89, 40 years ago. And I'm like, so it was
a forced error. It wasn't. It was a forced error. You don't make those kind of errors.
We lose.
Okay, sorry.
They're dogpiling. we all go out that night, but we're bonding, we're having an absolute rage. And Matteo and I, we all go to this pie cap party, and Coley was there. Matteo and I are totally bonding that night. And now I'm a setter, and we're buddies. And Matteo's got this gal, and he's like leaned up on this guy's car. Well, it's like president's fraternity's like ex-gal, and it's his car, and Matt just doesn't care. And Matt's leaning up. And I'll never forget it. This is what bonded Matteo and I for life. The guy came out with like 30 guys. And Matteo, I just had never seen anything like this guy. I'd never seen a guy that confident in that moment. Like, yeah, I'm with her right now, and you guys are going to do nothing about it. Like, let's go. And I like was really buzzed, obviously. And I just remember Kresge, we had a few Donnie Brooks. I just remember like you had to back your guy, right? I had an older brother. So I was like, I looked at him, I'm like, let's go. And
we're going.
And I think these guys were like, these two idiots are insane. And no fight happened, thank God.
Oh.
But Matteo from that moment was like, dude, you're my guy. Like, you were with me, and we bonded from that moment. By the way, Coley was some gal. He didn't even know what happened. Coley would have been right there. One thing about Coley, there was things about to happen, and people's hands were about to be thrown. CK was the first one there. So I always loved that about Coley. Like, Coley and Matteo had your back no matter what. And that's, I think, what bonded our group together. And why I mentioned this day, Sully and Bear, is because to me as a freshman, it was the first day I became a part of the team. Mm-hmm. And we had this amazing time, even though we lost that game. What it created was the Matamaniacs. I don't know if Coley's ever talked about that, but the Matamaniacs still exists today, 35 years later. We dressed up for a basketball game for the basketball team. That was the losing bet. We raged. They won. We threw a disco party that night at our house. The party went off, and we just kept doing it. So we dressed up for all the games.
Yep.
That's how the Matamaniacs started. It started on a bet that we actually lost. Yeah, so that to me is my favorite Northridge, like, because what it brought to our team and what the culture that I think it created for a long time. To be honest with you guys, because you guys will vouch for us, like, Northridge is not a destination place, but for those years, and it's always been a program that's competed, but for those years, it earned a top 5. It was a top 5 national team, and it was a place that guys loved. Like, even our opponents loved coming. We were all buddies, but yet we were mother effers when we competed against each other. And I think that's what made the WEVA and the MPSF very special in those years. And by the way, the volleyball being played now is the best I've ever seen. But the years that we were there were super special for us. It wasn't better, but it's super special for us.
No doubt. I'll tell you, to go back to what you were saying about that, that day of before we beat Long Beach in 2 is, we're in a gym with nothing to do. We've got guys, and we saw videos of it, sitting on top of the basketball hoops, all of us chanting, singing songs like we're in the movie Stripes, like just making shit up like that.
Yeah, we were chanting, singing.
Chanting, everyone's calling it. That's how we practice, and we go down and win, which was, we come down, we already went over it, amazing. And then also to go back with that game is like, that's what made our school, yours was very similar. We talk about this being in a state school, is we had to manufacture stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So like, we did this game, we lost. Again, we still don't like that we lost, but what a fun night it turned out to be. Disco party, disco dressing up to games, go to every other game for the next 4 years. Everyone's dressing up, calling them Matamaniacs. It's 15, it's 30, it's 50, it's 60 people. One last story I'll say about the Matamaniacs. It's one of my favorites. And if she's listening, I don't know her name, but she was the left fielder for UNLV.
Man, Sarah something.
So I want to apologize to her now.
Yeah,
so
you made her cry.
So we used to go to baseball games, softball games, and we dressed up just like this after we had lost this game. We made it more of a Matamaniacs everywhere. So we're just heckling. We weren't, well, maybe we were.
It was a regional
rude,
final too against
UNLV.
Fresno State. UNLV, sorry.
Yeah, so this game's at UNLV, and we're just going back and forth. So Kevin Carmichael, who was at the Price is Right, his wife Beth, one of the best athletes ever at our school, goes up. And like this, the left fielder from UNLV bombs a shot to left field. And our Beth goes up over the fence. Like, here's the fence. Like, if you can see my hand, like, goes up and robs her from a home run. Like, it was just an unbelievable catch. It was in the picture the next day in the paper. The next inning, Beth hits a ball, and she bombed balls, but she hit the ball where it just kind of just went over the fence. Like, you could have made an effort. You might have been able to catch it, but the girl didn't even try. So we're just all over her. Like, where's the effort? She throws
better
her.
Than that, Sarah.
Yeah, come on, Sarah.
Dude, and inning after inning.
Inning after inning. So this is probably the 5th, 6th inning. We've been just all over her, and the ball goes finally over, and she throws her mitt down, and she's in left field. So left field all the way across to the diamond
Star
to go
of the
back.
team, by the way.
Throws her mitt down and goes, why don't you guys just shoot them?
Yeah,
and just walk to her dugout, and then UNLV will never play a women's softball game at Cal State Northridge ever again. Back from that,
that's a great story.
So that's just really into the Matamaniacs. But yeah, we had some great times at Northridge. I mean, really did. Unbelievable manufacturing fun and just finding things like the stories we told you.
Bear, you guys have all been a part of volleyball at every level, and it's like sometimes we overthink things. Like, did we have to have the greatest, most dialed-in practice to go down the next day and play the biggest game of our life and be down 0-2 and win? No, but chemistry does matter.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
And belief in each other matters. And that's really at the end of the day. You can go X's and O's all day and you can be prepared, but you got to have each other's back and you got to be a team when you get into those moments.
Definitely.
Yeah, man, it matters. Just like us in Columbia, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, guys, so we have, I don't know, 100 more stories to tell. I will say, I'm going to talk a little bit about Chris McGee's character because sometimes the stories overshadow that. But I came into Long Beach from Boise, Idaho, brought a group in, and haven't seen Chris McGee 15 years probably, right? But I had his number for some reason. So I go to this FIVB event, and I've got 6 high school kids, a chaperone with me, and I text. I'm like, God, that sounds like Geeter up there. Like, is that? So I can't see anybody in the booth. So I text him, like, are you by chance at this FIBB? He goes, yeah, Sully, where are you at? Are you here? Like, this is crazy. All of a sudden, my daughter's there too, by the way, when she was younger. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to direct your attention to center court. There's a legend from Long Beach. The legend Sully Patrick Sullivan's here. And all the girls just go.
Dude, that was hilarious, dude.
They look down at me. They're like,
I was demanding a standing ovation for
oh my God. And my daughter's like this going, oh my God, Dad. Oh my God. You just text somebody? I'm like, well, maybe. She's like, oh God, Dad. So anyway.
Oh, it was so good.
Geeter did not have to do that. All he could have done was text me. He could have just been doing what he does. I was just saying hello, but to go that for somebody I haven't seen in years just tells me the bond that we had. I didn't go to school with Geeter. You know, we played A6 Paul Mitchell, and to have that bond after so many years, it just has meant a ton to me, just from a character perspective. Like, how can you hate Chris McGee? Like, you just, you know what I mean? Like, you just
all
can't.
we hear in the background is y'all looking for a date.
Okay, that's another story.
Yeah. This is not the time.
Not the time. But also, I'm not gonna leave out that Chris McGee is one in juniors. He is a national champion coach. Yeah. Let me throw that out there.
And let's not forget the 5 more than Emmys.
I was there. I was there at one of them, and this guy, when he won, threw up his clipboard at least 50 feet in the air, right, and ran. Now it just got done. He ran in front of the visitors' bench like this. In front of the visitors' bench. He didn't even stay on the side of the court. He ran in front of the coaches, and the coach is like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, oh my God, this is the funniest thing ever.
This story might be getting a little crossed up because there was a thing called the win and sprint that we did at the 6-man. And I did do that in a club game against Wave, and the coaches are still mad at me to this day, even though it's like 18 years later, 16 years later. But here's what happened, Beardine. We're down 23-18 in game 1. They're the number 1 team. We're in the quarterfinals of JOs. And we go on a 7-0 run. That was just an absolute miracle. And the last ball is hit angle at us where I'm coaching from their right to our right back. And it's sailing out of bounds. And Mary Carl's, our backup setter, is playing right back, opens up, and the ball comes flying out. And I don't know why I said backup setter. Mary Carl's was one of our setters. She was playing a DS role. She opens up, ball goes flying out. And as that ball's going out, guys, Goose is still standing there like, oh my God, we just won game 1. I'm literally running across and already sitting on their bench before it lands. And it was called the win and sprint. And I just did it because that's what you did to the Sixer. Sometimes miracles and plays happen that are so crazy and comebacks that you just got to go run away from it so it's real. You know what I mean? Like, if you sit there, maybe there'll be a net call. So I just went, and they were like, we thought that was so classless, Geeter. That's not like you. And I was like, guys, let's move on. Okay, it's called the win and sprint. I do it at the Sixer. I'm apologizing to you. I'm sorry we smashed you in 2. The great people, but yeah, they were mad at me for years. So I think Sully's putting those 2 stories together.
It was when you guys won the championship. You guys won the championship, and the bench was still pissed at you because that was the only time I actually saw you. Was I stayed there for the finals? That freaking this clipboard went 50 feet in the air. I swear to God, and he sprinted right in front of them.
Yeah.
I was dying.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I was just having a good time. I think.
Absolutely.
Nope,
you won it all. You won the whole enchilada.
Yeah. Coaching was a great part of my life, man. It was fun, man.
You still do it a little bit. I got to watch you coach last week.
I had to do it last weekend. I had to come out of retirement for my daughter's team.
Oh, nice.
We're gone, so that was super fun.
I
lathered sweat.
Enjoyed watching that one.
That was so fun.
One thing I know we don't have a lot of time, and we'll get back to talk, but your daughter Millie won a 16 and under gold championship last year at JOs. You've coached in them. You played in them at nationals. You played. How is it being a dad watching your daughter win on something like that?
I'm sure Bear and Sully, Coley, you guys would all agree with me. There was nothing better. It was the most nervous I had ever been. I had Tommy Stillwell with me, who is, you guys know that name. He played middle at UCLA, won a few titles. Taliaferro, his daughter was on the team. Andy Zimmerman, former middle blocker out of LMU's daughter's on the team. Brant Sheeler, who played at Stanford. We're all on the same team. So to have that kind of crew, and this was a team that I started to build with Melissa Boyce, Matt Boyce's wife. At 9 years old, our kids started playing together, and we were the coaches. We just put this team together step by step by step. They made the Open for the first time at 14, finished 17th finished 19th, and then at 15s they went 9-0 and then lost the game to get to the top 8 medal round, and then at 16s they won it. So they did it the right way. They took their proper steps, and that moment of her winning was just something like, I don't know, I'll just never forget. I wouldn't trade it for anything, and it was funny. I was making deals with God, everybody, the devil, whoever would listen. That day, parents, all my buddies, because we were drinking between games. I'm like, listen, I'll give every title I ever have but one. Let me keep one, but I will trade everything I've ever won for just this. Give my kid this. That's how. What's funny is Coley's son Jake was with me during this time. He was there for his girl Kelsey was coaching, recruiting for Tennessee, so he was with me. It was super fun to have him on this ride. It was a magical. They went 11-0.
Wow.
11-0. Yeah.
Wow. That's impressive.
It was pretty special, man. And she was flowing it and went out with a bunch of coaches that night. It was super fun. And her SC coaches were so stoked. At the time, Baby Jesus, Tyler Hill, LeBrand, now he's with St. Mary's. Brad Keller, the head coach, Spencer McLaughlin, Megan Manoa. Her coach is Amir Lugo Rodriguez from Long Beach State. That's her coach. He's now at UCLA. He's the best club coach out there. So it's pretty special, guys.
That's awesome. And you guys have a chance again. They just qualified, so
we have a chance again for sure.
See if you can run it back in 17s.
That'd be nice.
It's so fun to we all have kids. Sully's kids crush it in track, and you know where my kids are, and you obviously with Jake and being his godfather and watching through his journey, and it's just to watch your kids do things like that is it's just it's just awesome. I mean, obviously I would give anything to play again, but I'd take watching my kids over anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I gotta tell you, so we got Northridge stories still to come. We still Paul Mitchell stories to come. We've got Lakers. We got AVP.
Can we do a part 2? We got Kobe. We got all kinds of stuff to talk about.
We're gonna get part 5, part 6.
You guys tell
part
me if
7.
we want to do part 2. We'll run it back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's so much more stories out there for sure with you, Gator.
I know, it was fun. I figured we'd get into Lakers and the Kobe. That could be for the next one.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
and
you don't want to do 2 full hours. You got to do an hour because people can't. It's hard to hold there.
Yeah, it is.
And then we do another hour. Yeah,
right. And I still think we have 10 hours.
I'm just super happy. I love it. I'm so happy with you guys. You're doing a really nice job, but you're also doing a great job of getting those clips out on social media because that's the key.
Yeah.
You get those clips out. So it's been super fun to listen to all your all the guys you've had on there, and it's been so. I'm proud of you guys.
Thank you.
It's good for Coley to have passion in something. I'm glad you guys let him hop on your back for the. Listen. We always wanted to be a part of Long Beach State somehow, so we're finally getting something.
I got to give you part of it somehow. It's amazing. It's been so fun for us.
Real quick, I know we got to go. Last year, I hosted an event for Al at Long Beach State.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah,
they had their NIL dinner, and I hosted it. It was so fun, and that team is so amazing. And I went to all the games in the the sandbar for the whole championships and everything. And Al hooked me up, and I just love that program, and root for him all the time. And it was super fun because. My opening was all about you guys are probably wondering why a guy from Northridge is here doing this, and I'm like, there's 2 reasons. I said, one, I didn't get into Long Beach State. It was my dream, and I didn't. I had to settle for Northridge, and everyone's cracking up. And I'm like, so I always wanted to be a part of that team. I settled, and I went to the Ridge. And sorry, we beat you in '92. And people are like, oh, I went through the whole thing. And I go, and number two is, I would have never played for a national championship if it wasn't for Ray Rattel, your coach. And I said, Coley Kyman was our best player. Coley Kyman did not care about school. Coley Kyman was failing. Coley needed a grade for him to be eligible in 1993. He went to Ray Rattel. Ray Rattel signed off, gave him a credit on some PE class or something, and Coley Kyman was eligible, and we went to the national championship. And I lied. I go, and I told Al Knight and Sully and Bear and all the guys in Schroeder and all the guys at Hilly, all the guys I played with, that one day I will pay you back. I will pay Long Beach State back for that gift that you gave me, because without Coley, we're obviously not doing anything. He would have been ineligible. And so I'm here, and everyone's like, yeah, going crazy. It's so funny, dude. It was awesome. Everyone loved it. So,
Thanks, Ray.
So thanks, Ray. And thank you,
I
Long
had to go to
Beach
summer
State.
school at Long Beach. I went.
Yeah.
By the way, I did go to summer school at Long Beach State in my career. Well, I paid for summer school at Long Beach.
Yeah,
paid for it, right?
You lied, and we cheated, and it doesn't matter. No one cares. We should have cheated the whole time. Good.
It's unbelievable. Amazing. Well, again,
thanks,
another day at
guys, for
Set the
having me.
Pipe. Thanks for joining Set the Pipe. Yep. Hit subscribe. We're going to keep bringing you guests like Geet. Geet's coming back for Section 2, Session 3, and 4 as we keep rolling through, as the Lakers make a huge push to go
I'll see
on
you
to
next
this.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Gator,
good.
you're amazing. You are amazing.
Okay.
Appreciate it, Gator.
All right. Love you guys.
Cool. All right. Set the pipe again. Hey, everybody, and welcome back. I am Sully. There's CK. Bear is here, and we are honored to have the legend, Casey Patterson. Welcome to Set the Pipe, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Usually I was setting the pipe, so this is a perfect show for me. I was never hitting it.
I know.
I was always
right?
setting it, so this is perfect.
Love
So
it. Love that you're here, man. Thanks for taking the time to meet with us. I know you're busy with your kids and coaching and everything you're doing. So thanks for taking the time to talk to us old men here.
Thank you.
I love
Exactly. So what we usually do is we give some accolades, so just kind of sit back, relax, and I tell our audience kind of who we're interviewing today. So Casey Patterson played for BYU as an outside hitter. He's married to a fellow BYU volleyball player, Alexis Brown. He has 4 kids. Final score 2-2. Then after BYU, he actually went to overseas and played and won in the 2009 Swedish League Championship, and then was named MVP when he went to Puerto Rico in 2010 for their indoor league. Then what Casey's really known for is his AVP beach career. He was a 2016 Olympian with his partner, Jake Gibb. Once Olympian, always an Olympian. He was named the USAV Team of the Year as well as AVP Team of the Year for 2013. And he was the AVP Best Offensive Player for 2013 as well. And he has a total of 15, not 5, 15 first place finishes during his professional career, including the 2021 AVP in Chicago and Atlanta, 2015 FIVB in St. Petersburg, and 2013 FIVB in Shanghai. And this is the guy who does the pop and lock out there on the AVP tour, and everybody loved that showmanship. So again, Casey Patterson, welcome to Set the Pipe.
Thanks for having me, boys. This is awesome. I'm a little nervous. I feel like there's a lot to live up to. You got Geeter on. You've had, Diana's on, Nygaard. You guys have had legends.
Yeah.
And that's
you're
where
a
you
legend as well.
exactly. And that's where you sit in. One question I kind of ask everyone that I think is, you're a father right now, you're coaching, you're in the gym, passing balls. A, do people even know who you are and the fact of what you've done? A, and then B is, when you sit and listen to all that, the gratitude I'm sure is there, but do you really like go, oh shit, I did that. Like that was me. And it's an incredible career that you had out of Newbury Park. So how does it feel to hear that kind of stuff?
You know what's funny? I love that you asked that. First off, among legends with you three, I'm so stoked to be on the show just in general. It's funny. I just started volunteer coaching for my son's high school, Newbury Park, which is actually the gym I learned how to play volleyball, and actually told my mom I didn't want to try out because it's a girl sport and I was going to be a hooper and go to the NBA. I couldn't jump high, so that was probably a good indication of why I should have gone into volleyball and just, go use the hands. But my mom's like, go play, you'll love it. All your buddies are playing. And so I was at the gym where I learned how, coaching my son Cash, who's on the JV team, and I roll in yesterday, actually. I think it was just 2 days ago. We were playing Thousand Oaks High School, the rival, the Lancers, where John Mayer went. Who else? I mean, so many guys.
So many great players out of that
So
area,
many
which
good
we'll
players.
talk about. That's some question I want to
Crazy.
talk about a little bit later, but that's a great story.
Random, I walk in, and Kevin Judd, who was the head coach at the time at Newbury Park, was sitting in the stands talking to our current coach, who has been there since 1999, the year after I graduated.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible. So those guys they're chatting and they're talking away. And I'm like, what is happening? There's so much legacy in this gym. Like, the first coach I ever was around that had the wall ball club where he bounced 2 balls up over the rafters onto the wall. And if you got 10 in a row, you were in like the wall ball club. And I was just like immediately thrown back into history, where I'm like, this is such a rad thing. And that's when it hits. I'm like, wow, I've actually played a lot of volleyball since then. And I was probably the last guy on the team that anyone would have thought would have kept playing. So it was like this nostalgic thing. And it's funny because half my boys have no idea what I've done. They don't know. They just think I'm a tall dad because I'm Cash's dad, And so it definitely kind of sets in when you're around guys that know what you've done. You're like, that was pretty cool, because could easily forget, going, getting kids ready for school, taking them to school, the carpool drop-offs. I'm coaching everybody in the moon on track basketball, whatever, that it's just like, oh, I forgot how quickly that I was like, oh, I was a volleyball player and got to be kind of Peter Pan in Neverland for a long time. I forgot about that. It's crazy.
It really is. I mean, growing up and wanting to do what you did and what we all did is an incredible thing as a kid and as a young adult. And you really pushed it. I mean, going to the Olympics and all these other things. But as you grow older, and we all do, the ball stops bouncing. And it's hard for me to sometimes imagine that I did all the stuff that I did. But to hear that and to have, folks like you, such a great person in general, to be on here, it's just fun for me to listen to how much we've talked about volleyball in the last, 3 months on this show, and how many people have done so many incredible things with the sport. I mean, you got to just not that you just played in the Olympics but you traveled, you lived in different countries, you got to do incredible things. And you just said you were and I know it because I grew up in the Valley. So, you were at Newbury Park, not a powerhouse like Palisades or Hermosa or
Maricosta.
Redondo, Maricosta.
Nothing like that. And you were able to find a way to learn the game thanks to your mom and friends playing and a great coach. I know your coach, and to see what he did to turn that into it, and for you to be able to go back and give back and coaching your JV team and your son is pretty rad.
Yeah, it was like full circle. Crazy.
Jeff Nygaard said the same thing. Casey's like, people were messaging us and saying, I didn't even know that about Jeff. And these are some of his players today. How do you not know this? But that's what Set the Pipe was out to do is, I've said it before on the podcast, you run into Randy Stoklos and Jeff started walking around a juniors tournament. And I asked my team, who's that? I have no idea. Right? And I said, the crazy part was, this was just within the last 2 years. I'm giving private lessons to girls. I'm like, okay, so Misty May, they're like, who? Right. Misty? I'm like, oh my gosh, this is not okay. So we on Set the Pipe, our goal is to tell your story, but then stories within the story so we can encapsulate them forever on YouTube, right? That's kind of the goal. So that's what we're doing. But I do want to go real quick. I want to show you a picture. And the boys thought that was okay. This is a long time ago. So this is my daughter. This is when we first met you, right? It's about 13 years ago. So this is Savannah, and you were gracious enough to, stop by and say hi to her and all this kind of stuff. So I thought I'd bring on Savannah.
No way. Wow.
She's 25 years old.
Wow. How
She's
old was she
25.
in that picture was what, 2013, 14 at Long Beach? It looked like the World
Yep,
Series.
it was in Long Beach, FIVB.
No.
Yep, for sure. Welcome, Savannah.
Crazy. Hi, Savannah. How was the career since that photo? What have we done since then? I'm so curious. Perfect. I'll make it up.
This is good. We can edit, by the way.
Full ride scholarship, All-American, Scholastic All-American, right? Destroyed all of Dad's records, right?
Yeah, she actually was a Division I trackster and won her indoor conference in long jump. So she actually wound up as well. There's another daughter in freshman right now. She's running track as well, Division I. So so instead of the volleyball career, she did track, but she's the one that sent me the photo. And
That's
she's like,
incredible.
"You got Casey? No way! You're having Casey Patterson on?"
That's so
we gave it a shot.
Yeah.
Fun side story. I was just this Saturday at a track meet for 8 hours because my daughters both run track and my third son. And my oldest daughter, who's 10, 11, she's in super varsity and doing really well in high jump. which I never would have guessed. It must be from my wife's family because I didn't jump. I set the long arms.
Yeah, you're a low flyer case.
They love track and field. And so I love that she just went off and took that. And the long jump's so rad too.
Yeah, and that's
cool.
what I do today. I actually coach high school jumps. So I do high jump, long jump, triple jump. It's crazy, right?
So rad.
So anyway, Savannah, you can wave hi to Casey. I'm sorry you didn't. We tested this before you guys came on.
She can hear
I was hoping
us.
she'd have her green shirt. Dang it.
Right. The old Boise stealth shirt for sure. But
that's awesome.
Savannah, we're gonna have you drop off. Okay, kids. Sorry, didn't work. But
Thanks for the
she
photo.
just wanted to say hi.
It's amazing.
And good
Bye,
times.
Savannah.
All right, kiddo. See ya.
Hey Casey, hopefully my mic is working this time. I'm sorry I couldn't catch you live on Set the Pipe with the guys, but I still wanted to take a chance to say 3 things to you. The first one is hello. If the little girl in that photo knew I was getting to speak with you again a little over a decade later, she would absolutely be losing her mind right now. So thanks for being on the podcast and for just telling your story. And then secondly, I just wanted to say congratulations on such an amazing career. From the moment that I met you back in Long Beach, I followed your career, and it's really great to see all the achievements you've had and the impact that you've had on the sport. And then speaking of impact, I wanted to say thank you. That moment a little over 10 years ago to this day has left a really big impact on my life, and I'm sure over the thousands, millions of people that you've met throughout your career, I'm sure a lot of people could say the same, but that one small moment for just a few seconds truly meant a lot to me back then, and it still means a lot to me now, so thank you. Again, sorry I couldn't meet you live. I guess in a way I did. But it sounds like I'll be following you in your career continuously, and it also sounds like you have some future track stars on your hands, so I can't wait to see what they do from one trackster to some future others. But it was great to meet you. Hello, thank you, and congratulations on an awesome career.
I love it.
So let pivot a little bit to, growing up in Newbury Park, and you start to play volleyball and you get excited about it.
Yeah.
We mentioned this a second ago. In the area of Thousand Oaks and Newbury Park and Westlake, and I mean, Ryan Millar, Kevin Hambley. I mean, I could go down at the older guys all the way down to all of those folks are from that area, from Royal High School and out in Simi and then in your area, and just so much great volleyball when you wouldn't have thought about great volleyball coming from Newbury Park or Ventura or, Simi Valley or in those areas.
Yeah.
How was it, once you started picking it up and getting into the game, where did you start to flourish with it? What did you when did you fall in love and okay, I want to go this route?
Yeah, I think I love that because it is kind of like a little secret pocket in between Santa Monica, South Bay area, and then Santa Barbara, right? We're kind of lost on the 101 in between. And it's crazy because basketball, baseball, football, those are all predominantly the sports, right? Those are the sports. And so to have so many guys that I know and be like, wait, you went to Royal was a juggernaut for so many years.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's incredible. And I think to answer your question, it actually happened really quickly, probably in tryouts. I was kind of like the little chubby kid that wasn't very tall. I was 5'10". I didn't grow very tall at that point as a really late bloomer, slow, but I had naturally really good hands. So setting basically saved my future career in volleyball because I had that one thing that I knew I was really good at, and not a lot of the other guys on the team were good at that. So I had an immediate position on the team somewhere because I could set. And that was probably one of the most magical things when the coach was like, wow, you got good hands, and it was dude, that's all I needed. It flipped the switch. I'm like, this is it. And I hadn't even really played yet, but it was he had told me that, and I was like, wow, the power of a coach just giving me a quick, maybe out of thin air, probably didn't even remember. It's dude, you got good hands. This is good. We could use you. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, I'm needed here. Versus basketball, I was like, dude, I love it, but man, there's a lot of running, and I'm getting beat up down low. I'm not the biggest dude, So it actually really was a big part of my kind of stepping stone. It was like a springboard for me in a sense. Where it was wow, that was okay. There's a place for me here in this sport.
So when you played at BYU, did you play setter or did you play outside hitter?
I was recruited as a setter. The only offer I got was from Pacific when they had a team. And it was to come set like kind of right away, because by the time I was a senior, I was like 6'4", and I could just kind of set a pretty fluid offense. Still wasn't very physical yet. But they're like, hey, we need a setter. We need to start right away. And I was like, dude, I got to go on this mission thing that, half my parents are kind of pressuring me, half I'm kind of don't want to like make them look bad to the church, kind of a thing. When you're a kid, it's like, dude, all I want to play is volleyball. Let's be honest. I didn't want to go at all. And then I got called to go to Arkansas. I opened the papers. I'm like, what? Dude, my dad went to Chile. All my buddies were going to like Japan and Brazil. I'm like, I want to go learn the language. And I got Arkansas. I was like, I'm not going. I'm going to go play volleyball, but I was like, all right, I'm going to go. And I actually used it as 2 years of just training. Went out at like 225 and came home at like 185. And I grew 3 inches. I went from like 6'3.5" to like 6'6" plus when I got back. So it was like a blessing in disguise, but that was my only offer was Pacific. So I got back and went to UVSC, which is now Utah Valley.
Right.
We're neighboring BYU, right? It was like a 2-year school, and all the guys that didn't want to go to BYU that were good, they'd go there, and it's kind of like a feeder, like a Pierce College for the local university, like USC, UCLA. It was like Pierce. And we played BYU in the first game, and they was like their alumni team, and Hector LeBron was setting for them. And we beat him, and I was just real physical setter. I was hitting on 2 from the back row off a free ball and just like kind of just in their face. And he's like, we need you to come play for BYU. So that's how I got in. I didn't even like get recruited by them or anything.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was just luck. I just like those 2 years of training paid off. I was like, yes, okay, it paid off. I got strong fast and kind of like gave me some time to grow a little bit. So that's like was my introduction into like, okay, I can go play, but I got recruited as a setter. And then I ended up just kind of playing every position because
you were a volleyball player.
Yeah, I was
you were a volleyball player, which is it's hard these days. And you train kids, right? You work through that. Like, what do you think? You grew up playing different sports. Us three grew up playing different sports. It's not as prevalent anymore because people are focusing on one sport at such an early age. How do you train or talk to kids to be well-rounded volleyball players? Not, okay, I'm a middle, but I still need to pass, even though you don't go in the back row anymore. But like, how do you do that at a young age?
Right. You know what? I think the greatest thing that I tell them is kind of what's closest to my heart. I say, go play beach in the summer. First of all, you're going to get to do all the skills. You're never not a part of any play. You're around girls in bikinis. I'm like, dude, go play some co-ed tournaments. There's some motivation there to get good at passing and enhance it. You know what I mean? Like, go play beach volleyball. And what I love is, it's actually funny, Seth Burnham, I think he played UCLA, right? I think he's a UCLA guy. He's the head coach at Thousand Oaks right now. He runs a whole beach season in our off season, the first semester of school. So while the girls are playing, he's playing beach volleyball down in Santa Monica, and he's got 300 kids from all the neighboring high schools. And my boys personally, guys 13, not even in high school, George, who's still the head coach at Newberry, let him play with Cash, and they went off and like won the whole JV thing. And they would have never got all those reps if they wouldn't have had an opportunity to go do that. So for me, that's the quickest way to become a real volleyball player. Just like all around, go play beach volleyball.
So I'm going to go ahead and say,
huh?
Did you play in high school? Beach in high school?
No, I hated it. I played in Santa Barbara, like an A tournament, and guys that did jump just knuckle poking me to death with, and I was like, this is stupid.
So after you came back from Puerto Rico, like what happened? When did you start playing then? I mean, obviously your AVP career was amazing.
He said in Provo, Utah. That's
Provo,
amazing.
Utah.
So before you say that, I want to say one thing. Make sure you hit subscribe. That's the most important thing, and always set the pipe. And for anyone listening, any young juniors, parents that have juniors, boys, girls, young age, you just heard from Casey Patterson, who's an Olympian, who has won numerous beach volleyball tournaments and played professionally indoor and is coaching kids. Take your kids to the sand if you don't live down by the beach. If you live down by the beach, go to the beach. It's 2-on-2. You have to pass. You have to set. Yeah. You have to serve. You have to move. You have to play defense. He's saying, get out on the beach to help your indoor volleyball
all your
game.
Skills.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Let's get back to that, but I wanted to make sure everyone subscribed and they heard that, because that is very valuable advice for young kids trying to learn how to play this game.
Yeah, Casey, when I was in Boise, that was an uphill battle for me, right? So I'm coming from Long Beach, and D'Alessandro's like, you need to stay here because I'm from the Fresno area in Madera, California, no beaches. And he's like, you got to stay down here to get well-rounded. And my parents bought in, stayed down there. But when I moved to Boise, it was awful. It was only grass. They didn't believe in sand because they couldn't move. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is such a well-rounded thing you can do for indoors, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't really sold until Boise State, added beach volleyball. Then everybody's like, huh. But man, I'm so happy coming from a guy that learned in Provo.
Yeah. So tell us Provo. Tell me about that.
It was a rough deal in Boise for me.
You got a big dog named Jake Spiker Gibb dominating the U OVA scene. It's like CBVA of Utah, right? And you could win $500 a Saturday. And as a college kid, you're like, wait, what? Like, hold on. I'll play with like an older guy, have him get all the cash. He'll backdoor like GNV money so I can.
You're fine now in the NIL. That's
I'm fine.
So you're good.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, this is where there was one place called Carriage Cove, and it was a pool that was still in the BYU like kind of like housing area, but you could wear bikinis at the pool. So all the girls teams would go there and everyone would hang out there. I'm like, and there's a court right in front of the pool. I'm like, are you joking? And then there's upper decks to just bounce balls over trees into the third, maybe fourth story. Hey, sorry, can you throw the ball down? And hopefully the girls hurt,
Yeah.
So it was like, this is the place you had to be. And I'm like, well, this is so cool. Why would I not want to be here all day long and really dedicate myself to figure it out? Because this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then, of course, growing up watching on TV, I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but I sucked at it. So I was like, that's not for me. And then, of course, things change when you're in college. You're like, wow, this is incredible. So that's what I learned at a random apartment complex called Carriage Cove in Provo, Utah.
Wow. And then you just came home. You just came home and said, hey, this is what I want to do. Did you go back? Did you go back home? Or did you go to Huntington Beach to just go by the pier? That's where I wanted to be. Like, where was that transition at?
I think I played in like a tournament in Huntington one of those summers. And I was like, I want someone to bury me here under these courts by the pier. This is the greatest place I've ever been. Insane. Because it was like every weekend and every day you go play in those 3-4 courts on the south side right by the pier. It was like you were the finals in the AVP. You're like, dude, I got people cheering me on video.
Bouncing it on the pier, all that stuff.
Ultimate motivation.
Yeah.
Now it's like, if there's no one around, I'm like, what are we even doing, dude? Like, there's nobody here, So that was for sure. The dream was like live in Huntington Beach forever. And, I slowly just won all those events, and I'd pick a new partner each time so that I was the number one guy and there was a point spread between me and anyone else. Jake left. I'm like, I'm going to be that number one guy in Utah because he went to follow the dream. I want to do that too. So, I even played with all his partners, Jumpin' Joe and all these guys. And it was just such a cool culture there. And there's a lot of guys that were a little bit older and experienced. Mike Daniels and, Dave Merrill and Brad Collins, all these guys that were kind of local that just taught me how to play volleyball and embraced me in. And you're like, dude, I got a crew. This is really cool. So without that, I don't know if I would have caught on to it as fast, but it was cool there. So it was definitely like the follow the California dream vibe. So that's where I learned.
It's awesome that volleyball was able to do that for you, but to see the culture of it, which we talk about a lot, be transformed within a small area within Provo, right? So it's not like just a court where everyone's out playing, because you've done that too. I know you have, just as we all have. Like, no one's watching. There's just a court with sand and you're there to train and to work. But to see that, which makes volleyball to me and like all of us, like just so epic, right? Just so epic. Like, you're out on the beach, there's people everywhere, girls in bikinis, guys looking pretty damn good themselves, and just the fun of it all is just incredible. And like, to be able to manufacture that in a place in Provo, Utah, I can't tell it on this one, but there's a great pod story somewhere down the road with Geeter and myself in Provo on our first trip ever, but we'll leave that for a different one. But yeah, that's great. It's just so cool to hear again. Like, there's so much to learn on this. Just to hear about how you learned how to play volleyball. I knew you were at Newberry Park, but to learn how to play beach, you're playing at an apartment complex in Provo, Utah, and you turn that in playing to the Olympics with Jake Gibb. Like, that's unbelievable.
That's so random. Like, I remember just shoveling snow off the court because we'd want to get in games before we had to go to indoor practice. We're like, dude, we got to practice today. Like, I didn't even want to go play indoor anymore. I was like, dude, stay longer. I'd show up with sand all over my legs. So it was like, dude, it was such a special little bubble. It was like the South Bay bubble in Provo, Utah.
Did you play for Carl? Was Carl?
I did for 1 year. Yeah, right. For 1 year before Tom Peterson, Grayson DeBose, and Sean Patchell came on board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up about if you set or not at BYU is because I think the first day I met you, you were in the Golden West gym, and I don't know if we were coaching club or something, or there was one net up, and we introduced ourselves, and you said you were a setter, right? And you start tossing the ball to yourself, and you were talking about that wall ball club. You were bouncing the ball up, hitting the ceiling, which I'd never seen before, and then you hit one into the crow's nest, into like the coach's box up there. I'm like, who is this guy? He's a setter, and he's tossing the ball to himself and just bouncing balls all over the gym that I've never seen somebody hit so hard in that gym.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up. We could call it right now. I feel like I'm back, dude. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
it was
back on. I'm
unbelievable.
coming back, dude. I love that. That was a shoulder that was saved for years because I was hand setting, and then just an angry kind of like I was Casey Jennings and I have a similar story. We just sat the bench a lot, and we were like, my dad nicknamed me number 23 because I'd always come in for middle and serve at BYU. I was a serving sub for 3 years until I actually played. And so it was just get really good at bouncing because that's the only show you could put on. So I'm like, if I had an iPhone back then, the amount of like viral bounces, oh
Man, I was
And the
really,
NIL and the
really
NIL you could
impressed.
get.
I'm like, wow.
I'd just be like, yeah, just I want to be like the bounce lord or something. Like that's all I did was hit 2 balls as hard as I could, like boom, just like what gym have I not hit ceiling in yet? Like that.
Well,
Was the
you were
goal.
bouncing them in the Golden West ceiling, in the Golden West gym. You were hitting the ceiling and into the crow's nest. I could not believe it.
Can you
It
still
was
hit the ball
great.
like that?
Yes, I bounced one up into the ceiling for the boys when we're just doing hitting lines. You know, if the knees are like when the stars align and the knees feel good and I'm on some ibuprofen, maybe a little scoop of pre-workout, to get fired up. I can find one once in a while every blue moon.
Awesome. That's amazing. It's great that you're still involved in it. That's awesome. I can't wait to hear the journey of your kids. How do you like coaching?
I've always done it. It's kind of funny. Like, it's probably why, we met Bear in Golden West. I think I was helping Deli and Derek at Surf City when it was Surf City back then, back when TJ DeFalco was a little 12-year-old that didn't even live in Huntington yet, just coaching him. Ben Patch was a Chris Austin came to a practice. And I was like, these kids are gnarly. And TJ was the same, just couldn't get off the ground with the same arm swing. So I've always been coaching, at Huntington High School, at Mater Day. Like, I loved it because selfishly it was like, dude, I'm getting so many reps on this ball and like carving the ball and I can manipulate it to the point where I can just do it blindfolded. And I'm like, there's so much value in that. Plus you get that perspective as a coach.
Yes.
It's a different point of view.
Such a different point of view. And you're like, okay, things are starting to like open up and I see things differently now from that. And so I just loved being around it. If I couldn't play it, I was around it. If I wasn't playing in a tournament, I was playing for fun or I was coaching it, and so I loved coaching because it's just like every kid has a different light switch that you got to try to find to turn on. It's not always the same. And so, goes full circle back to like a Kevin Judd guy, like being like, dude, you got great hands. Like if I could just do that a few times throughout my life, how many kids could I help?
A lot
down
to
the
answer your
journey,
question.
Yeah.
Coaching matters, and my father was a high school coach for 43 years, and I'm going to get back to coaching as soon as Braden gets off to college. Michelle and I are going to get back into it because I missed that part of it. I missed the teaching. I missed the helping. I missed watching someone go from, I don't care if they can't even pass, to learning how to pass, right? Like that's a huge, it's awesome to teach that and to watch them grow and to be excited about it. And to have someone, like you said, like that's struggling through different things or maybe looking to be a basketball player or whatever, to connect with someone and to have that. I mean, John Price, who was my college volleyball coach, was in my wedding. I was in his wedding. I was his only student that was in it or athlete that was in it. Like coaches matter. And like to hear you say that, that's great because, to be able to give back your knowledge is amazing in itself, but just not to give back your knowledge, but to try to help, kids reach their potential. Whether it's volleyball or whatever it is in life, it's great that you're doing that, Case.
And you still get to compete too. As a coach, you know what I mean? You get the competitive juices flow a little bit and you want your team to beat the other team and you do. And if you know that other coach, you want to beat the other coach. I mean, come on.
It's such a weird world too. Cause you're like, dude, I just want to beat this kid. He's got a gnarly team of athletes and this kid doesn't even know what he's doing. I got a bunch of rugrats and 4 dudes who just started playing 2 weeks ago from the basketball team. This is like our JV team. And I'm like, dude, the amount of like progression I've seen and just to hear them, I hear like little stories on the side. Yeah, I've been talking to my mom. Maybe I want to play club. I kind of think I'm done with the basketball. And you're like, what, dude? It's like that happens to every guy. Like there's that one tipping point where they're like, dude, they really love this. And to have that be a part of like the journey that you're helping them on, it's so fun. That's so cool.
So cool.
Hey, so when you got to the AVP, right? So was that your ultimate is, when you started playing, you went to Huntington Beach like, I want to go to AVP. And we just talked about coaching. Was it just mentors or did you actually have somebody coaching along before you got to the AVP and then while you're a part of the AVP, or was it just you and Jake for the most part? Or, I know you had other partners, but how did, for our audience, like for the AVP players, there's only 2 of you. What did you do? Did you go get a coach? Did you not? Like, give us that story of how it all started.
I didn't have a coach for a long time. It was more like just being around guys that were better than me and trying to get in those squads. It was constantly trying to level up, right? Like, hey, how do I get on this challenge court on Saturdays in Huntington and sign up on the list and get like a good partner and go show everybody? Or Ryan Mariano used to throw this pro-am tournament. So you go grab like somebody and go win with them. And to be honest, those are the things that guys that played with me, for one, Jake, two, it was like John Moran, and then like a Ty Loomis, and then a Canyon Seatman, a Brent Doble. Like I got to play Kevin Wong, like all these guys, I kind of like climbed my way through, but it was me playing in all those like winning AAA events, going and playing and winning like a pro-am, and or going and playing 4-man back when the Smackfest had like a 4-man, like just going and proving yourself wherever you could, as much as you could, and being a guy that like, oh, dude, this guy can kind of win, or this guy's a little bit gritty, you know, like I was constantly trying to send the message, like, I'm here, I'm all in, like this is what I want to do, and I'll do whatever it takes. I'm willing to wait as long as possible. Like, this is what I want to do. And so it was like those type of little events nonstop with guys and getting partners were like just a little bit better than me. So I knew I could go and get in, not just get into a tournament, but go and like beat some teams and be like a main draw guy, you know, like that was the goal. And so it was like that. And not until, to be honest, until I was with Jake, did we have like a dedicated coach. And then it was the guy that I played with against in college. It was Tyler Hilderman. It was like our homie. So he was such a like savant and so ahead of his time. And we loved the hybrid style that he had of beach indoor that, you know, that was the first time I really had like a dedicated full-time coach. Before that, it was like, oh yeah, you know, Adam Cottrell would come down the beach and hit balls at us, you know, like he'd hit some down balls at us and, you know, give us some pointers here and there, you know, stuff like that here and there with guys. Who else? We had Fenoy came to practices a few times a couple of years ago. It was just kind of like guys that could give time here and there, but not until that 2013 did I really have somebody like full-time. But besides then, it was just watch film, be obsessed. I never watched TV. It was just watching YouTube videos and watching more videos and watching volleyball nonstop, thinking about it, studying it, whatever. That's all I did.
So another lesson to people listening, especially the youth. If you want to play college volleyball, you want to play high school volleyball, you heard what Casey just said. He's not scrolling through Instagram looking at different people's lives. He's watching something that's going to enrich his, and he wants to be a beach volleyball player. He wants to be someone to make it. So he's watching former players play. He's watching matches overseas. He's watching anything he can to learn from it. So if you want to play volleyball at the next level, watch high school games, watch college games, watch international games, learn from the people that are doing it at the level you want to get to so you can emulate and change what you're doing to try to reach those dreams. So we're always trying to teach and tell stories here on
I love it. I love it, especially when like you lose. I remember losing in qualifiers and losing in events and then just sitting total poopy pants, angry kid, wishing he could live the dream and be sponsored and do this for a living, and going and watching a guy like Jeff Nygaard and watch him pass on the left side and do his little like shuffle step kick out to the left and have his nasty wrist away. And I hear him talking about passing bad on purpose to get the team rattled so that they felt like it was out of system and then go detonate. Like, oh, dude, I remember watching Doble and watching him do like an inside in lean, but then still bounce inside. I'm like, wait, everybody always goes back to the line. Like all those little things. Dude, I could tell you story upon story, which you guys play the same thing where you're just like, I am fully immersed in this and I want to listen and be around and just, I want to absorb as much as possible. Like stuff like that was some of the most memorable things were after a loss and just watching the guys who were gnarly just do it, be like, wow, this is incredible.
You know, as a coach, do you emphasize that? Go home, guys, get on ESPN Plus, go see the guys play, you know, because on the girls' side, and I've said this before, is we don't do a good enough job to say you need to go watch. Where like one of my kids, she wouldn't go turn it on, but as soon as I turned it on, she was into it. Yeah. Right. And we talk about, you know, as we raise boys, you'll sit down and watch football, you'll sit down and watch basketball and baseball and those kind of things. But the girls, we haven't. So, but you know, once they start watching it, man, their volleyball IQ gets higher. You're right. They get to emulate and especially now with the men's game and you've got Nikolov, that's a different setter. That's a whole different guy. And so,
yeah, I thought I was an offensive setter and you watch this guy, you're like, what is
gnarly. Casey is gnarly.
But it's changing the game. It should change their game for the youth. Like, look, this is what you can do. This is the new setter. This is how new setters are nowadays. So do you want to be something like them? And you just can't do it on your own, you know? So do you emphasize that at all when you coach to have these guys watch video?
It's kind of funny. I say that after every practice. YouTube, the USA Volleyball National Team. If you want to watch someone who's entertaining, you got to TJ Falco. Then you got to go watch Matt Anderson and watch how solid and consistent he is. Like middles, go watch David Lee, how gnarly he is, how good his footwork is. What is he looking at? How does he transition his footwork? Like you guys, there's so many layers of this and it's so fun. Like just go YouTube this stuff. And then, you know, the kids are like, dude, they're sending links on the team chat. And I'm like, yes,
awesome.
dude, we got them hooked. Like But yeah, I'm always about that. Same thing with my
Good.
voice. You know, we're driving to a tournament. I'm like, hey, throw on whatever. Like, you got to start watching guys in your position you like, and they'll show up and do something I've never seen them do. Like, Dad, I saw that on the show. I'm like, yes, dude, you saw that in
That's great.
DJ's reverse hammer,
Yeah.
backhand
Yeah.
hammer pipe. Perfect. If it works, cool. That's what works. Let's do it. I love it. Explore.
That's
It's
awesome.
so great. Like he said, everyone. I mean, I have the two kids that play hoops, so it's easy to watch that. And March Madness is
Yeah.
going on, but like it's important to learn what you want to do. Like if you're a basketball player, if you're not watching old clips of Kobe and MJ, like, or LeBron, you're stupid. They're the greatest to ever do it, right? And it's the same thing with volleyball. Like you said, like the game's changed. There's no doubt. But I would still, if I was a beach player, I'd probably go watch every one of Karch's matches.
For sure.
I don't care how, what the time was back then. And then today's games, like you said, like there's so much going on in the men's game. It's so exciting to watch. I've been to a bunch of college matches. I'm going to one this Saturday. Like it's such a different game than when I played. It's even a different game than like 10, 12 years ago.
Seriously.
So fast. And so that's great that you teach and that you do that and that you're a part of it. I have a question for you. So Sully always asks this, but he was probably going to ask, but I'm going to ask it. I got to do it. Bear got to do it. Sully did not. Sorry, Sully. But we both of us got to wear USA on our chests in different.
About as close as I got. It's right here.
In different instances. I got to play in a couple World University games, the Pan Am games. Bear and I played with Geeter down in the Pacific Ocean games in Colombia, but we didn't go to the Olympics. We had Holly on here and she explained her experience. Just a kid from Newbury Park, fell in love with the game, gets to go to BYU, falls in love with the beach game at a rec center at an apartment complex. Follows the dream down to Huntington, doing everything from A's to pro-ams. You're walking to the Olympic ceremonies. And I remember, I just talk to me. How was it for you? How was it to put that on, the experience?
Yeah, I mean, talk about one of the most emotional, like you kind of foresee that because as a, an athlete and somebody who you just always believe you're going to be there. But then when you're there, it's the most surreal experience you've ever had. And there's like, the emotion is, I feel that a lot more now that I'm a dad and a coach. I'm like crying during like Rocky, and I'm like crying during, dude, the most random things. Like you guys, the video you had, you guys are quoting some story and I started crying. I'm like, dude, how I wish I could be on that team right now, just like in the circle at a timeout. Like, dude, I'm crying over thinking about that. So those kind of things, I felt like I didn't take for granted because I appreciate it more than anything in the moment. But even now it's like so much gnarlier. So that feeling of being in the tunnel before we walk out in the stadium and everyone's chanting USA and it's all dark in that tunnel with all the USA athletes, that was probably the most like, am I floating? Like I felt like I was off the ground. That was the most nostalgic, memorable moment I feel like I've had maybe ever in like a sports career, like with any sporting event that I've done, and for me, it was that moment. I was like, wow, dude, this is really special. It was incredible,
Yeah,
I think
Holly
Jake
said
has
she
told that
blacked
story
out.
too. Yeah.
Holly's like, don't remember.
Yeah.
It was so out there, it was so up
powerful
there that I just don't remember.
Yeah.
Can we go back just a little bit? You were playing on the AVP. Were you playing FIVB as well at the same time? When did you think like, hey, I want to play in we all want to play in the Olympics, but when did you finally go, I think I got a shot to do this?
Yeah.
Can you tell me that or tell us that transition and how all that worked?
It was like 2009. I won a first AVP with Ty Loomis. It was against Sean Scott and John Hayden. And of course, all the international teams are overseas competing on the FIVB. I want to make sure everyone knows that I know that as well, because that's a big part of your rite of passage is if you win a tournament and all the World Tour guys are somewhere else, you kind of won the cool like hybrid JV tournament. Even though Sean and John were the number one team for the AVP at that point and were beating Phil and Todd all frequently, it was like, okay, I get like, it's funny. I always like to make sure I say that, but it was like that moment I was like, dude, maybe I can do this because I'm like an undersized blocker. I'm kind of like this weird hybrid guy. But to win an AVP, we had to go through, we had to beat Nygaard. I remember, I think he was playing with Mayer. We had to beat Kevin Wong and Matt Olson. We had to beat like a lot of good teams. And it was like, wow, dude, like we consistently just did this. I might have a shot at this. And then the next week, Rockstar's like, we want to sponsor you for 3 years. I'm like, that's it. I'm doing it. That's it.
Awesome.
This is all I'm focused on now is how do I go play on the World Tour? And at that time, you had to ask permission. You had to go ask USA Volleyball and be like, I do sit with Dave Williams when he was running USA Volleyball and they had the office in Hermosa. I'm like, hey, can I be allowed to go play? I really want to go do this because you had to pay your way. I'm like, I'm willing to pay my way. Brad Keenan wants to go and play with me. We'll go play and just try. And that was like my first taste of going and playing international. But I remember it being like a job interview. Like, can I go play? I've won a few tournaments. But that sucks is the AVP goes bankrupt in 2010, so it's gone. So we signed this year with Rockstar. I'm like, dude, I arrived. They're paying me to play volleyball. This is incredible. And I was playing with Kevin Wong, and we were consistently in like semifinals. I'm like, this is like the momentum's going. Like this is getting more real than ever. And it was just like gone. And I'm like, dude, everyone, like guys, like they were way better than me. Aaron Watchvogel, Billy Strickland, you know, like a Romaine, all these guys that were on tour kind of just like stopped playing. And I was like, dude, I'm not done yet. I'm too stubborn. So I go back and play in Puerto Rico, go play on a Japanese beach volleyball tour. They pay for my flights to go play for the FIVB. I'm just like trying to make this work. Luckily, all while just like only having one kid, so I can like still kind of make it work. And I just was like too stubborn to stop. And that's the only reason I even like made it to the Olympics, to be honest. It was like, I just wasn't done. And I just decided, no, I'm not giving up.
Yeah. The grind is so crazy for an athlete, any athlete, but to be a professional athlete and to be an Olympic athlete, like I really don't think the majority of the people truly grasp it. I mean, they show the stories on NBC during the Olympics, and you know, they pick an athlete in different sports and they tell you, and people watch and go, wow, like, but like, I really, I mean, you know, we all know, like, I don't think people grasp what you're doing every day. And like, I see what my kid just does to try to play college basketball. I am to play, to be an Olympic athlete and know you're going to be it is just the work and the years. You don't have anywhere to play. The tour's over and you can hang it up like some of the great ones you just mentioned did. And you said, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to continue to grind. I'm going to pay my own way. I'm going to find a way to do it. And while you're doing that, you're still having to live your life. You have a kid, you have all of this stuff, and you're still training the hours upon hours. So again, I hope volleyball, it just continues to grow where more money is brought into our sport here so we can help athletes like you back when you were younger. Like the USA Volleyball can give more bigger stipends, can help more athletes on the beach, as well as obviously the indoors doing its own thing with both teams. But, you know, so you come out of the tunnel, you go through the Olympics, you get to play with Jake, who, you know, you kind of looked up to in, you know, back in those days. And like, you know, you're on cloud nine. Where do you go from there? Like the Olympics are over. You don't finish where you want to finish, but you know, that happens. And is it time that you want to try another Olympic run, or are you just, I'm going to go win as many tournaments as I can?
Yeah, it was kind of like both of those things at the same time, because while like Jake and I were playing, our number one thing was our legacy. Like, dude, we have to play. We can't go out on the world tour and then not come back for AVPs because it's inconvenient. Like, we have to play in everything because we only have a limited window to do this as a profession. And this is something we all kind of agreed upon. And it was kind of like fueled by Tyler, because Rich Lamborn was traveling with us too. Like, we're all guys that just kind of like didn't really belong where we were, but we just were too stubborn and gritty. And so it was like, dude, our squad was so good and like supportive. We're like, we're going to go travel. Even if we don't have time, we're going to go make it happen, travel back and forth. So that had stayed with me. Like, we're going to go play every AVP and every FIVB. So once, you know, Jake and I kind of split up at that 2016, right after, I had the same mentality. Hey, I want to go find a guy, which is, you know, basically impossible to replace a guy like Jake and you know, Tyler and Rich in that squad. But it was like, I want to go find somebody as close as possible and do the same thing. I want to go keep going as long as I can jump inside out. Like, I want to do that. And the World Tour is a different animal. It's every match is like a final in the AVP. Your pool play, you're like, bro, we just played like 3 finals and we're barely out of pool. Like, it's so gnarly, the amount of talent on the World Tour. I mean, you just see a Cuba win, you know, we call them like Grand Slam, like the big events with all the top teams. Like, where are those guys training? They're not even allowed to leave their island unless they're playing an event, and somehow they're winning. So it's like, dude, there's guys everywhere in every country now that have passed us and not only caught up, but gone far past as far as talent. So
when you say, oh, go ahead, Bear.
Yeah. So after being an Olympian and you play on the AVP or the FIVB, do people have it out for you? Like, they come after you as hard as they can. I mean, they're going to do that anyways, but they want a piece of beating an Olympian, or are they intimidated at all? Or how does that work?
Oh, I think it does like the opposite of intimidation. It almost like fuels every guy that hasn't quite arrived yet. And it really fires them up. Not only did everyone just want to beat me because I was loud and annoying, and if you're on my team, you loved it because you were like, bro, I'm going to war with you. Like, I'll take a bullet. Like, let's go. But if you weren't, you're like, this guy's...
That's why I loved you, Case. That's why I loved you, man. I was very similar. People hated playing against me.
He's loud, he's dancing.
Yeah,
hey, Casey,
like,
do you sing at all?
I do. I was in a couple bands in high school. And
oh my God,
and
you and Corey need to get together.
Yeah, we haven't sang together yet, but one of these days, I'm going
to have to do that. So, anyway, sorry to interrupt, but I have a
question to go back to what you said. I don't know, you would know more than this, but you just said the talent is getting further and further from these other countries. Is it the talent, or is it the way they're training and putting the money into that?
Because it's the support system.
Okay, because I got to think we still have talented players here in this country if they were to go through the right rigorous. And we've talked about this for club volleyball. We've talked about this. I've talked about it also on this, but with others for club basketball. Yeah. We as a country play way too much. We play too many games. There's too much club, and there's not a focus on development. So your question, is there a way we can get back to being the dominant? We founded the game of volleyball and beach. Can we get back to being the dominant country in beach volleyball? And if so, how? How do we get there?
Yeah, the good thing is I'm like on the board with this USA Volleyball, just like a voting member of a board, just kind of helping oversee beach volleyball. And Sparaz's on the right path. He's a guy that I feel like everyone should be super excited that is involved, because he's looking for the future of the game and the evolution, where the media needs to be, where the social needs to be, and where the focus is once college is done. The drop off in the amount of players on both girls and guys side, it's like unbelievable, right? So it's like, how do we keep these people in the game? How do we keep them involved and give them chances to play? And so I feel like he's going to be doing a good job. And then my opinion is also, I feel like the AVP was what provided that for us. We had a tour we could go prove ourselves and be winners and get a little edge and get a little bit of swag, and then go play on the world tour and not be like scared of these monster, everyone's 7 foot, every defender, like guys from Russia, from Netherlands, you got Norway, Sweden, everyone's young and gnarly. The AVP it made the world tour much less scary and more exciting and fun. And so I love the new AVP league format. I'm just really worried about the developmental part of, if I was where I was when I first tried to play, there'd be nowhere for me to go. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no traditional Hermosa, Manhattan, Huntington. There's all these events. I've got at least 8 to 10 events where I could go like just fight my way in, get a partner I could win with, and just go grind and like follow the dream. Now I'm like, unless you're a top guy right now, what's incentivizing me out of college, who could probably have a big future, to go play World Tour AVP? I don't even know how to get in. What do I do? I got to move to Hermosa and just be like available all the time. Well, that's not a good format for all these boys, and even like the girls. I feel like college, they're good. It sets them up. They have like the speed ramp to success because they've got all that experience.
It's such a great thing that they brought beach volleyball. Yeah, it's amazing. And so like you're playing for Dane for 4 years, or Stein, or anyone, you're playing for Todd up at Slow. Like you're going to be ready to play after those 4 years.
You're already, you're winning events like a cloth nuts. They're just like, we're here. Like Sarah and Kelly, it was like, we're here. You're like, they're still in college. What is happening? But for guys, like following that like AVP dream of getting to be pulled out while Geeter's doing like a third set, under pressure, you're like, bro, it's almost impossible to have those scenarios happen anymore. And that's what's sad for me. It's like, dude, where are these guys? What do you do if you're like our kids who are out of college and want to play beach as a career? Like,
well, hopefully John, and I talked to him and we're going to have him on here because I know John, like we played against each other. He went to school with Mooney, and for a lot of reasons, he's got stories, but I think he's the perfect guy for the job to run USA Volleyball. He loves this sport. He loves this country. He loves everything about volleyball, and so have many others, but he's very smart. He's very tactical. He understands a lot. I think that hopefully, I'll ask him when he's on here, but you're on the board, that they can come up with something that gives boys and men more opportunities. It's never going to be a collegiate sport. Men's beach volleyball is, and it's just not, unless they take football out of the equation, which they're not going to, which we talked about yesterday. So that's not happening. So hopefully, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a junior league. I mean, they used to have like the AVP Next, those kind of things, but you got to somehow subsidize it for kids that are out of college. They just can't go play on a tour and pay for everything and win a cooler and a backpack, which is fun, but there's got to be some way to develop. And if they don't, we don't do that, we're going to fall further and further behind, because like you said, I mean, I've seen it myself. Like you look at those 20-year-old kids out there, just unbelievable on these tours. It's because they're playing at such a young age, they're training at such a young age, they're focused at such a young age, and they're developing right at a young age.
Yeah, they're going to volleyball school for high school. They're not going to high school and then playing volleyball. They're going to they're training like we were on the national team at 16. You're like, what? Yeah. And even before then, you got Norwegians won the gold 2 Olympics ago. The Swedes just won it just now. It's like Scandinavian countries, and they're under 25, both teams at that time when they won. You're like, I didn't even
have
start
fun
playing
with
until I
that.
was like mid-30s on tour, like to really trying. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's you know, just like we've been saying on this, volleyball's grown immensely all over the world, and especially here in this country. Like women's collegiate volleyball's on TV, like during
Amazing.
during Saturday football games. You know, you turn into the other words. I'm watching Furbringer play, and it's incredible. The women's indoor, both pro leagues are killing it with attendance. You know, both of them are been amazing. The level's fantastic. I'm watching a lot of them. Collegiate games just last week. UCI played Long Beach, both games at both facilities. The Pyramid and Bren sold out, both of them.
Yeah.
You know, it's just volleyball is so incredible right now, and we need you, John, and others to find ways to create. I mean, listen, if some person can say Haktua and make millions, we've got to think
Seriously.
and good for her. I mean, listen, great for her.
Yeah.
But if someone, I'm being honest, if someone can do that and parlay that into millions, there's no reason why with smart business people that we can't parlay some form of social media and something into millions that could create that for the development of volleyball. There's just, I mean, there's too many millionaires on YouTube and all over that can't spell their names. And again, all power to them. I didn't like school either. If I would have had that, I'd probably be a millionaire back in those days. But but it's possible, right? It wasn't possible 25 years ago. It is possible to create and to make money. And so a guy like John understands that, right? Like you said, the socials and different things. So I'm excited to see how that. So one other thing I'd like to ask you, it's probably at least for you, I'm sure you didn't want to tell everyone it's your most memorable moment playing for Team Fletch. Playing at the 6-man, you know, playing for Fletch, playing for others as well. Like, tell our audience a little bit about the 6-man.
Yeah.
Geeter and I talked about it briefly for a second yesterday. But what's your, you know, you and I got to embrace numerous times on there, but you know, the 6-man, what do you think about it?
You know, the first time I ever went, I think it was like 2005 or 6 when it was still massive and you couldn't even get to your court. There was just people. So you'd play a ball that was out of bounds, you'd run into a wall of people. You'd be late to your court. You couldn't even get there. You're like, excuse me. And it's like, I remember walking out on the pier and be like, have I been missing this? What? This is Disneyland, Magic Mountain, heaven, everything all combined into one. Like, I want to live here forever, every day. This is incredible. I mean, how special that is. And then what's even more special is how each team has their own like legacy and culture and they bring their vibe, but everybody's like stoked on it and it just levels up and adds to the magic and energy of that event. It's incredible. And, you know, of course, winning with Fletch, especially on like an iconic anniversary year, right? It was like what, 25th year or something, or what year was, it was incredible. And that was my first time getting to play with you guys. And I remember just like, dude, I'm just standing around like guys that were, and probably still like so much better than me. And somehow I'm getting to play and start. Like I was more in awe than like fired up to just play. It was like, dude, Geeter in timeouts, it was insane. The things that he's quoting, you're just like, I didn't even know life could be like this. I didn't even know something could be this amazing. I had no idea. You know what I mean? And so for me, the 6-man is one of the most special things ever. And bringing my kids to it, my boys are like, Dad, there's like a youth version. We got to play. I'm like, you should play, dude. This is rad.
The junior 6-man. And the thing I've always told people about it is like, listen, it's a party. And back in those days, it was a real party. Like you couldn't even get on the beach. They've calmed it down for the right reasons, but it's still pretty amazing, right? And the thing that I love about it, it really is. I haven't seen it in every other sport, but like in a weekend, it's the past, it's the present, and it's the future. There's high school kids that are just playing that get smashed by current Olympian and professionals that are also getting smashed by former Olympians, former collegiate players. And like, it is a vast array of athletes from the volleyball side. And you're just like, if you love volleyball and you're just there, like you said, you're walking there and you're just like, this is unbelievable. Like, oh my God, like, there's Casey Patterson. There's Jake Gibb. There's, you know, then you go down there. Oh, there's a kid who's a sophomore in high school. Oh, his dad was great. He's going to be good. 10 years later, he's winning the 6-man. And, you know, there's legends. There's Stokey. There's Sinchin. There's just all these people that have played in it. And it's such a cool event for that. For me, it's just like I took my kids growing up and, you know, Jake's in Laker gear, pictures. And, you know, we have Pete Carroll coming in, talking, giving us stories during the timeouts and stuff. And like, it's just awesome because, again, we said this earlier when we were playing for Paul Mitchell and you've been around Geeter enough and a few others in Hildebrand. Volleyball and tactical stuff will always matter. And there's no doubt, like when you're in a game in an important situation and you got to call who you're going to guard or what you're going to set. But at the same time, there's something magical about just something in a spiritual way and calming you down.
The way we would do it, like you said, Geeter would come in and just give us a quote from a movie. He'd sit around, we'd all sit around, and he would do the Coming to America, the cutting scene of the hair. I mean, this is why we're playing to win matches, and like it's a big deal to win that tournament. And it's great volleyball. It's not like, oh, you want to beach. I mean, this is like, it's the best. I mean, if you're not playing in an AVP or an FIVB, and there's folks that have flown home many a times after losing on an AVP to get there to play in the last match on Saturday so they can play on Sunday.
One serve. Yeah. You just got to pop a serve in and you're good to go Sunday.
That's it. You just got to get in there. And so like people fly from all over. If you're not playing in a national team event, if you're not on an AVP, you're playing in this event. Like everyone's playing, and it's 6-on-6, and it's just incredible volleyball.
Yeah,
it really
I was gonna say, so Cole, CK and Casey, talk to people like, I mean, they're not from the area. So Midwest, back east, that have really no idea what you guys are talking about. Where is it located? How many courts are going on? You guys have described the audience, but what time of year is it? So shoot, some people may want to be a part of this that's across the country. So talk to people like they're nowhere near Manhattan, right? So
yeah, it's Manhattan Beach Pier is where it's at, the like epicenter of beach volleyball, where you can walk down the pier and it's like, you know, the power lane of like gods and goddesses of the sport who just devoted their lives. And you see Karch on it 150 times, and you see Sinjit on 150 times. It's just I was just at a Newbury Park game. The ref has her. She showed me a picture of her plaque, and I was like, I mean, it's incredible. It's just a row of legends, and that's where the sport is the most special. So you add that with the indoor scene, with the like almost reunion style of volleyball, so that, and with 6-man, at any age and level that you're at, you can go play and participate, which makes it so rad.
It's usually the first weekend, last weekend of July, first weekend of August. They've changed it these years because of what Casey had mentioned when he first went. It started out, it's the Ron Cycli Invitational Tournament. It's something done at Manhattan Beach every year, the Surf Festival. They've limited where you have to either qualify or get a ticket to get into the tournament. There's still 30, 40, 50, 60 teams, both men and women.
Quality's still there. Yeah, the riffraff kind of got filtered out.
Yeah, it turned into like trying to become a festival, right? Like all of a sudden it was a volleyball tournament that started to be a party that was really fun. Everyone dresses up too, by the way. I shouldn't say everyone,
all themed,
but a lot of teams have themes. One of my favorite themes, and they still stands true, are the ex-LMU players. They come as the wrestlers. Guys are dressed in Hulk Hogan. I mean, it's
my favorite team.
And they bring a ring, a real ring, like an actual ring, from the posts around the backcourt. So they have an entire wrestling ring on their half of the court. And when you switch sides, they take it, and it's back on their side. They're dressed all as wrestlers. Like it's unbelievable, and they're really good volleyball players. They a couple All-Americans at LMU, and they're still playing now. They're playing in the 40s, but back 20 years ago they were in the Open as well. And it's just a great event, and it's a great celebration of volleyball. The party's pretty fun too, but like I mentioned, it's not just a party. There's so many folks playing from past, present, and future that just crush it. It's such a great event.
So Team Fletch, what do you guys wear?
Team Fletch. I mean, if you ever watched the movie, it's, I'm 6'5", 6'9" with the afro, huge Laker fan, Chevy was. So that's what we would wear, Laker uniforms with afros, and when we'd play in those. It was really fun to play in those when it was 95 out. And
just dripping.
Yeah, the sand's burning your feet, but you still do it.
And it looks sick in content. It's incredible.
It sure does.
Furby I've got some siding out from the right and the left. Oh.
Scotty Locke was amazing. And I've got some great photos on my wall and from that weekend. And again, it goes back to us telling stories, and Casey has millions of them. And that's why, Casey, we're going to have you on again here.
Yeah, for sure.
Like just one weekend of one 6-man. We could probably sit on here for hours and tell story after story of just one game to one play. And it's like us with nationals. And I'm bummed you never got to go to that case, because that was a real.
I've been one time with Team Paul Mitchell. Tyler.
You're an alum.
But you went after us. It was right after when Tyler ran the team. Yes, it was right after. Okay, so you are part of this.
One time.
I stand corrected. I'm sorry. You are a Paul Mitchell alum. It's beautiful.
I'm so glad. Oh, man, yes. Okay, good. I was worried. Put that on the resume next time.
It is that should be on the resume. Absolutely. If not, I mean, the Olympics are probably 3 after Fletch and Paul Mitchell. But yeah, so it's, you just talk, go to your nationals at Salt Lake City. I mean, you could just tell so many stories just from the 4 nights.
So fun.
Each night has a story. So just been incredible.
I remember Tyler draining his knee in like the semis, just going to the PT and then just pulling out dude, I don't even know how much fluid he pulled out, and he's like, we got to play. I'm like, dude, you're amazing. You're just like a god walking on earth, just a demi.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, he had a year where he was getting IVs too, like his first year. I think with New Orleans or something. We talked about that a little bit. And
Yeah, he was
all in.
He was dying, and he was able to play in the semi and finish, and we won. And we were in the losers side, so we had to play in the losers final and then go back. And so Ty Tremblay actually was our other setter. So he had got us through. We win the loser final. Hildebrand's getting an IV, shivering, like, I gotta play. Yeah. He's with Bear warming up on the side to just to try to make it, and comes in and plays, and we win the double final, win the gold medal. It's incredible.
So those are the stories, dude. Just the warriors. And they're playing a little Finiente every night in the hotel. You know what I mean? Come on, dude.
Yes,
Incredible.
Finiente.
Credit card roulette.
A little credit card roulette. Yes. So, listen, we'd love to have you back. I mean, we just touched upon just a little bit. We've been going for over an hour here, and I can't thank you enough for taking the time. One other thing I want to bring up real quick before we go is we talk about this, and Casey, you've always been just a great human being to me, and I'm traveling with my wife. We're in the airport. This was a few years ago. I hadn't seen Casey or talked to Casey in probably a couple years, or at least maybe on social media or something or whatever. Bear's here in the dark.
Sorry, my lights went off. I'll be right back.
It's okay. It's outstanding. And you're there, and it was like we'd seen. It's like we just. Nothing had changed, and you hugged me and you embraced me, and you were just so awesome to talk to. Michelle and I, you're just such a great person and a great human being, and you've always been a great friend to me. And thanks for coming on, and just thanks for being that. I can hear it in your spirit, how you're talking. The kids are lucky to have you at Newbury Park. They really are.
For sure. Yeah, no kidding.
I appreciate it, you guys. It's more of an honor for me to be on this and to listen to your guys' stories and be around your guys' legacy. I mean, you guys have been doing it forever, so I'm just grateful to be here.
That's awesome. Like Coley said, we get your story, but then we know there's stories within those stories.
Yeah,
and I just think we're scratching the surface right now, Casey.
Yeah.
But this is what Set the Pipe's all about. And I'm going to echo what Coley said. We really appreciate you being on here. I know my daughter, if she could have talked on here, I'm sure she would have said the same thing. So, but it was a pleasure. We'd love to have you back. Good luck the rest of the way. And thanks for coming on Set the Pipe, buddy.
Love it. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Casey.
Okay, and welcome everybody to Set the Pipe. We do have a great guest tonight, but let me introduce. That is CK, and that is Bear, the host of Set the Pipe. Tonight we have Alfie Reft, the UCLA women's head coach. Alfie, welcome to Set the Pipe.
Thanks, Sully. That's man, it sounds a lot cooler coming out of your mouth. That's quite the introduction. I feel pretty special.
So happy to
Microphone.
Yeah, so happy to have you. You're the first women's collegiate coach on Set the Pipe. We've had a few men's coaches from John over at UCLA, and we've had Al Knipe at Long Beach and Nygaard at USC, and just honored to have you, grateful for you to take the time to talk to us about the women's game, about you, about UCLA. As you know, I have a little bit of love for that for a few reasons, but wanted to just say again, thanks for joining and taking the time to talk to us today.
No, I appreciate it, guys. I'm excited to be here, and thanks for having me. It's going to be some fun.
Yeah, awesome. Well, just sit back and relax like we do, and we go over your profile a little bit. Let everybody know out there who we're talking to today. So, Alfie was named the 4th head coach in the program history of UCLA on December 19th, 2022. Let's go back to his college days. College career started actually as a gaucho at UC Santa Barbara, then transferred to the University of Hawaii as a libero. What a stud. Alfie was named the ABCA First Team All-American, as well as the A6 Volleyball Magazine Defensive Player of the Year in 2005. Competed in 7 years overseas in clubs in Montenegro, Portugal, and France. And then all of a sudden, kind of got into the coaching gig. So he did actually 12 years with the national team, both as coach and player. And then he was a seasonal assistant coach for the USA women's national team with the silver medal at the Paris Games in 2024. Got into the Big Ten actually as an assistant at the University of Illinois, right up the street from me, and at the University of Minnesota. Then he spent 3 seasons following our old teammate, Brent Hilliard, and he went to San Diego State. So he associated head coach at San Diego. where he led their team to their first national semi appearance in 2022. From there, he did take over the Bruins, and here we are. Alfie Rept is the UCLA women's head coach. Again, welcome to Set the Pipe. We're really excited to have you on and have a great conversation.
Thanks, Sully.
When you hear all that, Alfie, my question to you, and I've asked a few folks of this, is you're a coach now at UCLA, which is amazing, and we'll talk about that. But all the accolades to go back when you were younger, like we were, when you wanted to be that dream of being a player. I mean, you got to play at the highest level. I mean, you got to play at the collegiate level and compete with the best of the best. Play at the national team. Do your players know that you were that good? That's the first question I have. Like, as a player, do they really know how good you were? And when you hear that, being a coach now, do you remember like how fun it was when you used to get to do it yourself?
That's a good question. I don't know, Coley. I don't know if they even know what volleyball was like when I played. I mean, I feel like there's such little, we didn't have social media. There's like little video, and I certainly, I'm not in the gym like, hey, look at this game from 2005 that I was playing. But no, I mean, we certainly reference where appropriate in the gym. We try to, let them know that, hey, we had some chops at some point, but I can't say that they knew the level we were playing at, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. It is really weird. I don't know. I don't think about like the full timeline kind of as a whole. So just hearing you say that solely, it's like that's just a trip down memory lane, and you just think of all these like parts of your life that you're like, whoa, like. So to hear you read that off is kind of cool. I haven't quite looked at it that way or even read my own timeline in a while. So, yeah, it's kind of, it's humbling. It's a little trippy, honestly, to like hear it all.
Yeah, to look back and see, like, wow, I actually did all that. Like, we had Nygaard on, and he was like, we read all this stuff from Nygaard, and he sat there and he was like, that was someone from the past where I'm at today.
Right.
When you hear stuff like that, you're just like, wow, like, you did all of that. And we of course, we know we did because we played against him, but. And it's like you. I mean, remember watching you back then when you were in college and when you coming up, and like, it's crazy to see what you've been able to accomplish. And then, which we'll get into your coaching career, because I'm curious when that bell went off in your head. Like, were you playing and like, this is what I want to do? But like, to be able to do all of that as a player and then continue the game is just so cool that you got to do that.
No, I agree. I agree, Coley. And as you talked about like UCSB and just all these stops, I think of the people, like the coaches, like the people that really mentored me and got me there, the teammates, like just there's so many fragments of that journey as a player into coaching. And I think it's absolutely what inspires me to coach now is, like I think everybody in this sport who's done anything to some degree has always had people who are influential. And so when I hear that, that's what I think of is just like all the faces of people in those fragments of life, which is pretty cool to think about.
Yeah. So
That's awesome.
yeah, a couple things for you, Alfie, is a lot of really good players can't. Not that they don't want to, but they can't make that transition to coaching, right? Because it's more like, this is what I did. I can't tell you how I did it, but this is what I did. So when did you know, like, kind of want to get into this coaching gig? I mean, because you go from, high school, college to overseas to national team mentoring to volunteering, then actually getting into coaching. So when did you go like, hey, I actually can do this. I can coach. So when did that come into your brain and say, yeah, you know what, I could be pretty good at this?
Well, I can remember back to like really early, even like in high school, actually. I just always had a fascination with like picking the game apart or a curiosity for process, actually, and then working with people. And so when I was playing in high school, I was also like always coaching the girls' teams, like just getting my hands in instruction and kind of discovery with that. As I got through college, I think recollecting now back on it, I mean, obviously, like I'm not the most imposing player. I was never big, so I really had to like understand the technicalities of the game in order to kind of match like where the game's going, and like every step it was like, somebody was a little bigger, a little faster, and well, I had to out efficient them or out like strategic them, whatever it was. So like that study of the game, I think, has suited me well with just the coaching aspect of it. But really, when it comes down to it, like I think well through college, I was still coaching like high school girls, even as I was competing. When I got to the national team and started training in Anaheim, I immediately started coaching club volleyball. Like I was just always double dipping, and I was that was always a thread I knew that was pulling at me, the coaching side of it, and I was kind of cultivating that always as I played, and it was always this back and forth from I'm gonna go compete, and then I'm gonna, coach a little bit, and so
Did it help you when you competed? When you were still coaching, did you learn? Did it help you evolve as a player while you were coaching at the same time? Just curious.
1,000%. Yeah, 1,000%, Coley. I was able to just to see, I worked when I was on the national team. I was coaching like 12 and unders. I was coaching the best ins team in the country at the time. I was assistant coaching that was, and so I was just getting to see all these parts of the game and like the maturation of players, not just physically but also mentally, and like the struggles that they were going through. And so, at any level, I think that stuff is pretty parallel, and there was always takeaways from that. And so that was pretty neat, as well as like really dissecting and being in the lab and breaking down skills. Like I could articulate how I wanted someone to pass a ball. The next day I'd go in the gym and be like, okay, like those things kind of pinged off at me, or if it was defense or vision, whatever it was. So it was just this really cool intersection of like the back and forth of like, I'm going to kind of play around, be in the laboratory, and then get in the gym and see if like I can actually do what I just worked on,
Yeah. Yeah. So the second part of that was I wanted to go back to why we even started this Set the Pipe podcast. And it was a couple years ago. It's just, I think our stories get lost. I do. I mean, and for you to sit back and go, gosh, really? Like Coley said, wow, I actually did that. I mean, Nygaard was the same way. He was super professional. And at the end, when we were offline, it was all done. We're like, "Ooh," and he started talking about, yeah, remember back and when I'm like, that's what we need to encapsulate, right? To let you know, you're right in a sweet spot with us, and to telling those stories, and to telling, our audience that, shoot, I started coaching when I was in high school and helping out in college. And I wasn't too big as a national team coach to coach a 12-year-olds, to coach an 18-year-olds. And if you saw, all three of our heads were nodded up and down when it just makes you a better player if you're coaching. And I encourage any college kids out there that if they to go coach a club at the 12s and the 13s, one, you're going to learn patience, at that level. And you're going to learn, your drills and how to communicate a ton better. Man, that just makes you a better collegiate player, in my humble opinion. So that's what this is all about. And this is going to be a great interview.
I'm gonna really jump really fast forward, because I think for me sitting here, listen, you know me, I have a real big passion for UCLA. My wife's an alumni. She played there. She won a national championship. My son hooped there. I'm a big fan. And you just told us a story that you're playing on the national team. You're coaching 12U. You're coaching an assistant coach on the 18s team. You're the UCLA women's collegiate NCAA volleyball coach. What a leap from coaching 12s when you're living in Anaheim. How cool is that? And do you pinch yourself every day to be the head coach at UCLA?
Yeah, 1,000%, Coley. And I don't, I just driving home today. I mean, there are just moments where, I'm from this area, Ventura County, but I've been around LA, and there's so many things. Like I grew up, like UCLA was the pinnacle of volleyball as
During that time, yeah.
in California, at the time. And so I I, I say that because it it never just lands on me completely. It still feels like, and I think that's a good thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always going to be incredibly grateful and humbled, and almost like there's just a lot to live up to in a good way, because for me, it was such a prized position, both as a player, as a student, and now as a coach. Like, yeah, I can't, it's kind of hard to articulate, because it still is, as I'm settling into year 3 here, and I certainly like the lay of the land, I'm understanding a little more. It's still like there are just moments where I'm on campus or I see this brand on my chest, and I'm just incredibly proud to be wearing it. Truly.
I'm the same boat. And something I think you could probably articulate better, because you're the coach and you hear it. But for Bear and for Sully and all our listeners, something I learned when my son Jake went there was there's a difference at UCLA about winning. They don't hang banners to hang banners. They hang banners for winning national championships, and that's it. There's an air about it. You're expected to win titles there. And so that is something that's different in most of the schools around the United States. So to have that kind of pressure coming into a program that has won won national championships, both with Coach Banikowski and with Coach Seeley, you're taking it over now. How do you feel about that? Like, just with the pressure of just UCLA, like John Wooden,
Yeah.
Al Skates, Andy Banikowski. Like those are some of the three of the greatest coaches ever. I mean, Al and John, you could probably put them as two of the best top three coaches in any sport. How does that happen for you when you walk on there to live up to that, success, or to live up to that billing of
Yeah, it's taken some time, honestly. Like initially getting onto campus, it was different from any institution I've been at prior, and I'd been a part of a lot of really great volleyball programs that won at different levels and had success in their own rights, and those were all phenomenal institutions and programs. And UCLA is a unique beast in the sense that the standard is that you win, and I think when you learn to kind of lean into that and sink into that, it tests you in every way possible, but also it allows you to really sink in and dive into like, what are the things that you really are about? And so it's exhilarating for me at this point in my first head coaching job, but to have the bar set so high and that, yeah, I mean, I get to really lean into years and years of, I think, my toolkit and repertoire, and then lean on the greats that are around us. And I think that's what's special about UCLA is it's not just me. I mean, down the hall, there are coaches that are winning championships, year after year. And so you really get to lean into these people that are actually living and walking, the walk on the daily. And so that can be seen as pressure, or it can be like, hey, we lean into like what this brand is and we use the resources around us. And so I think that's pretty special at UCLA.
And on regards to that, with the experience at UCLA, it is a unique place. I grew up in Los Angeles and I've lived here my whole life. I said my wife's an alumni. My son's girlfriend, which will probably be his wife, is an alumni. And it's a unique place for academics and athletics. And, being part of Los Angeles and where the Bruins are, how do you bring that to the ever growing sport of women's volleyball? There's 80,000 people in football stadiums, in Nebraska. There's 15,000 people on a Saturday in Purdue watching Wisconsin. How do you bring the lifestyle of Los Angeles and what UCLA's been known for with regards to academics and athletics to bring that to UCLA? I know that's the goal for you, but how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, we welcome it honestly with open arms, and we're recruiting kids, or athletes, or I should say, young women are coming to us. I mean, UCLA is a dynamic place, and our program is a dynamic program, and so we want to pursue excellence both on the court, obviously in the classroom. That's a necessity, and LA and the landscape we live in is a really dynamic place that we want to be able to really grow and groom these young people to be, um, you know give them the tools with navigating a place that has so much opportunity. And so I think the landscape of NCAA volleyball and the collegiate athlete now is, I mean, it really is a transformational time.
Yes, it is.
Far beyond being, championships on the court and how to excel in the classroom. We want to set them up for how to be great professionals, whether they're going to be professional volleyball players, professionals in business, connect them with the industry and all of the advantages that we have at UCLA. I think that is the gift of where we live, and obviously some beautiful weather. Yeah, I think it's a really unique time in collegiate athletics where we get to leverage a lot of what this playground of LA is that we have. And so we're not afraid of it. I think this is what we are, and we own that, I think.
I think it's an absolute crazy time for you specifically because you were pre-NIL, right?
Yeah.
Now you're in the thick of things, and then things are still changing. I mean, it is crazy, and so you kind of got to roll with the punches, I guess. I mean, but my humble opinion, there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes, right, that we don't know about in the general public, and we say this all the time, right? Watch for the next 3 to 5 years. Watch for the next 3 to 5 years. I mean, because so where's your mindset? Yeah, well, where's your mindset and all that, right? Because you saw traditional, right? What it used to be, what it's potentially turning into, what it's turning into, and what it's gonna be, right? So, where's your mindset on that, Alfie? And how do you manage that, and how do you manage your team, knowing that you're trying to build this culture back again as a, national championship contender, and then you got the transfer portal, right? Then you got NILs, and so like, how do you navigate through that?
Yeah, I think the best word that comes to mind is plasticity and just being pliable with really the landscape. Yeah, you're right. When I took this head coaching job, like NIL really wasn't at the forefront, reps there, pay, like it was in conversation, but the rapid I think, progress of this over the last 3 years, like none of us really could have seen. And so my take is like, it's happening, and whether we like it or agree with it or not, it's happening. And I think there's a way to still be transformational and meaningful and draw purpose in this landscape of paying athletes. And, like we don't want it to be transactional. And so there's a lot that I don't know and a lot that a lot of coaches don't know. And so when my program, I think it's a real testament to, our philosophies in coaching, how we communicate, like, hey, we're going to try to be as transparent in this as possible because that's all we can do.
Right.
And there has to be space for the athletes also to make decisions. So it's really tested my ability to kind of just like let go a little bit, because the reality is like there's so many factors in this equation and still some unknowns. And we can't get bent out of shape if an athlete wants to leave because, a different institution is paying them more money. Like we can't control that. So it really is, I mean, it's in the best sense of the word, like, you kind of put your stake in the ground. This is what our program's about. This is what we can offer. And we stand by that. And we don't really have hard feelings if there's differing feelings on where people land on that. We have to be okay with that because, there's just a lot of moving parts right now.
Yeah, we talked about it a bunch here about NIL and about the landscape of college sports. And you either get on board or you don't. And it is what it is. As a parent, with sports athletes, like you pay $30 for the weekend now to watch your kid play at ASC or, it's just what you do. And if you don't want to do it, you don't have to, but that's what it is. So I think for me, I'm just going to say this because I know you and I know the program you're building, and we've had like Al Knipe, and I've said this about him too, is as a parent of an athlete, this is coming from a parent, strictly a parent, is we need more folks like you that are trying to build a culture and a program and an understanding of what's available in today's market and available today as a business/team. I think a lot of these kids and these families in 10 years are going to regret, is the word I'm going to use, some of these decisions based solely off money. Now, I am not going to tell some kid to not take $1 million when someone's offering $1 million and someone's offering you 10,000. Like that, again, you can't do that. But if you do what you had just said, which, I get to see a lot of things through the emails and being an alumni, husband, and what you're doing for the program is outstanding and trying to grow it. But it's just, we need more folks to care about the athlete and explain what really they're missing out on when they have all these things. There's so many different people in their ears, from parents to other schools to money, and it's an ever-changing business. So like you just said, I'll get back to, but you're building a culture where you're trying to explain it to them. And again, at the same time, if they make their decision to go somewhere else, just like you when you were at USD, right? Like you got the job of a lifetime. If someone on your team is killing it and all of a sudden, someone offers them, 10 times what you can, and it's an opportunity, like how do you not support that, right? Like you want what's best for the kid, but sometimes taking the money isn't what's best for the kid. And that's why putting parameters and understandings and goals for a program, I think the culture will win out in the long run. Maybe not in the short run right now with the money, but I think culture is going to win out in the long run for majority of stuff. So that's just me talking about it.
Coley, I think it's a really great point. Like what's really come to surface for me through this process of starting to talk money with our athletes and the transfer portal and whatnot is that what a great repetition for these young people if done well. Like these are business transactions. They're going to be outing, and like they're going to have to talk. I mean, money is a part of the world. Like that's just what they're doing, So we get an opportunity now to have these conversations and real conversations. And, I just think it's seen that way. It's a real opportunity. It's not always easy, and we don't always end up on the right side of it or the good side or whatever you want to call it, but that's life. And so it's like, if we can teach that to the athlete at this point, and, again, I think it's a full, like in an umbrella of it all, it really is asking coaches and programs to have a lot of clarity around what you're about, what you're doing, and then transparency and honest conversations are where it's at. Cause I think the athlete can read through that quickly if that's not there.
Yeah. When we had Alan Knipe on here, he brought up two things. One, we talked, in Holly McPeak too, we talked about the fallout, meaning first time everybody's going through this, they get through 4 years of NIL money, then they have to go get a job. Like, okay, they potentially can make $250 right? $250 for their sport, and they're looking for an accounting job starting at $60,000 to $75,000. So and to add on to that, with the fallout, is UCLA in a point where they're going to have advisors for when they leave, how to manage their money? That's one question. And the second into that, when Alan Knight was talking about, he was talking about having a major of being an athlete. You have music majors, you have dance majors, right? And we were like, well, it's the Knight bachelor degree, right? So we were all kidding about that. But and the reality is, you already have economics 101 at school. You have accounting, you have business courses, you have marketing courses, and now social media marketing and all that kind of stuff. He's like, why not be having a major of an athlete? Why aren't we teaching these guys about business and how you can be successful and continue what you've done here and all that? Yeah, marketing, all that kind of stuff. And majority of those classes are already there. So does UCLA have a plan with that fallout, and or is it in talks right now? Because it's coming. I mean, this whole NI, it's here, but it's really coming. So I just try to look out for the best interest of the student athlete.
No, I love it. And leave it to Al to, come up with a great idea like that.
It's brilliant. I think it's awesome. Yeah.
I think whether in a formal, curricula or whatnot, like there are a lot of conversations within administration and I think former coaches of UCLA that are really starting to put their heads together on what this looks like to create education around this for the athlete.
Right.
And whether, we have something called Brew and Bridge, which is your pretty formal orientation of just learning the ins and outs of campus. And I think, and don't quote me on this, but I could see where stuff like that starts to change, where it's a lot more specific to this new landscape for the athlete and how to navigate certain things. And while they're there, and certainly while they're leaving, I mean, the fallout of that is absolutely something we're concerned about, just because, what athletes are going to be doing after, and certainly that transition can be stark.
Well, it's hard anyways. It's hard anyways, even with before this. It was hard before this. I mean, and I bring it up. I've been bringing this up for decades. Was the Michigan, the Michigan football player, 105,000 people cheering your name 4 or 5 years, senior night, right? Yeah, everybody's going crazy. You go get a job in a cubicle. No one's giving you attaboys. Sure. I mean, and now you got to add the money on top of that, and the expectation with branding. Oh man, we gotta, yeah.
There's a lot thrown at these young athletes. I mean, they're young adults, right? And with little life experience, it is. I mean, I see it as our job to make sure that they have as much, I don't know, internal compass and understanding of this. I mean, it's a great thing. I'm not saying NIL is a bad thing, but we have to make sure we're protecting, I think, that for student athletes.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah, and then we got roster changes next year. And before you came on, I mean, Bear had a good question about beach and indoors. And
I'm wondering, okay, so I don't know a lot about the women's volleyball and the women's beach volleyball, collegially.
we're bringing them around, Alfie. We're trying. We're trying.
How we're doing the show here. We're trying to, you have to
I can gain some knowledge. But what is your relationship with the women's beach team? And do you guys share players? Do you share scholarships? Can you go into that a little bit? Do you guys do women beach players play indoors? Do the indoor play outdoors? I thought they used to, but they don't anymore. Or how's all that work?
Yeah, Bear, they used to early on the onset. There was a lot of sharing of athletes. And I think as beach and sand volleyball is really elevated, certainly they have their own athletes now. And I think players are playing beach a lot earlier and specializing in it, and they're dang good. So we actually are. Yeah, we see less and less, if very little, sharing of athletes anymore. Of course, with the COVID years, we started to see some athletes actually transfer. Last year, we had a player who was playing at Stanford on the beach program, Kate Riley from the South Bay. She's a great beach player, and she came and played her 5th year indoor for us. She's a phenomenal indoor player in high school. Was a great beach player, did a great job at Stanford building that program up in her time, and then decided I have 1 more year of eligibility. And we're like, yeah, you're a baller. Come play for us.
That's right.
So we've seen that with that last year of eligibility. And I've actually heard of a couple athletes that are doing that. It's becoming a little, I don't know if I would say prevalent, but I've heard it more and more where beach athletes in their last year are like, hey, I got a year of eligibility. Can I
go back and play indoor?
Yeah, and the beach players are getting, I mean, they're so good. They're just such good all-around players. It's hard to say, no, we're not going to give you a look, even if you haven't been on the hardwood for 4 years. Like, dang, they're still playing great volleyball.
And ball control and everything that they've been doing at the beach and training. So speaking of beach volleyball, since it's such a huge sport now for women and girls around the country and the world for that matter, how do you see the growth from when you were playing back in the days at Santa Barbara and Hawaii to see where it is today? Like, what's your take on it with the level of volleyball today? And where do you see it going in the future here in this country? Not just the world, but in this country.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting time we're in right now, like in volleyball. I mean, I'm talking men's volleyball, women's volleyball. Like the sport is just from a grassroots level, the juniors level, it's getting bigger and bigger. And then, of course, I would just say specifically for the women's side, just seeing the inception of these leagues domestically has been, I mean, it's been a long time coming, right? And we've had them in
Very much so.
I mean, we've had leagues in the past, and they were great in all means, but like this just it feels different. It feels like the right time. I mean, the minds around, I think, how we're building these leagues out are just they're really smart people surrounding it. And so it's just exciting. I mean, I just watched, the Love semifinal.
Me too. Reporters, yeah, we're just watching. Yep. Furby, yes, which was a bummer. So I was, bummed for him. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing, right? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but ESPN Plus, the semis are on ESPN, ESPN2. Why I always forget the other league? I can't believe that, and I should, know the name of it. The Federal Volleyball one. Yeah, I just the other league that's crushing it. I'm watching it on TV, watching Holly killing it. They're giving $1 million for the win, and that gym is packed every time I turn it on TV. It's Friday night, Saturday, it doesn't matter. LOVB as well. It's just so exciting for a fan, and for me to get back into the game with Set the Pipe and going out to watch more volleyball. And obviously, a lot of my friends' kids play, but like, wow, I'm excited to just be a part of it as a fan. And I could see you being a coach and being at the Olympics, and then seeing, this indoor game. So another question for you at UCLA, I mentioned it earlier, but so with the growth of the game, you guys played SC this year and it was like 7,000-8,000 people in Paul. It was awesome. It was awesome. How can, and I say how can we, continue to emulate that and have 5,000 to 7,000 people every night watching your Bruins play?
Yeah, I mean, winning certainly helps with that for us at UCLA. I think that's always a good thing. But I really do think it's about people want to know the people behind the jersey, right? And so I think for us, it takes time as a staff, but as a program, just to get into our volleyball communities here a little more, like gym by gym, club by club, and just sharing. Like it's more than just volleyball for us. And so I think that story is what we're really trying to get across the line, or get across to people that are volleyball enthusiasts in Southern California. Is just, hey, like, we got a great program that does a lot of great things, but also there's a lot more of what we're building. And I think giving our athletes the platform and the space, I think, to connect and inspire is really what it's about for collegiate athletes. I know there's a lot more on the table now, but we don't want to get far from that. And so I think getting into the communities for us, it's asking our athletes, what are the communities that move you? What inspires you? And where can we put you in front of these people to actually build connections? And we're hoping that that along with winning some games will.
So when you're recruiting, then are you looking more at the person themselves than the athlete, or how do you combine the two? Like you need the athlete because you need to win, but the person also the teammate. Like how do you recruit?
Yeah, that's a good question, Bear. I'd say it's like a sliding scale, right? I think most of the top programs are looking at top talent, and you can identify that. And like talent is, I mean, there are the top percentage of players that are going to help you. And then there's a large, I'd say the next tier of maybe not the best athletes, but like pretty dang good volleyball players. And that's kind of the fun, like threshold where now you're really starting to look at like, what kind of athlete is this? And does this athlete really fit not just my program, but the equation of my team for 2 to 3 years, And so that's where we start to really pick apart, like, is she a bulldog? Is she kind of an engineer mind? Like, how does she tick, and how does she operate? And that's different for, what's required is different for every position and different in every class, because the makeup of a team is like, you never want the one of everybody the same, right? So that's the fun part of recruiting, is it's just this big pie that you're piecing together, and then there's no really right answer, but it's like, where are the trade-offs truly? And so, it really is. I mean, we go back to the board. We have our everybody has a recruiting board to some degree. And you're just, I mean, we stare at it and just, all right, like, how does this, and you have your list of kids, and how does this kid fit physically? How does she fit emotionally and mentally, competitively. Like, so it's just all these things. And I think as you get, for us, or for myself, I'll say, as we get further into this project, I should say, or UCLA, our program growing, like you start to really know what you need, not just for your volleyball team, but also in this environment, specifically at UCLA, like with academics, with living here, like that becomes very clear. It's become very clear, or a lot more clear, I should say, like season after season, quarter after quarter, watching our team move and knowing what we need in this space and in this time. That's a long-winded answer, Bear. I hope that
It was a good one, though. No, it was a good one because it's important.
And so back in the day, we didn't have social media, we didn't have internet, so you really had to dig about who this athlete was. And, you know, you can see them, how they hold themselves on the court, how they play, how they, you know, deal with their teammates. There's a ton of information out there now. I mean, you can go into all their accounts, you can talk to their coaches, you can talk to their club coaches, high school coaches, watch them on the court. What are your main things that you look through, or do you look through all of them? Because it's got to be overwhelming nowadays. I mean, Alpha, you look like a super young guy, right? But you're in the same era,
Thank you.
pre-internet, right? Though, right? And definitely pre-social media. So how do you guys navigate that? Because like it's just got to be overwhelming to try to get that right fit for you guys. Like you were saying, you put them on the board and you kind of ad nauseum go, who's going to fit in this thing? But there's a ton of information. How do you guys wield that down?
Yeah, it's I was just thinking about this the other day because when I started college coaching, it was 2009, I was at Minnesota. And we were still like plugging CDs, like taking like some people were still sending VHSs and like so it was still pretty bare bones, right? Social media wasn't a thing, like we weren't looking at that stuff. And so I say that because I was thinking about this the other day. It's really easy, yeah, as you said, to be overly consumed, almost like so much information, and we have to filtrate things. And so for me, it's like, I don't know, you can go on a kid's social media and make a million narratives up as to like who they are, what they are. And like, I don't know that that's necessarily fair, so maybe it is to some degree, but point is you got to filtrate through that stuff. And so for me, it's like, it's so important to get out, watch the kid, speak to the spheres of influences that we've learned are really impactful, incredible, like for them, and ask the right questions, So I try not to go too far outside of that because I don't want to overcomplicate it. It's like we watch them play and then we get the information from people that really matter and who we trust that know these kids. And so, but yeah, it's easy. I mean, I've gone down the rabbit hole and that's a scary place to be because then you're just like, I don't know what I'm even looking at anymore,
Right.
So
Yeah.
trying to keep that process as clean as we can, simple, and then filter out the stuff that really doesn't matter.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it would be hard I talked to many folks, Jerry and others at your level, and trying to recruit the best kids every year, for you, for Texas, for Wisconsin, for all of these teams, and doing, finding that right fit. And so, like, I'm going to ask you a question. This might put you on the spot, and probably you'll get a couple calls or texts later. But through all the years of your coaching, who's your favorite, I should say, and not like the best player. It could be the best player. It could be the best player. Like, how do you like you go back to finding that right fit when you were coaching all these years? Give me a couple of your favorite players, and I would bet one of your favorite players wasn't the greatest 5-time All-American Olympian of ever, because it goes along with how you recruit, I would think, right? Finding character, finding the right fit. I'm just curious who they are and how, and you go about it that way.
All right, I'm going to be super diplomatic and not go to my team right now because those are all current people. So I'll leave UCLA where they are. Yeah, I honestly, gosh, probably the top one that I think of, and she didn't come in as a 4-year for us, but when I was at San Diego, we were fortunate to bring Gabby Blossom in as a transfer setter for us. And she came from Penn State where, that might be a little bit, she came with a lot of tangibles and a lot of qualities. I think that program that we had to attribute to Penn State and Russ, but nonetheless, she wasn't the biggest kid, and that's kind of why I loved her. Like, she was probably seen by many as like a little bit, just probably shouldn't have done what she did in her career, but absolute heart of a lion, a tremendous learner, competitor, strategist, and just a great kid to work with. I mean, so she was a big catalyst as to why, a very big reason as to why we made the Final Four that year.
Man, that team was fun to watch.
They were.
Yeah, she ran the show, right? So it just, I think, that's kind of neat with the transfer portal right now is like, it's a hard thing when you lose kids, and it's pretty great when you get kids like her. And so she's one of many, but she's probably one right now that like, she stands out to me.
Okay, so we can circle back to UCLA, but let's take you back a couple years, just a couple, right? So out of high school, you chose the Gauchos. Why the change going to Hawaii? And that's Santa Barbara's your backyard. Santa Barbara's your
Yeah, you set that up solely. I thought you were going to talk about like San Diego a couple of years. Yeah, okay, I got to go back to Santa Barbara. That's good.
It was only a couple years ago.
And was it Kenny? When did you play for Kenny? Was he still coaching at that time, Preston?
Man. So okay, let's do it. I remember my first, my junior year of high school. I played at Oxford High School. It was a setter in high school, and I'll never forget. This is kind of weird, kind of full circle, but my high school coach was like, "Hey, Kenny, Kenny's in the gym. He's like, start jump setting and like make it." And I'm like, okay, like he might only be here for 5 seconds, and he was, and he certainly wasn't there to watch me. He was there to watch probably some middle, I think I remember. But anyhow, like, so fast forward to my senior year, and I'm playing club volleyball at Club Santa Barbara for John Lee. It actually, my whole high school career, my heart was set on going to UCLA. That's the school I wanted to go to. I wanted to play. I went to camps. I always joke. Brandon Talifrero was one of my camp coaches, and he wasn't the nicest guy. And I was joking. He knows that. I always joke with him about that. But anyway, so I wanted to go to UCLA. I didn't get into school out of high school. I certainly wasn't big enough to play for Al. Good enough, really, at that time, and that's fair. But I did get into UCSB. And so when I got in, Kenny was like, "Hey, like we can give you a walk-on tryout." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm in." So went to school, literally tried out the first week of fall quarter. There was about, I don't know, maybe about 10 freshmen, and they kept 2 of us on the team. And I was just like, all right, I'm going to plug away at this. And so my freshman year, I didn't even play, actually. I redshirted my freshman year. Just practiced with the team, kind of earned my street cred there, and started to realize like, hey, like I can play. It wasn't until my second year that I started playing a little bit more like as a DS. We had a great libero, Aaron Mansfield, he's the head coach at Oklahoma. He was great. Phenomenal libero. And so at the end of my second year, I was like, I can do this, and I was really fortunate. I talked about people that were just really instrumental through that time. And Todd Rogers was my assistant coach. And so I'll never forget, the team went away to play at Hawaii, and I didn't make the travel roster. And by that point, I was playing some really good volleyball, and I knew it. And I missed the travel roster. Todd didn't go because I think he was playing ADP. So I was like training with him in the gym, and I had to sit down with him. And I was like, "Todd, I'm thinking about leaving because I really believe I can do this. And I know I'm not going to play here. And I understand that. And I'm okay with that. But what do you think?" And he's like, "Alfie, I think you got to go. Like, I think you got to go." And
I love Todd. He's always honest, and Todd's such a good guy.
Such a good guy, like phenomenal coach. He was great for us. So instrumental for me. And so I did, and I kind of bet on myself, I was like, I really think I can, and I sent my tapes out back then you sent tapes out, you didn't jump in the champions portal. You had to really do the work. And so I remember sending a tape to Marv at Pepperdine and to Mike Wilton at Hawaii, and Mark was great.
Sean Northridge, what are you doing?
I'm kidding. I was trying. No. I was gonna say I was trying to get away from home, but that's Malibu's equally as close. So I guess.
Yeah, no, I get. I'm kidding. So you sent it. So you sent it to Marvin to Wilton.
Yeah. I sent it those 2, and Marv, being the gracious guy, he's like, "Hey, like, we have somebody in this position, thanks." And Mike was like, kind of the same thing. "Come on out, and like you'll be on the team. We got you, but we can't promise you anything." And I was like, "All right, here I am." I said, "I'm gonna bet on myself." And so I packed up my bags with, I think, $3,000 in my bank and just moved out. Never been to Hawaii, never been on a plane, just like jumped on the plane and went. And I tell you now, guys, like I look back, I'm like, what? Like I wouldn't even like, there's no way, just like blind naivete at a young age. But there's something to like, that's a story that like I tell a lot of my athletes is like, when you really leading, tell. Like I don't say it, I don't tell it enough, honestly, but like with athletes that I've coached in the past, I'm like, look, at some point you have to bet on yourself. And you don't know, you may not get what you want, but at the end of the day, like go all in on you and see what happens.
Well, first of all, if you're talking to someone at UCLA, they're pretty good. So that's the first thing. Like obviously they know how to play volleyball, but like I think you should tell that story in every
every year at the first, barbecue you guys tell, because I think it's such an important, first of all, attribute to you of who you are and where you've started and where you are today. And the other thing, again, what we're trying to do here, at Set the Pipe is tell stories and just try to evangelize volleyball. For everyone listening, young kids, look what he just said. Like, he was a walk-on. He went to one school, believed in himself, bet on himself, went to another school where he'd never been and became an All-American, right? And now he's the head coach at UCLA, and he bet on himself. And, sometimes those bets don't work out, but you learn in the process, and it's the journey that matters. And it's just, what a great story. I mean, I knew a lot of this about Yafi, but I didn't know that piece about Santa Barbara and when you left and why. And to turn that around is fantastic. And again, I would tell you to tell everyone. I mean, that's a great story, and it's such a foundation of how to work hard to be the best you can be, whatever that best is. But it's really that.
Yeah, you have no regrets. You bank on yourself. You have no regrets, because if it doesn't work out, hey, I gave it my all. At least I did. Instead, I tell this athletes all the time: woulda, coulda, shoulda. So are you gonna do it?
Yeah.
Right.
It's so true, Sully. I appreciate that, Coley, and thank you. And Sully, you saying that, like, I can remember being like in my dorms in Hawaii and thinking, man, you put so much on the line for this. Like, you got to make this work. Like, like, and I don't know, like, it had the story gone a different way, I don't know, like, it'd be, but I think I'd still feel the same way. Like, this is what I chose to do, and I can sleep at night with that. But I do remember, just when you put more on the line, like, you don't give it up as easily, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Well, what about playing overseas though? Like, you put yourself on the line on that, right? Do you have like some experiences over there? You played in France. I mean, how'd you even get over there?
Right. I was just gonna same thing. Yeah. How'd you get over there? I mean, it was back in the day. I mean, you didn't send VHS tapes, did you?
I sent a VHS tape. That's how I got over there.
No, Tim's got a lot of guys. Never me, but he did a lot of my teammates. He was responsible for them. No, my first year, I was fortunate enough. I was playing on the Nat. So right out of Hawaii, 2006, I was ready to coach guys. I remember I applied at a junior college position up north in Northern California. Thought I was done, and Hugh called me. The national team called, and he was like, "You got to just come out for a month. Like, just give it a try." And I was like, "No, I'm good. Like, I'm gonna go coach. I'm done. Like, hanged up. Like, it's been a great run." He's like, "Alfie, just come out for a month." And I was like, "All right, I'll come out for a month. That's all you get." And then a month turned into the summer. And then, by 2007, I had gone to World Cup with that team, preparing for Beijing, and we were playing in Japan. And Hugh told me there was an offer in Montenegro to go play overseas. And I was like, "Where the heck is Montenegro?" Never even, I couldn't even tell you on a map where that is, but okay, like, let me take a look at it. And so I don't know. I think back then I probably went to a library and looked at a map, something. There was no internet.
Microfiche pulled it out.
Yeah, it's so big. I'm like, oh my God. So I see this little speck of a country on the coast, and I think, okay, yeah, okay, like, here we go. Okay, I'm going to do this. Like, I'm going to play professionally, then I'm going to do it, and let's get over there. So, kind of a little naivety at a young age. And guys, I can't even remember communicating with my manager there. I got on a flight. I don't even know where I'm living. And I pull up into this, it's just a different world. There was no internet. I mean, it's very different. And that was probably the most trying year. I can't say the most, but one of the more trying years of playing, just because it was so far from, like, I just got done at Hawaii, playing in this, like, wonderful environment, and I'm in a different world playing volleyball. That tested me, like, to the core.
I'm sure.
That was transformational.
It can be very difficult because, like you said, you were at Hawaii, a superstar, right? And then you go over there, and how many people are you playing in front of?
There's maybe 100.
Right. I know I had the same thing when I played over there too, and it's crazy. And you don't know the language. There's no internet. And it can be very lonely at times.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think I'd take my laptop outside and, like, try to angle it right just to get, like, 1 bar of internet to, like, talk to my mom, but no, but it was such a powerful time. Honestly, like, it really, talk about having to grow up and, like, you figure out, is this what you want to do? I mean, there's a lot of time to think over there, and you're staring around like, is volleyball really what I want to do? And it was, and we actually had a great year that year. We made it to a Final Four in CV, and it was really great. It certainly had its it was tough as a young professional and learning like what the industry was.
I think played over. Oh, go ahead, Bear.
I was just wondering, whereabouts in France did you play?
I was in Montpellier, so in the south.
In the
Yeah.
south. Okay.
Yeah, it was
Very good.
beautiful.
I was
At
at
that point, I was living large. I'm like, oh, this is easy. Like we're playing in France. This is all good. Like we got internet, we got telephones now. Like back to normal.
It's like everything. You listen to someone who's a rock star, and everyone thinks it's the greatest life, and then you talk to them, and they're sleeping in a bus every night and driving. And like the cool thing about playing volleyball in Europe, I got to do it. Bear got to do it. You got to do it. Sorry, Sully. Mooney and I got to do it. We both did it at different times. It's amazing. You're making money. You're playing the sport you love. You're an adult. But for us, again, the new leagues here in the United States, make it such a great opportunity for these young women. But like, you're going to a different culture, a different country. It's not as easy as you think it is, and it's not all peaches and cream, right? Like, it's hard. It's lonely. There's a lot of different things. You're the American or the foreigner where you need to perform every single night at the and you're supposed to, you're a pro, but like there's a lot to be said about being over there. So for you to be able to go over there at such a young age after such success, and then to figure it out, and then to go back again and play a couple more years before you end up coming back over here to get into the coaching world, good for you. And it's, again, probably maybe helpful for you when you talk to some of your athletes who want to go have those dreams to go do that.
Yeah, and you were talking about your national connections. When you came back from your professional, was Hugh there at Minnesota? Was Hambly at Illinois when you went to those two places? Who was the head coaches there?
When I went to Minnesota, Hugh had taken the job. He already signed on as the head coach, but he was still finishing his obligations.
Obligations, right.
So we had an interim head coach there at the time by name of Laura Bush, who I was with there. And then when I got to Illinois, Hambly had already gone to Stanford. So I was working with Chris Thomas there.
Okay. Yeah, for one of his first years. He's still there. Yep.
Yeah, still there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So going from the Pac-12, I mean, it was only a year for you, to the Big Ten. How is it playing in that Big Ten, in that conference? I mean, it's probably one of the best, if not the best, conference in women's volleyball.
Yeah, the Pac-12 is great. Don't get me wrong. Like, it was a really challenging. It's one of the best conferences historically, and it was really challenging night in and night out. The Big Ten is, the actual level of play, like the competition level, I can't say, like, it's pretty comparable. I think the Big Ten is probably a little bigger and physical, so you get like, it feels like you're getting bruised and just kind of knocked in the face a little more. And then I think top to bottom, probably, yeah, there's more parity. So it feels like you can just drop to anyone any night in the Big Ten. And yeah, and then the environments are just bigger and that's just mental stimuli and like resources that are expended, So like stepping into Nebraska and then going to play at Wisconsin, like back to back, like that's a lot, and it's
different than Washington State and Oregon State. I mean, that's
right. There's no slide on that. Like,
no, of course, my kids are going to play at Washington State and hoops, so I get it. But I'm saying it's way different, right? You're playing against Wisconsin one day, and then you're playing Nebraska. That's a big difference, and it's crazy to do that. How was the travel for you this year?
Yeah, the travel, it wasn't easy for sure. I would say it had its challenges, and I think we learned a lot this year. But yeah, it's we all knew it was going to be a beast, and I don't think there's any prep for what that was other than doing it. I would say even like, I've traveled internationally. We've all traveled internationally, play like the back and forth of it. It's not so much the one trip, but it's the cumulative effect of it and how you recover over the course of time. So like I think our resources to do that over the longevity, you got to be really good with scheduling and like days off and times off, and like kids are switching from time zone to time zone and I mean, there's a lot of moving parts that you want to just make sure, we learned a lot through this year. And so, yeah, it's what it is. I shouldn't even say it was, it's the challenge is the challenge, and that's what we're signed up for. But we learned out, we got to be smarter, certainly, in taking care of our athletes on the back end of trips.
Yeah, what if you just tap into the Lakers in your backyard by saying, you guys travel all the time. How do you manage keeping your bodies and your sleep and your food? And I mean,
we have a little bit not money
to that extent, but it's pretty similar.
No, it is a little bit. They have a lot more cash on the recovery side to help the athletes.
Yeah, yeah, but still having some ideas to take care of the athletes.
No, I think that's right, and that's what we're headed to. Is like there's a lot of science, and just using our resources both on campus too. I mean, there's there's so many sleep studies and just nutrition. Like, just you got to win like the small percentages that travel and like recovery right now. That's huge for us. So, yeah, our schedule is what it is.
It is. And the other thing is, like you said, and we talked about this on multiple episodes, is being able to adapt. I mean, like at the end of the day, like things, they are what they are, right? Like you're in the Big Ten, you're going to play Michigan, you're going to play Nebraska. Like there's no like, what do we do? Like you're playing them and you're going to fly to play them. So you can either figure it out and embrace it and work on the sleep and understand and help them study at certain times, or complain about it and say, what are we doing? But at the end of the day, you're still in the Big Ten and you're still playing Wisconsin and Michigan, right? So, the way to handle it is the way you're doing it is embracing it. And I think that's what's going to have to happen going forward with all collegiate sports. It's the landscape's going to be changing weekly, if not monthly, yearly, and it'll be a lot different in 3 to 5 years than it is today.
Yep.
And you sound like you're doing it right, where you're one of the younger thriving coaches and embracing the changes and trying to wrap what it takes to be successful today, instead of using it the other way and complaining and ending up maybe not coaching in a few years. So it's great to hear that, especially for UCLA, because I want to see UCLA women's volleyball back at the top. It's great when I'm living with someone that cheers for them every game, and the text chains that are going on during every one of your matches is amazing with some legends. So it's pretty fun to hear the things that they say. So you're doing it. So how do you continue to help UCLA grow in your realm of what you want to see it? And how do you also help volleyball grow back in California to try to emulate the Midwest and the East with what they're doing for the support behind it?
Yeah, for UCLA, I think for the first part of that question, I think it's, we have this great vision, of course, and there's so many parts. It's not just winning on the court, as we've talked about, like really building out the program in many facets. And so I think just for us and my staff, we're really good with what the vision is, and then the patience and the diligence just to really see step by step. It's really easy, as I've learned, to get lost in like, we need to be here and we want to be here, and truly like, it's like building a team, right? Or just a match. It's like, hey, we're not going to get from A to B like in a day. And so we got to remain patient through the process. And I know that's so cliche, but sure, with discipline of that, it's really easy, I think, to get sidetracked and, to jump into, this lane of we're doing this or whatever it is. I mean, there's so many things right now in this industry that can pull you away. And so I think for us, it's being really connected to the purpose and meaning of why we're here and what we're doing and what we're building, and then the patience of just building that out steadily over the course of time. We've definitely taken it on the chin a little bit these last couple of years. I think we thought it's been humbling. We thought we would have had better finishes, and we've learned from that, and we're moving through that and moving forward. And so I think just staying the course with it for us in terms of the volleyball program. And now we've added a lot of different layers to that. Like I said, it's not just volleyball and academics. It's like, how do we build out these professional development plans for our athletes in the NIL space and grow them here? So there's just keeping that equation, but in a lot of different facets of what this job requires now, I think is really important.
How do you help your girls after playing that want to play at the next level? Like as a junior college coach, I'm talking to other coaches, trying to move them on either NAIA, maybe Division 3, hopefully Division 1. But if a girl wants to play for the national team or wants to go play overseas, what are you guys doing to help them in that aspect?
Yeah, starting of the beginning of a senior year for an athlete, for us in their last year of eligibility, we sit them down and we're like, here, like, now there's more options. But before it was, you got overseas and you have national team if you're kind of in that caliber to even do that, which very few are. But now like we're talking love. We're like, hey, make sure you're watching some love matches, some PVF matches. There are options out there. So we sit them down, give them their option. For the athletes that have interest and we think have the capacity to do it, then we start to build out a plan through their senior year. And by the time they get into, I would say now about like October, like agents are already calling. So we help facilitate like connecting them with people that, are interested in them. And then by the end of the year, hopefully, like this last year, we sent a senior, Anna Dodson, to go play. She sent herself, I should say, to go play in Italy. And that was all facilitated kind of through the fall season of her senior year. So I definitely leverage, our coaches have connections. We all know people overseas. And so it's just trying to really give them the platform to connect and then like guide them and mentor them through that process.
Didn't mean to interrupt as I always do because I love to talk, but I'm going to go back to the PVF. I got it, the PVF and the LOVB with that becoming prevalent here in the United States. And it looks great on television. The crowds are great. So I'm hopeful that it continues to grow. I know there's a new one coming out. Will that change for women in college volleyball now, where we might start to see it more like an NBA or where there's a draft and there's more to see it other than just one kid getting plucked? Will we see something like that, you think, as the growth of this goes in the indoor women's pro game?
I think so. I think the PVF has started with the draft, and I think Love, as it grows, will get there. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we start seeing that within the next couple of years. I mean, the interest level from our athletes, I mean, let's just say our senior class right now is, I've asked a couple of them, like, hey, are you thinking overseas? Are you thinking, they're like, no, I'd actually like to play for a domestic team that's in my hometown. Like there's real interest to like go back and get back to the grassroots programs that they all
That's
grew up
awesome.
in. Like and to me, that's like the coolest thing. Like the fact that a kid's like, I can go back to Atlanta and like actually give back to the club that got me here. Like what? Like that's just, I mean, not possible. Like
Yeah.
5 years ago, right? So it's
3 years ago. She's 3 years ago. I mean, it hasn't been possible ever. And I've been wanting to see pro volleyball since I was playing back in high school at Reseda. Had to give Reseda a little love right there. Little love. So, back in those days, but like, everyone wanted to be a professional. We all wanted to be. And like, really, there was one choice, and it was to ship yourself overseas to play. And now that there's so much opportunity for women to play in the indoor league, hopefully the men will come along, but that's a different discussion. And, just to see the growth of women's volleyball across the board here, from the indoor game to the beach game, it's exciting. It's exciting as a fan. It's exciting as have friends that coach it, that have daughters that play in it. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. I've getting people texting me. I used to just get people texting me on a Final Four or maybe an Olympic gold medal, or, when the beach is going on the Olympics. Like, now it's on everywhere. You can watch it on, from every medium of watching it on content. It's great. So it's cool to see that, and I hope it continues. The growth continues for the opportunities for young girls and women to continue to play this sport, because it's such a fun game and it's such a great culture. As we're all sitting here, right? Like we've
so great.
indirectly known you for a long time, Alfie, and obviously you're the head coach at my wife's alma mater, and so we're involved in those things as well. And what a great sport that you get to coach and be a part of, and that we get to be a part of, and trying to grow this, because it needs to continue to do it, because it's such a fantastic sport.
That Coley, like that sentiment is, I think, what's gotten our sport to where it is now. The people that truly love, and I mean, just like kind of breathe and live this sport, and this podcast, what you guys do, like telling stories. I think it's what's gotten and elevated the sport along, and it's just so. I mean, to see the evolution truly, like through my lifetime, from where it was to from childhood to now, it's been unfathomable. Like I couldn't imagine it. A girl we are now. And if I'm just talking about the, you asked, what do we hope for volleyball in our country? And like in other countries for so many years, Italy, any European country, these kids are growing up watching the best of the best in the world play. And like, what an advantage that's been for those kids and volleyball in that country to really grow and be played at a high level. And now in the women's sport, yeah, I mean, we used to watch it at the Olympics, and that was it. And then I remember watching Karch on the AVP like every weekend, and that was like amazing. But right now, these young people, these young women, these young girls get to see Jordan, Olympic medalists, play on their TV screens, ESPN, their platforms, like every night. And the advantage to see that and dream is what it's about. Is like, I used to watch Karch and be like, that is freaking rad, like watching like the Manhattan Beach Open, or when they played it out, like seeing the crowds of the AVP on Saturdays, like that was like something put in my head at a young age. I'm like, that's possible. I don't know if that's what I want to be, but that's possible. And I think that's what's happening right now, and what's so special to see, like, in this renaissance of volleyball. I think it's going to pay off in dividends beyond what we even know, for years to come.
And I've said it multiple times on multiple our episodes, is I think we have to do a better job at home. I think we have to put the TV on. We have to put it on for our kids. We literally have to get off your phone, or even during dinner time, put it on so they can watch it, right? Because my experience, especially girls, are just not going to go in and say, "Hey, when's the volleyball game?" That we're not there yet, right? But if we just put it there, we're getting there for absolutely, because there's so many more opportunities to watch. But we got to start just putting it on, like we put on basketball, baseball, football, right? We got to put on volleyball for these girls, and right. And then if you're close enough, go watch them. Like you said, instead of just watching them on TV, you can actually go watch your heroes. You can, the shoes in the Olympics? Like, that's crazy. But I still think that that's one of the things that we got to do at a club level, right? Is to say, hey, we've got matches on tonight. This is who's playing. Make sure you guys turn on for dinner. Just part of our culture. It's not quite there yet, but like Coley said, we're getting there, and it's because last year's tournament was freaking amazing. This past season's tournament, the final for women's, was unbelievable, and it was amazing. So to be a part of that, it's just, I think we're almost there. We're almost there if we can just have a little bit more influence with our youth, and it'll explode.
But you just said something, Alfie, that struck me in my heart that I think is pretty rad. Is you just said you're letting the dreamers dream. Right? When I'm a kid back in the 80s, again, dating myself, you're watching the Wild World of Sports, and you're watching maybe Kareem and the Lakers play a game. So, and like Sully said, you're sitting with your dad or your mom and you're watching that. Now these young girls, an 8-year-old, a 9-year-old that's learning how to play pepper with her mom or her dad or her sister or her friend outside, can now go in and not be forced, not that they don't want to watch the Lakers playing, the Celtics. They can turn on the television and watch what we just watched, the semis or the quarterfinals of the LOBB. They can go watch the BVF on TV. They can turn on ESPN Plus and watch almost every women's college game across the country,
Even YouTube
during it. It's incredible. And what it does is, like you said, it just kind of struck me, because that's how I've always lived my life when I was an athlete, and clearly as a parent with my kids, is always telling them to dream. And what a cool thing for a young girl these days to have that opportunity to watch it and dream and want to be on that TV one day and have that opportunity. It's cool. It's really cool that it's come this far. Still got a long way to go, but it's been really cool to see, where it is. And before we jump off, I have to ask you one question, because I know you're a student of the game and you love it. Hopefully you're going to have an answer for this, but have you watched any men's games this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I had a bunch.
Have you seen Nikolov, the setter from Long Beach State, live yet? And the reason I ask you that is you talk about the evolution of the game and what he's doing here, and changing the game. The men's game, we all, us four played it. What am I talking about? The level is just, it's so fast, it's so big, it's so strong. But what do you think of him?
So I admittedly have not seen him live, and I'm ashamed to say that. Okay, but through VNL last year, him playing internationally, of course, like, watched a lot of him there, and then learned he's coming in. I was like, man, he's coming to play NCAA volleyball. That's wild. How can I say this? He's, dare I say, a generational player.
Yeah, we said that.
Definitely can say that.
Yeah, we've said that.
And so, I mean, just somebody who's gifted with the physicality, of course, like his stature, but also, I mean, that coupled with his actual volleyball acumen is insane to me. I mean, it's very seldom we see players, I think, with the power, but also the finesse and the brains that he has. And I'm talking, like, and to say that as a setter, like, he's not an attacker, but just like how dynamic he plays. I mean, I think there are players that kind of revolutionized the game in a lot of eras, and I think Engapet was one of those on the men's side. Like, he kind of changed some things for the game, and I think Moni has the chance to do that, certainly, and is doing that, I should say. But he's incredibly impressive. I mean, it's fun to watch.
Do you think he'll translate over to the women's side of setting? For instance, like, guys now are trying to emulate him. They go up, they fake the set, or they let it go over, they turn and hit. Do you think girls are going to start doing that, or women will start trying to set like him, possibly?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think I'm seeing, like, not just, things he's doing. I think things the men's side of the game, tends to play with a little sooner, like the outsides kind of setting, like hitting and faking and setting like goes, like stuff like that. I think that stuff certainly it sets kind of the belief of like, hey, or not the belief, but like, hey, this is a creative way to play the game. And so I know we're seeing it on the women's side already. And
Awesome.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Brandon. I'm excited to see, Brandon bringing the recent coaching of men's game, at UCLA, and then to go coach with Sully, who's been with the women's with Jerry at Texas forever. Like, what does he bring or what does he add? It's going to be exciting. I'm excited to see what they do. Obviously, I'm excited to see what Karch does, but I'm excited. I keep saying it because every time I'm on, we are excited. But I think right now, and it's been like this for a while, but I don't think volleyball in this country is ever been in a better place that I can think of that it's been now. We've got unbelievable, well, they're young in my age, but young volleyball players that have been around for a long time. Yourself, Alan, John Spraw, who did it all and now is running USA Volleyball, Eric Sullivan, Brandon Taliaferro, who's coaching at UCLA, is about to coach with the USA team. We're in great hands. It's exciting to watch. I know we're coming up here on time, but with your training, when you train your team and you talk about what we just talked about, the evolution of the game and trying to get to that next level, what's the ionus on training for you? Like, is it vital to do every little step? Do you focus on different things to try to get to that highest level in regards to being the best?
I think that we said creativity is a big thing and like thinking the game, So I think we use the term exploration a lot, like how do we explore some new things? And certainly we set some of the parameters and guidelines for that. But I think giving the athletes, and especially in the women's game, the permission to play, and play with some things is a big thing. And I think our women are brought up they're playing organized volleyball from a very young age. And so
Too young, but that's a different topic.
yeah, that could be a different podcast. I'll jump on for that too. But no, I do think like that's something that's lost is like the pickup games that you see, or like you see guys playing like, baby court all the time and just like
short court.
Short court, and just finding different ways to kind of experiment with the game and have fun with it. And so we try to give that permission in our gym, certainly, like to just play, and explore. And I think that's the fun part, and it keeps it fun.
One thing John Price did when I played in Northridge, which was awesome, we'd probably do this maybe once every 2 months, is he'd have a draft and there'd be a 2-on-2 tournament, and he'd take half the court, he'd put up an antenna in the half, so you'd play short court, so it was so you could play two matches in each net, and it was double elimination, and you'd play, and the winner got whatever shirt, you got to go be the best. Well, in those days you just wanted to win because
bragging rights.
Yeah, people would not want to hear it, but like, it was so fun to be able to compete in that way. And it teaches you something totally different because you're playing in a small court. So I love that you do that kind of stuff. I'm just so excited to see where we're going to be in 5 years. Take the NIL and all that other crap away. Just what we just talked about, from the evolution of where we were 5 years ago to watching a generational talent like Nikolov, to seeing what you're doing at UCLA and who you're bringing and how you're training. Like, I can't wait to watch like the women's Final Four in 2 or 3 years when you're in it, and also watching the level from just last year to where it's going to be in 2 or 3 years. I mean, it's going to be so exciting.
I think if we throw that all together, because I'm enjoying this, believe me, I don't have to be I'm enjoying it as long as you guys are. But as we throw that together, just like the visibility of players at a young age, our young people seeing these higher level players play. I mean, when I go and watch club tournaments now, I'm like, wow, like these 16-year-old young girls are just like, holy man, the volleyball that's being played at that level is pretty impressive. And
it is.
I have to believe that's because they have more visibility, more opportunities to see volleyball played at a different, like it's in there. And whether it's social media, whatever it is, they just have the opportunities now to see it. And so it is impacting us at the younger levels.
And you say pretty, when you said pretty impressive, pretty would not be the word. I would say it's beyond impressive. Mooney and I were in Arizona last year for Braden's hoop tournament, and one of our friends, 12-year-old, playing for Arizona Storm, right? We haven't been to a girls' junior volleyball tournament in years. So we walk into this thing and all of a sudden she's 6 feet. By the way, so she's 6 feet. Her dad played at Northridge and UCLA, and all of a sudden we're watching like slides and like people are running like back row attacks, and I'm like, this is 12U. I didn't even pick up a volleyball. Like, I didn't even know what a volleyball was when I was 12. And like, you're watching these young girls and and there's like 30 courts and you're just going like, this is incredible. This is high school volleyball in 1989. And I'm watching 12U in 2024. They would have probably been right in the game, like, definitely against Reseda back in the 80s. But like, it's incredible to me how fast and how crazy the game, like the level of at such a young age is being played. Like the skill set of it, I should say. Like the skill set at that young age is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I think coaching is getting better. I think like training strategy is getting better, and the athletes are just. I mean, I can't say more. Yeah, I think it is pretty impressive. I say
It wasn't that long ago that I was in that club scene, and I was told that girls can't hit a 0 tempo 1. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what? And so when we started running it and started just out quaking people, there's like, I guess, yeah, okay. You know, it was I'm not going to say where I was living, right? Because I throw people on the bus, but I was astonished because that's not, remember, it was Southern California. This is all they did, right? This is all they did. They were running those quicks and they were running the threes, the 31s, the backslides, all that kind of good stuff. And you go to an area where,
In Idaho.
okay, well, yeah,
Okay.
well, they weren't. Neither was the college, actually. So yeah, they were running 1.5s, and so all of a sudden we're bringing kids in. They're like, "Wow, you got a fast offense." I'm like, "No, they're just up on time and they're into one. I don't know what else to call it, right? Because the world that I came from." So yeah, it was safe. So like I said, from watching that tournament last year, Alfie, that was amazing volleyball to me. And we're telling Tim this too. We're telling the exact same story that you said. We go to these juniors tournaments. I'm like, Tim, you just got to go to one. Like, you're going to be shocked. You're going to walk by and go, whoa, that kid just put that away. I'm like, yeah, she's 14. Like, yeah, they got the other game up, right? I mean, it's true. And so I told, as I said, I was telling Bear, I'm like, you got to just go walk in, pay the whatever it is to walk in, just take a couple hours and stroll through there and watch some open courts, and you're going to be amazed at what these athletes are doing. It's crazy time right now. But like I said, okay, but last year, and like Coley said, the timing of this all to invest in volleyball. But if last year's tournament is any indication what we're going to see moving forward, and with you at the realm at UCLA getting them back in the thick of things, man, from coast to coast, man, this volleyball stuff in college for women is going to be outstanding.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Sully. That's exciting. You guys are pumping me up. I want to go watch video and like get to do something right now. Let's go. Call player up. I don't know something.
We're just really working hard on and again growing this. And if you haven't done it, hit subscribe and help us grow Set the Pipe. But we're gonna have Tyler Hildebrand on here soon, as now just took over the St. Mary's job and going to continue to try to bring women's coaches, men's coaches, players, and club coaches, just everything we can right on this. We're not stopping it anytime soon. We love doing this. And really just trying to, again, evangelize volleyball, talk to folks like yourself who really love the game and who want to help advance the game, as well as your career, which is what, I want to see. Story, I'll do. Great story. Come from a player, walk on. No one wants you to play. You go, you transfer. You're an All-American. You're playing overseas. You're playing on the national team.
Place.
We haven't even talked about the journey of walking into opening ceremonies as a coach in the Olympics, being able to participate in that, and coaching at a bunch of great schools from the Big Ten to the WCC down in San Diego, to getting, I would think, a lot of people's dream job to be able to coach at UCLA and do all of those things. This is why we're doing this show, is to tell stories like yours, Alfie, because it's a wonderful story to tell. And you're the reason why volleyball is where it's at, because people like you. And I'm not just saying that, but it's like you've done everything hard, tough, easy, the hard way, the bet on yourself. You bet on yourself and you're where you're at, and you're trying to build back a program that's been fantastic forever. And it's still fantastic. It's never not been fantastic, but you're trying to get it back up into the upper echelon of getting into Final Fours and getting into championships. And, thanks for coming on and helping us just grow this and talk about it. And, just keep doing what you're doing. And, I'll be cheering for you. You know that.
Thank you, Coley. And you guys, honestly, this has been what you guys are doing with this podcast and the message you're putting out there. It is rooted in such goodness. And I love this sport so much. And I love people that just love this sport. So thank you guys for what you're putting out there. And thank you for having me. This is an absolute blast, just chatting volleyball.
That's awesome. Right. Guys, Set the Pipe episode This was Alfie Reft, the fourth head coach in UCLA volleyball's history. That goes back to the mid-'60s, by the way. So only the fourth coach to go through. Came from Santa Barbara in Hawaii as a player, defensive player of the year. We wish you well, buddy, and we appreciate you coming on Set the Pipe, Alf.
Thank you. And we'd love to have you back.
Oh my God, totally. You kidding me? I'll be back. We'll hunt him down.
Yes, we will definitely bring you back for sure. Absolutely. It's been so much fun. Thanks for joining us. Really, can't thank you enough.